in the heart of a vast desert where the wind whispers ancient secrets and sandstone towers pierce the endless sky, a storm brews beneath the surface of a timeless land. Amidst the rhythm of tradition and the pull of unseen forces, a spark of connection ignites, threatening to unravel long-held truths. Step into a saga of courage, forbidden bonds, and the unyielding spirit of a people, where every thread woven could mend a heart or spark a tempest. Listen and discover what lies hidden in the silences of the high plateau. Chapter 1, Where the Wind Carries Whispers. The wind was a constant companion here, in the heart of Dineta, the land of the people. It swept across the high desert plateau, sculpting sandstone into monuments that pierced the immense turquoise sky, whispering secrets only the stones and the oldest spirits truly understood. Neol felt it now, a dry, restless breath against her cheek as she sat before her upright loom, the rough wood smooth beneath her calloused fingers. It tasted of dust and distance, of pinon smoke from her family's hogan nearby, and sometimes, faintly, of the rain that seemed always promised but seldom delivered in this season of long sun. Her hands moved with a rhythm learned over 26 summers, a dance of warp and weft, pulling the woolen threads taut, beating them into place with the smooth, heavy weaving comb her grandmother had used before her. The pattern emerging was an old one, storm clouds gathering over serrated mesas, zigzags of lightning rendered in deep indigo and startling white against a field of earthy red, the color of the very ground beneath her feet. It was a pattern of power, of reverence for the forces that shaped their lives, the sudden violence of the summer monsoon that could replenish the earth or tear it apart. Lately, the air itself felt like that pattern charged, waiting. She paused, listening, not just to the wind, but to the silence it braided itself around. The bleating of her family's sheep, grazing nearby under the watchful eye of her younger brother, Hosteen, was a familiar comfort. The rhythmic thump-thump of her mother grinding corn inside the sturdy, eight-sided hogan spoke of continuity, of the daily tasks that anchored them. But beyond these sounds, the vastness pressed in, a silence so profound it seemed to hold its breath. It was the silence of canyons that had swallowed echoes for centuries, of horizons that stretched into shimmering heat haze, promising nothing but more land, more sky, more wind. Neol sighed, a sound lost instantly in the breeze. She loved this land, loved it with a fierceness that felt like roots anchoring her soul to the red earth. She knew the scent of sagebrush after a rare, brief shower, the way the light turned the cliffs to molten gold at sunset, the precise location of the seep spring where the water tasted sweetest. She understood the language of the hawks circling overhead, the skittering warnings of lizards darting across hot rock. This land was her blood, her bone, her spirit. Yet sometimes, especially when the wind whispered like this, carrying scents from far away, a restlessness stirred within her, a faint dissatisfaction she couldn't name. It felt like a thread pulled too tight in the weaving of her life, throwing the pattern slightly off balance. She was of marrying age, had been for some years. Suitors had come, sturdy Navajo men with good herds and respected families. Her parents, gentle but firm in their adherence to tradition, had watched her carefully, waiting for her signal. But her heart remained quiet, unmoved. The proposals felt like arrangements, transactions woven into the fabric of clan and survival, necessary perhaps, but lacking something, a resonance, a spark like the lightning she wove into her rugs, She saw the worry in her mother's eyes, heard the unspoken questions in her father's silence. Was she too picky, too proud, or perhaps simply waiting for a story different from the ones laid out for her? Her gaze drifted towards the east, towards the jagged silhouette of the Chuska Mountains that formed a distant hazy wall against the world beyond. Bilagana land, the white man's world, began somewhere out there. Traders came sometimes, men with pale eyes and rough clothes, bringing tools, cloth, sugar, coffee things that made life easier, yet subtly changed its texture. They spoke a harsh, clipped language, their ways often baffling, sometimes dangerous. Her grandfather remembered the long walk, the forced exile, the suffering. Those stories were woven into the people's memory, threads of bitterness and resilience. Fear of the Bilagana was a lesson learned young, a shadow lurking at the edges of their world. Yet curiosity was a restless thing, like the wind. What was it like, that other world? A world of fixed towns instead of seasonal camps, of metal roads carrying noisy wagons, of ways so different they seemed to belong to another star. The traders brought glimpses of brightly colored tin, a fragment of newspaper used as wrapping, a few strange words, fragments that hinted at a vast, unknown tapestry. She picked up her weaving comb again, the polished wood cool against her palm. Focus on the pattern, she told herself. Focus on the wool, the colors, the rhythm. This was real. This was her life, her duty, her connection to the holy people who had taught the first woman how to weave. But the wind kept whispering, tugging at the loose strands of her hair, tucked beneath her scarf, carrying sounds she couldn't quite decipher. Was it just the sighing of the junipers, the distant cry of a coyote greeting the afternoon sun? Or was it something else? Hosteen shouted, a sharp warning cry that broke the rhythm of the afternoon. Neol's head snapped up, her hand freezing on the loom. The sheep had scattered slightly, their heads up, ears twitching, sensing something their young shepherd had just spotted. Neol followed her brother's gaze, squinting against the relentless sun towards the faint track that served as a road, winding like a serpent through the sparse greasewood and prickly pear. Dust, a plume of it, faint but definite, rising against the northern horizon. Not the swirling dance of a dust devil, born of the wind and lasting only moments. This was the signature of movement, purposeful and sustained. Hooves or wheels. Usually visitors approached from the south, from the direction of the established trading posts. This northern track was seldom used, leading towards rougher country, towards the edges of the reservation, where boundaries blurred and strangers were rare. Her heart gave a strange, unfamiliar lurch, not quite fear, but a sharp, sudden alertness like a deer catching a scent on the wind. Her mother appeared at the low doorway of the hogan, her hand shielding her eyes, her face etched with the same watchful stillness Neol felt. Even from this distance, the tension was palpable. Unfamiliar dust meant uncertainty. Uncertainty in this land could easily mean danger. "Who comes, she Yazi?" her mother called, her voice low but carrying clearly on the breeze. "Little bird," she called her. Neil shook her head, her eyes still fixed on that slowly growing dust cloud. "I cannot tell, Shima. It is too far." Hosteen was already gathering the sheep, his movements quick and efficient despite his youth, urging them closer to the relative safety of the brush corral near the hogan. Neol rose slowly, her limbs feeling stiff. The half-finished rug on her loom suddenly seemed unimportant, a task suspended in time. She brushed loose threads from her dark velveteen skirt, her fingers automatically checking the small pouch tied at her waist, where she kept a sharp knife for cutting yarn and for protection. The wind seemed to hold its breath now, the whispers fading into an expectant silence. The only sound was the frantic bleating of the sheep and the pounding of Neil's own heart against her ribs. The dust cloud drew nearer, resolving itself into a single source of movement. A wagon, not the heavy freight wagons that sometimes lumbered towards the distant agency, but a smaller, lighter one, pulled by two sturdy horses. A trader's wagon, perhaps? But why from the north? And why travel alone on such a desolate track? Her father emerged from the small structure where he worked silver, his face stern, his eyes narrowed against the glare. He carried no weapon openly, but Neil knew his rifle was always close at hand inside the hogan. He stood beside her mother, a silent, protective presence. They watched, the three of them, as the wagon crawled closer, leaving a trail of disturbed earth hanging in the still air. Minutes stretched, each one thick with unspoken apprehension. The wagon was close enough now to make out details. It was weathered, paint peeling, canvas cover patched in several places. The horses looked tired, their heads hanging low, and on the driver's seat, a lone figure, a man, a white man. He was slumped slightly, his hat pulled low, obscuring his face. Even from a distance, there was an air of exhaustion about him, perhaps even injury. He wasn't driving the horses hard, letting them pick their own pace along the rutted track. He didn't look like the usual traders. There was none of the boisterous confidence, the appraising glances they often cast over the land and its people. This man seemed contained, folded in on himself. He hadn't seen them yet, or gave no sign if he had. He seemed focused only on the path ahead, as if reaching their small cluster of hogans was an unexpected occurrence. Neil felt a strange mix of emotions churning within her, the ingrained caution passed down through generations, a flicker of pity for the man's apparent weariness, and that persistent, unsettling curiosity. Who was he? What brought him here, to this remote corner of their land, looking like a man at the end of his rope? The wagon rolled closer still, the creak of its wheels and the soft thud of hooves now audible over the returning sigh of the wind. The man finally looked up, perhaps sensing their scrutiny. He pulled the horses to a halt, perhaps 50 yards from the hogan, a respectful distance. He didn't immediately speak or make any move to climb down. He just sat there, his gaze sweeping over their small settlement, the hogan, the loom, the corral, the three figures standing motionless watching him. Neil could see his face more clearly now. It was a strong face, etched with lines of sun and worry, framed by dark, slightly unruly hair beneath the brim of his dusty hat. His eyes, even from this distance, seemed startlingly pale, the color of the sky just before dawn. There was no aggression in his posture, only a deep weariness and something else, a guardedness, perhaps. He slowly raised a hand, not in greeting exactly, but more as a sign of peace, a gesture acknowledging their presence. Her father stepped forward slightly, his stance unwavering. "You are far from the usual roads, Bilagana," he called out, his Navajo words clear and firm, carrying easily in the quiet air. He knew some English, learned through necessity at trading posts, but chose to speak in the language of his people, establishing the terms of this encounter. The man hesitated for a moment, then seemed to gather himself. He swung himself down from the wagon seat, landing with a slight stiffness that hinted at long travel or injury. He was tall, leaner than most traders, dressed in practical, trail-worn clothes, canvas trousers, a faded blue shirt, sturdy boots coated in the ubiquitous red dust. He removed his hat, revealing a thick crop of dark brown hair, and ran a hand through it tiredly. He took a few steps forward, stopping well short of intruding on their space. His gaze met Niall's for a fleeting second, and she felt an unexpected jolt, a sudden awareness that went beyond mere curiosity. There was an intensity in his pale eyes, a depth that seemed to hold unspoken stories, much like the canyons surrounding them. It was unsettling and, strangely, compelling. "I know," the man replied, his voice raspy from dust and disuse. He spoke haltingly, searching for words, but his Navajo was surprisingly clear, marked by an accent but understandable. "My axle, it is damaged. I saw the smoke from your fire. I hoped, perhaps you would trade for water and allow me rest for my horses." His request was simple, reasonable. Travelers in this harsh land often relied on the grudging hospitality of strangers, but the tension didn't lessen. Her father remained silent, considering the man, his wagon, the northern direction he'd come from. Why travel that way? What trouble was he running from or heading towards? The wind gusted again, swirling dust around the man's boots, momentarily obscuring him in a reddish haze. It felt like an omen, a warning whispered directly into Neil's ear. Her mother shifted beside her, her hand resting lightly on Neil's arm, a subtle pressure that spoke volumes. Be wary. Observe. Neil kept her face impassive, her gaze steady, but inside the quiet rhythm of her world felt irrevocably disturbed. The pattern was broken. The stranger stood before them, a figure born of dust and distance, his presence a question mark hanging heavy in the afternoon air. The wind carried his scent, now dust, sweat, horses, and something else, something metallic and faint, like old blood or rust. It was the scent of the world beyond, arriving unbidden at their door, and Neil had the sudden, chilling certainty that nothing would ever be quite the same again. The whispers on the wind had finally taken form. Chapter 2. The Trader's Shadow. Niall's father, to Hastian Waterman, a name earned in his youth for finding hidden sources in drought, studied the stranger with eyes that had seen 60 winters, carve lines upon the land and upon faces. His silence stretched, measured against the vast quiet of the desert. He noted the dust thick on the man's clothes, the weary slump of his shoulders, the way his pale eyes scanned the surroundings without lingering, taking everything in while giving little away. He saw the tension in the man's jaw, despite the polite request. Trouble clung to this Bilagana like the red dust itself. Finally, Hastian gave a curt nod. "Water is life. Your horses may drink from the trough. You may rest beside your wagon. But the fire of my hogan is for my family." The words were clear, offering essential hospitality, but drawing a firm line. No welcome into their home, no shared meal around their hearth, a boundary as distinct as the horizon. The stranger's shoulders relaxed fractionally. Relief flickered across his face, quickly masked by that same guardedness. "Thank you," he said, his voice still rough. "I am grateful. My name is Samuel." He offered the name simply, without the flourish or backstory many traders seemed compelled to provide. It hung in the air, plain and unadorned. Hastian merely inclined his head again, acknowledging the name without offering his own in return. Such exchanges were earned, not given freely to strangers appearing from the troubled north. He turned to Neil. "Daughter, bring water for the trough. Hosting, keep the sheep close." His commands were quiet, but absolute. Neil moved without hesitation, picking up 2 sturdy, clay jars from beside the Hogan entrance. Her movements felt stiff, self-conscious under the stranger's gaze, though he wasn't looking directly at her. He had turned his attention to his horses, speaking to them in low, soothing tones in English as he began unhitching them from the wagon. His hands were competent, gentle with the animals, moving with an economy that spoke of long familiarity. They nuzzled against him, responding to his touch with soft snorts, their initial nervousness easing. She walked towards the shaded patch behind the Hogan where a deep stone basin fed slowly by a carefully managed seep held their precious water supply. The coolness rising from the water felt good against the heat of the day. As she dipped the jars, filling them with the clear, life-giving liquid, she couldn't help but steal glances towards the wagon. Samuel, the name felt strange on her inner tongue, was examining the underside of his wagon, squatting down to get a closer look at the rear axle. He prodded it gently, his brow furrowed in concentration. Even from this distance, she could see the dark stain spreading across the back of his blue shirt near his shoulder. Sweat, perhaps, from the heat and exertion, or something else. That faint metallic scent she'd caught on the wind returned to her memory. Carrying the heavy jars, she walked slowly towards the rough-hewn wooden trough near the corral. Samuel looked up as she approached, his pale eyes meeting hers directly this time. The jolt was stronger now, an unexpected current passing between them in the dusty air. His eyes weren't cold, as she had initially thought, but held a surprising depth, like looking into water that ran deeper and darker than it appeared. There was weariness there, yes, but also intelligence, and a profound sadness that seemed to sit heavily upon him. He quickly looked away, as if acknowledging the gaze was an intimacy he couldn't afford. She poured the water into the trough, the sound splashing loudly in the stillness. The horses, freed from their harnesses, immediately lowered their heads and drank deeply, their thirst evident. Samuel straightened up from his inspection of the axle, wiping his dusty hands on his trousers. He watched the horses drink, a faint smile touching his lips for the first time. It softened the harsh lines of his face, hinting at a different man beneath the layers of dust and exhaustion. "They are good animals," Neol said softly, surprising herself. It was usually her father or brother who spoke to visitors. Samuel glanced at her, the smile fading slightly, replaced by a polite attentiveness. "They are," he agreed, "faithful companions on a long road." His gaze flickered back to the axle, a road that seems to have reached a temporary end. "The northern track is rough," Neol offered, stating the obvious but hoping perhaps for more information. "Few travel it." He hesitated, his gaze drifting towards the hazy northern horizon. "Necessity sometimes chooses the path," he said vaguely, his voice carefully neutral. He offered no explanation, no reason for his choice of route. The evasion hung between them, thickening the air. He then turned back to the wagon. "The axle housing is cracked, not broken through, but it won't stand much more travel, especially over rough ground." Neil nodded, looking at the thick wooden beam supporting the wagon bed. A serious problem, far from any settlement or forge where it could be properly repaired. "My father is skilled with wood," she said, thinking of the sturdy loom, the well-made tools to Hastien craft it. "Perhaps—" Samuel immediately shook his head, cutting her off, though not unkindly. "No, I thank you, but this needs metal. Bracing. I wouldn't impose further. Water and rest is more than generous." He seemed determined, to minimize his reliance on them, to keep his problems contained? Was it pride or fear of entanglement? He moved towards the back of his wagon, unfastening the canvas ties. Neol averted her gaze politely, turning back towards the hogan. It was not her place to pry into the affairs of a Bilagana, especially one her father clearly distrusted. Yet the questions lingered. Why the north? What necessity drove him onto that desolate track? What trouble was severe enough to crack an axle housing? The evening meal was eaten outside, as was common in the warmer months. Neol's mother, Asdza, ladled steaming mutton stew thickened with corn into bowls. They sat on blankets spread on the packed earth near the hogan entrance, the setting sun painting the western cliffs in fiery oranges and deep purples. Samuel remained by his wagon, building a small, neat fire from scavenged brushwood. The smell of his coffee, pungent and unfamiliar, drifted towards them, mingling with the savory scent of their stew. He had politely declined Assa's silent offer of food, holding up a strip of dried meat from his own supplies with a grateful nod. Conversation among the family was subdued. Hosteen recounted the day's movements of the sheep, his youthful voice hushed by the stranger's presence. To Hastien spoke little, his gaze often drifting towards the lone figure by the wagon, his expression unreadable. Astadza watched Neol, her dark eyes knowing, perceptive. She saw the way her daughter's gaze kept straying towards the stranger, the slight tension in her shoulders. The wind carries change sometimes, Astadza said quietly, not looking at anyone in particular, her voice like the gentle rustle of dry corn husks. We must be wise enough to know if it brings rain or dust devils. Neol understood the veiled warning. Be cautious. Do not be swayed by a strange face or unspoken stories. She lowered her gaze to her bowl, the stew suddenly tasteless. The stranger, Samuel, cast a long shadow in the dying light, a dark silhouette against the vibrant sunset. It felt symbolic, his presence stretching over their familiar world, altering its shape. Later, as darkness fully descended, blanketing the land, in a velvet hush broken only by the distant yelps of coyotes and the crackle of two separate fires, Neol sat again at her loom. The intricate storm pattern seemed to mock her. She couldn't focus, her fingers fumbling the threads. The rhythmic thump of the weaving comb felt hollow, disconnected from the unease coiling within her. From her vantage point, partially shielded by the loom itself, she could see Samuel's small camp clearly. He sat by his fire, staring into the flames, seemingly lost in thought. He had shed his outer shirt, revealing the stained undershirt beneath. In the flickering firelight, she could see now that the stain near his shoulder wasn't just sweat. It was darker, crusted, blood. Not a fresh wound, perhaps, but recent enough. And there were other marks, older scars visible on his forearms. Faint white lines against his sun-darkened skin. This was a man who had known violence, hardship. He moved stiffly, occasionally rubbing his shoulder, confirming her suspicion of injury. He ate his sparse meals slowly, methodically, like a man accustomed to rationing his strength as well as his supplies. He cleaned his tin plate with sand, buried his fire embers carefully when he was done, showing a respect for the land, a tidiness that seemed at odds with the desperate circumstances that must have brought him here. He unrolled a bedroll near the dying embers, positioning himself with his back against the wagon wheel, facing outwards, towards the open desert, not towards the hogan. His rifle lay close beside him, within easy reach. Even in apparent rest, he remained vigilant, watching, waiting. For what? Or for whom? A chill traced its way down Neil's spine, despite the warmth radiating from the nearby hogan. The silence of the desert night suddenly felt charged. Listening, Hostine's earlier words came back to her. While checking the area where the wagon had first appeared, he'd mentioned seeing tracks, not just the wagon wheels and Samuel's two horses, but faint prints of another horse, ridden hard, paralleling the track for a while before veering off westward into the rough country some miles back. Had someone been following Samuel, or traveling with him before parting ways? The stranger hadn't mentioned any companion, another secret held close. The shadow the traitor cast wasn't just physical. It was a shadow of unanswered questions, of potential danger, of a past that seemed determined to follow him even into this remote sanctuary. Neol looked at the stars scattered like diamond dust across the immense blackness overhead. They were the same stars her ancestors had watched, the patterns familiar and eternal. Yet tonight they seemed distant, offering no guidance, no comfort. She finally abandoned the loom, the unfinished storm pattern, a mirror of her own unsettled spirit. Inside the hogan, the air was warm, smelling of wood smoke and wool. Her parents were already asleep on their sheepskins, their breathing soft and even. Hostine slept soundly near the entrance. Only Neil lay awake, staring into the darkness, listening to the wind's low moan around the sturdy log walls. She thought of Samuel's eyes, the unexpected depth in them. She thought of the bloodstain, the scars, the rifle beside his bedroll. She thought of the phantom horse tracks Hostine had seen. He was a trader, he said, but traders usually carried goods to sell, their wagons laden. Samuel's wagon, from what little she'd glimpsed when he opened the back, seemed sparsely loaded, containing mostly personal gear, tools, and supplies for travel, not trade. What was he trading, or what was he fleeing? Restless, she rose quietly and crept to the hogan's low doorway, peering out into the moon-dusted landscape. The embers of Samuel's fire glowed faintly. His form was a dark shape, huddled in his bedroll. He seemed asleep, yet utterly still, unnaturally so. As she watched, shielded by the deep shadows of the doorway, she saw his head turn slightly, almost imperceptibly, towards a distant sound her own ears hadn't even registered. Perhaps the snap of a twig, the dislodging of a small stone, somewhere out in the vast darkness. His hand, she noticed, had moved, resting now on the stock of the rifle beside him. He wasn't asleep. He was waiting. The trader's shadow deepened, lengthening across the starlit sand, and Neil felt a cold certainty that the quiet rhythm of her life had been shattered, and the storm she wove into her rug was no longer just a pattern, but a prophecy gathering strength on the horizon. The wind whispered his name, Samuel, and it sounded like a warning. Chapter 3. Beneath the Turquoise Sky. Dawn arrived, not with a gentle unfolding, but as a sharp, clean break. One moment the land lay submerged in the deep indigo velvet of pre-dawn. The next, the eastern horizon was slashed with incandescent orange, outlining the jagged teeth of the distant chuskas in stark silhouette. The light spread rapidly, washing across the high plateau, chasing the long shadows of night back into the canyons and crevices. It painted the sandstone cliffs in hues of rose and pale gold, transforming the sparse vegetation from gray anonymity into distinct shapes of silver-green sage and dusty pinon. Above it all, the sky deepened into an immense, breathtaking arch of purest turquoise, so vast and clear it felt less like a ceiling and more like an infinite ocean overturned. Niall stood outside the hogan, breathing in the cool, clean air of the new day. The scent of her mother's simmering blue corn mush mingled with the sharper aroma of juniper wood smoke rising from the small fire Asdza had kindled. The sheep were stirring in the corral, their soft bleats a familiar morning chorus. Life was resuming its rhythm, yet the presence of the stranger by his wagon, a still dark shape against the brightening landscape, kept the rhythm slightly off-key, a subtle dissonance beneath the surface harmony. She had slept little, her mind replaying the image of Samuel's hand resting on his rifle, his unnatural stillness in the starlight. The questions hadn't faded with the darkness. They seemed sharper now in the clarity of the morning light. Who was he, truly? And what had happened to leave that dark stain on his shirt and that haunted look in his pale eyes? Her gaze drifted towards his camp. He was already awake, moving with that same quiet efficiency she'd noted the previous evening. He had rebuilt his small fire and was boiling water in a battered tin pot. He moved stiffly at first, favoring his left shoulder, confirming her suspicions about the bloodstain. He stretched carefully, working the kinks out, his movements economical and precise. He seemed oblivious to the grandeur of the sunrise, his attention focused inward, or perhaps on the task at hand. There was an air of containment about him, as if he deliberately occupied as little space as possible, drawing no undue attention. Asiza came to stand beside Neol, handing her a warm mug of juniper tea. Its clean, piney scent was grounding. "The day is born clear," her mother said, her voice calm. "The holy people grant us light to see the path." Her eyes, however, were fixed on the stranger's camp, her expression thoughtful. The message was clear. Use the light wisely. Observe, understand. Neil nodded, sipping fragrant tea. She watched as Samuel retrieved tools from a worn leather roll inside his wagon hammers, chisels, metal files. He approached the damaged axle again, squatting down for another long, careful inspection in the better light. He ran his fingers along the crack in the thick wooden housing, testing its depth, assessing the strain points. He clearly possessed practical skills, the knowledge of a man accustomed to relying on himself in difficult situations. Tuhastian emerged, his face set in the stoic lines of morning ritual. He acknowledged Neil and Estha with a silent nod before his gaze, too, settled on Samuel. He watched the white man's assessment of the wagon, his expression unreadable. There was no judgment, merely intense scrutiny. In this land, competence was respected regardless of origin, but trust remained a separate currency, earned slowly and often withheld entirely. Hosteen, released from his early morning task of checking the sheep, approached Samuel's camp with the unabashed curiosity of youth. He stopped a respectful distance away, watching Samuel lay out his tools. Samuel glanced up, his initial guardedness softening slightly at the sight of the boy. "Good morning," Samuel said, his Navajo tentative but clear. Hosteen nodded shyly. "The axle is bad?" he asked, pointing. Samuel sighed, rubbing his temples briefly before gesturing towards the crack. "It is weak, like a bone cracked but not broken, and needs support, bracing, before it snaps completely." He picked up a heavy hammer. "I will try to bind it. Metal, if I had it. Wood. Maybe wood will hold for a short time." He began to work, selecting pieces of sturdy hardwood from a small supply he carried beneath the wagon seat. Seasoned oak, likely salvaged from some previous repair or opportunity. He measured, marked, and began carefully chiseling notches into both the axle housing and the oak pieces, preparing to fashion splints. His movements were methodical, patient. He didn't rush, despite the precariousness of his situation. Each strike of the hammer was precise, controlled. He worked with a focus that shut out the rest of the world. His attention narrowed to the wood, the tools, the problem before him. Neole found herself drawn closer, ostensibly to collect dried brush for the main fire, but her path took her near enough to observe his work without appearing overly intrusive. The sun climbed higher, pouring its heat onto the land, the turquoise sky intensifying. She could see the sweat beading on Samuel's forehead, plastering strands of his dark hair to his temples. She saw the way his muscles bunched in his forearm as he swung the hammer, the competence in his hands. She also saw the faint tremor that sometimes ran through those hands when he paused, a subtle sign of exhaustion, or perhaps pain. And she saw the bloodstain on his undershirt again, stark in the bright sunlight. It wasn't a large stain, but it was undeniably blood. Tehestian eventually walked over, standing silently for a long moment, observing Samuel's technique. Samuel paused, looking up, meeting the older man's steady gaze. The air crackled with unspoken assessment. "You have skill with wood," Tehestian stated, his voice neutral. Samuel nodded curtly. "A man alone learns many trades, or he does not survive long." He returned to his work, driving a wooden peg into a carefully drilled hole. "The northern track," Tehestian began, letting the words hang. Samuel didn't look up this time. "Is the one I found myself upon," he finished, his voice flat, offering no further explanation. The evasion was deliberate, a wall erected against inquiry. Tehestian watched him for another minute, his expression unchanging. Then, without another word, he turned and walked back towards the hogan. He had offered an opening, however small, and the stranger had refused it. The lines of suspicion remained firmly drawn. Neole continued her pretense of gathering firewood, her heart beating a little faster. The tension between the two men was palpable, a silent battle of wills played out under the vast, indifferent sky. Samuel's deliberate withholding of information only deepened the mystery surrounding him. Why was he so determined to remain isolated, even when injured and stranded? As she bent to pick up a fallen branch, her fingers brushed against something small and smooth, half hidden in the dust, near where Samuel had tethered his horses overnight. Curious, she picked it up. It was a button made of dark, polished horn, unlike the plain metal or wooden buttons typically used on frontier clothing. It was finely crafted, elegant even, seemingly out of place with Samuel's otherwise rough attire. Had it fallen from his shirt? She glanced towards him. His undershirt was fastened with simple bone toggles. Perhaps it came from a waistcoat or coat he wasn't currently wearing. She slipped it into the pouch at her waist, tucking it away beside her knife, a small, tangible piece of the puzzle he represented. The morning wore on. The heat intensified, shimmering in waves above the parched earth. Samuel worked relentlessly, pausing only occasionally to wipe sweat from his brow or take a long drink from his canteen. He fashioned two strong oak splints carefully shaped to fit the contours of the axle housing and began binding them tightly in place with strips of rawhide he soaked in water to make them shrink and tighten as they dried. It was a clever, resourceful repair, born of necessity, but Niall could see the doubt in his eyes as he surveyed his handiwork. Wood against the stress of a heavy wagon on rough terrain, it was a gamble. Asazah called Niall back to the hogan to help prepare the midday meal: dried mutton, roasted corn, and cool water from the seep. The familiar domestic task felt soothing, a return to the known rhythms of her life. Yet even as she ground corn, her thoughts kept drifting back to the stranger, to his pale, weary eyes, the skill in his hands, the secrets he guarded so closely. They ate again in the shade outside the hogan. Samuel remained by his wagon, eating sparingly from his own supplies. He looked utterly spent, his face gray with fatigue beneath the dust and grime. The heat seemed to be taking its toll, aggravating his injury, perhaps. He moved even more stiffly now, his shoulder clearly causing him significant pain. Compassion warred with caution in Neil's chest. He was a stranger, possibly dangerous, wrapped in secrets her father clearly distrusted. Yet he was also a fellow human being, injured and alone in a harsh land. The teachings of her people emphasized hospitality, kindness to those in need, even strangers. But the shadow of the past, the memory of betrayal by outsiders, was long and deep. Asdza, noticing Neil's troubled gaze, placed a comforting hand on her daughter's arm. "The heart sees things the eyes miss," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the ever-present wind. "But the mind must weigh what the heart feels. Wisdom lies in balance," she Yazi. After the meal, while her parents rested during the hottest part of the day, Neil found herself drawn back towards the wagon. Samuel was checking the rawhide binding, testing their tightness as they dried in the relentless sun. He looked up as she approached, surprise flickering in his eyes before the familiar guardedness returned. She carried a small clay jar. "My mother sends ointment," Neil said softly, holding out the jar. "For burns or wounds, it is made from pinon pitch and herbs." It was an offering, a small bridge across the divide of suspicion. Samuel hesitated, looking from the jar to her face, then back again. His pride seemed to wrestle with his obvious need. The pain lines around his eyes had deepened in the heat. Finally, slowly, he reached out and took the small pot. His fingers brushed hers as he accepted it, a fleeting contact that sent another unexpected jolt through her, warm and unsettling. "Thank you," he said, his voice low and rough. "Please, thank your mother for her kindness." He didn't meet her eyes this time, focusing instead on the clay jar in his hand, as if it held great significance. "The bindings," Neol began, nodding towards the axle. "Will they hold?" He ran a hand over the tightly stretched rawhide. "They are strong now. But the road is unforgiving. It will be slow travel, if it holds at all." He looked out towards the south, the direction of the established trading routes, a calculating look in his eyes. "How far to the nearest trading post, Garcia's or Hubbell's?" "Garcia's is perhaps 2 days' travel, if the wagon holds and the horses are strong," Neol answered. "Hubbell's is further, maybe 4 or 5 days southeast." He nodded slowly, absorbing the information. 2 days. It sounded like an eternity, measured against the fragility of his repair and the secrets pressing down on him. He turned back to the ointment jar, carefully removing the small wooden lid. The rich, medicinal scent of pinon pitch rose into the hot air. He dipped a finger in, then paused, looking at the bloodstain on his shoulder, then back at Niall, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face before being quickly suppressed. "Perhaps," he started, then stopped, seeming unsure how to ask. Understanding dawned on Neil. The wound was on his back, difficult to reach, especially with his injured shoulder. "I can help," she offered quietly, stepping closer. He hesitated for a long moment, his jaw tight, relying on anyone, especially a Navajo woman whose family clearly viewed him with suspicion, seemed to go against his every instinct. But the pain, or perhaps simple necessity, won out. He gave a single, stiff nod. He turned his back to her, pulling the stained undershirt carefully over his head, revealing lean muscle, sun-darkened skin, and a map of old scars crisscrossing his back, faint white lines, long-healed reminders of past violence. Near his left shoulder blade was the source of the stain, not a burn, but a ragged, shallow gash, inflamed and crusted with dried blood. It looked like a bullet graze, angry and painful, but not, thankfully, deep. Neil took a steadying breath, forcing herself to focus on the task, pushing aside the sudden intimacy of the moment, the shocking proximity to this stranger's pain and history. She scooped a generous amount of the soothing, sticky ointment onto her fingers. Her touch was gentle as she applied it to the inflamed skin around the wound, then carefully spread it over the graze itself. Samuel flinched slightly as her cool fingers made contact, a sharp intake of breath, but otherwise stood perfectly still, his back muscles rigid beneath her touch. Beneath the turquoise sky, surrounded by the vast, silent indifference of the desert, a moment of fragile connection occurred. Her fingers moved with practiced care, tending to the wound, while the wind whispered around them, carrying the scent of pinon pitch, dust, and the underlying tension of unspoken secrets. She could feel the heat radiating from his skin, the slight tremor of suppressed pain. This close, she could see the finer lines of strain around his eyes, the weariness etched into his profile. He was younger than she had first thought, perhaps not much older than herself, yet he carried the weight of a much longer, harder life. When she was finished, she stepped back, wiping her fingers on a clean cloth. It should be kept clean, she advised softly. Samuel slowly pulled his shirt back on, his movement stiff. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable in the harsh sunlight. The pale eyes held a complex mixture of gratitude, lingering suspicion, and something else she couldn't quite decipher, a flicker of warmth, perhaps, quickly extinguished. "My thanks, Neil," he said, using her name for the first time. It sounded different spoken in his rough voice, accented but respectful. You have gentle hands." The compliment, unexpected and personal, sent a flush creeping up her neck. She lowered her gaze, suddenly flustered. "It is only ointment." He gave a small, humorless smile. Sometimes even small kindnesses feel large. He looked back at his wagon, at the repaired axle, his expression hardening again. "I should leave soon. Test the repair while the light holds." "You will travel south, towards Garcia's?" she asked. He hesitated, his gaze sweeping the horizon, lingering for a moment on the rough country to the west, the direction those phantom horse tracks had led. "South," he confirmed, but his eyes held a flicker of uncertainty, a hint that his stated destination might not be his true one. Slowly, carefully, he began reloading his meager supplies into the wagon, securing everything tightly for travel. Neil watched him, the horn button heavy in her pouch, the feeling of his skin still lingering on her fingertips. The turquoise sky arched above them, beautiful and vast, yet offering no answers, only reflecting the deep uncertainty of the man preparing to journey back into the harsh embrace of the desert. He was leaving, but the shadow he cast, filled with secrets and the faint scent of danger, felt like it would linger long after his wagon disappeared over the rise. The wind picked up again, swirling dust around his boots, whispering warnings she couldn't ignore. He was testing his repair, but Neil had the sinking feeling that he was also testing fate itself. Chapter 4. Woven Threads of Doubt. The wagon moved with painful slowness, jolting precariously over the uneven ground as Samuel guided the horses south, away from the small cluster of hogans that had offered him temporary, grudging sanctuary. Neil stood watching, motionless, long after her parents had turned back to their own tasks. The wind tugged at her skirt, whipping strands of escaped hair across her face, but she didn't brush them away. Her gaze remained fixed on the diminishing shape of the wagon, a small, vulnerable vessel navigating an ocean of indifferent sand and rock beneath the vast, uncaring turquoise sky. Each creak of the wheels, carried faintly back on the breeze, seemed to echo the fragility of Samuel's makeshift repair. Would it hold? Would the cracked axle housing, merely splintered and bound with rawhide, withstand the relentless jarring of the trail? Or would it snap, leaving him truly stranded, miles from anywhere, prey to the elements or whatever dangers stalked the desolate land? Perhaps the same dangers that had driven him onto the northern track in the first place. She saw him glance back once, a brief fleeting turn of his head. Even from this distance, she imagined she could see the tension in his shoulders, the constant vigilance in his posture. He wasn't just fighting the terrain. He seemed to be fighting shadows, listening for sounds only he could hear. The memory of his hand, resting on his rifle in the starlight, sent a fresh shiver down her spine, despite the growing warmth of the mid-morning sun. Her father's voice, quiet but firm, broke into her reverie. "He is gone, Shiyaji. Let the wind take his tracks." Tuhastian stood beside her, his arms crossed, his expression stern but his eyes holding a familiar concern as he looked at his daughter's face. He had seen her drawn to the stranger's plight, seen the moment she had tended his wound. He understood the compassion inherent in her spirit, but feared its misplacement. "His repair? It seemed weak, Ashki," Neil murmured, using the affectionate term for father, her eyes still on the horizon, where the wagon was now just a small speck. "He made his choice," Tuhastian replied, his gaze hard. "He came from the north, seeking nothing he would name. He leaves by the southern track. But his eyes looked west. There is deceit in him, or deep trouble following him. It is best he is gone from our fire." Asdza joined them, placing a comforting hand on Neil's back. "Your father speaks wisdom, daughter. Some trails are not meant for us to follow, even with our eyes. Let him go. Return to your weaving. Find your balance in the pattern." Neil nodded, lowering her gaze from the empty horizon. Her mother was right. The loom waited, the storm pattern unfinished. Balance. Ho, the Navajo concept of harmony, of walking in beauty, felt distant right now, obscured by the dust cloud raised by the departing stranger. She turned away from the track, the image of Samuel's weary, guarded face lingering in her mind. She settled herself before the upright loom, the familiar feel of the rough wool beneath her fingers usually a source of comfort, of grounding. Today, it felt different. The vibrant colors, the earthy red, the deep indigo, the startling white seemed muted, lacking their usual resonance. Her hands, usually so sure and swift, felt clumsy, hesitant. She picked up the weaving comb, its weight familiar, yet alien. She tried to focus on the pattern, the gathering storm clouds, the zigzags of lightning. Before, it had been a symbol of nature's power, of the essential forces of destruction and renewal that shaped their world. Now it felt personal, a reflection of the turbulence within her own spirit. The storm wasn't just on the wool, it was brewing inside her chest, a confusing mix of apprehension, lingering compassion, and a persistent, gnawing doubt. The thread seemed to resist her efforts, tangling, catching. She pulled a strand of indigo wool, intending to lay it carefully against the red background, but her hand faltered, pulling it too tight. It distorted the line of the cloud, making it look less like a natural formation and more like a jagged wound torn in the fabric of the sky. With a sigh of frustration, she carefully unpicked the misplaced stitches, the small repetitive movement doing little to soothe her disquiet. Her thoughts kept circling back to Samuel, to the contradictions he embodied. The rough clothes and weary demeanor contrasted with the surprising clarity of his Navajo, hinting at time spent among her people or a dedicated effort to learn. His skill with tools and the resourceful repair spoke of competence and self-reliance, yet he had appeared at their hogan looking utterly spent, possibly injured beyond the graze she had treated. The bloodstain, where had it truly come from? A simple accident or something more violent? And the northern track? Tehestian was right. It was a path travelers avoided unless desperate. What desperation had driven Samuel? And the phantom horse tracks Hosteen had seen, shadowing the wagon's path before veering west? Had Samuel been pursued? Had he escaped something or someone? The way he'd scanned the horizon, the way his hand rested near his rifle, it wasn't the behavior of a simple trader whose only worry was a cracked axle. She remembered the moment she had applied the pinon salve to his wound, the unexpected intimacy of touching his bare skin, feeling the warmth and the faint tremor beneath her fingers, the vulnerability she had glimpsed in his eyes before his guard snapped back into place, the rough timbre of his voice when he thanked her, using her name. These moments pulled at her, suggesting a depth, a hidden sensitivity beneath the harsh exterior. He hadn't seemed inherently malicious, just haunted, wary, weighed down by secrets he refused to share. Then there was the button. She paused in her weaving, her hand straying to the small leather pouch at her waist. She drew out the dark, polished horn button she had found near his camp. Turning it over in her palm, she felt its smoothness, admired its subtle sheen. It was simple, yet undeniably well made, possessing an elegance that seemed incongruous with the worn canvas trousers and faded shirt Samuel wore. Where would such a button belong? On a gentleman's waistcoat? A tailored coat? It spoke of a different life, perhaps, one far removed from the dusty, precarious existence of an itinerant trader, struggling with a broken wagon in the middle of the Dineta. Had he salvaged it? Or was it a remnant of a past he was trying to leave behind? Another thread, stubbornly refusing to fit the pattern he presented. She tried to weave these conflicting threads together in her mind, seeking a coherent picture, but found only tangles, knots of uncertainty. Was he simply unlucky, a man beset by misfortune on a difficult journey? Or was he something else, a fugitive, a man running from the law or from enemies who wouldn't easily give up the chase? The metallic scent she'd caught on the wind yesterday, old blood or rust. Bloodshed implied conflict. Rust implied neglect, decay, things left behind. Her father's caution echoed in her ears. The people had learned through bitter experience to be wary of outsiders, especially Biligana. Promises broken, treaties ignored, land stolen, the history was etched into their collective memory. Trust was a fragile commodity, easily shattered, slow to rebuild. Samuel, with his evasions and the air of trouble surrounding him, fit the profile of someone best avoided, someone whose presence could bring only disruption. perhaps even danger, to their quiet lives. Yet the image of his pale, tired eyes persisted. The flicker of sadness she'd seen there resonated with something deep inside her, that unnamed restlessness she sometimes felt staring at the unchanging horizon. Had he, too, sought something different, only to find himself lost on a rough track, pursued by his own past? She forced her attention back to the loom, to the demands of the pattern. She picked up the shuttle, passing the white wool through the warp threads, creating a sharp line of lightning. Her movements became more rhythmic again, the familiar actions a partial antidote to the swirling thoughts. Weaving was meditation, a way of ordering chaos, thread by thread. It demanded focus, patience, precision, qualities she needed now to sort through the tangle of her own feelings. The sun climbed towards its zenith, beating down fiercely. The air grew heavy with heat. Inside the hogan, her parents likely rested. Hostin was out with the sheep, seeking shade beneath a rocky overhang. Only Neil remained working in the direct glare, the wool absorbing the heat, the upright loom casting a sharp, inadequate shadow. The silence pressed in again, broken only by the whir of the wind and the steady thump-thump of her weaving comb hitting the tightening weft. She worked on the storm cloud, the indigo threads forming the dark mass. She reached for the white yarn again, preparing to add another flash of lightning. She pulled the thread taut, measuring its path, her mind momentarily absorbed in the technical precision of the craft. She brought the weaving comb down firmly, beating the thread into place. Snap. The sound was sharp, distinct in the quiet air. The white thread, pulled perhaps a fraction too tight by her preoccupied hand, had broken. A collective gasp seemed to hang in the air, held only by Neil herself. A snapped thread. It happened sometimes, of course. A weak spot in the yarn, an uneven tension. But today, in this moment, it felt like more than a simple accident. It felt like an omen. She stared at the broken white thread dangling uselessly from the warp, the jagged lightning bolt abruptly severed. It seemed to mock her efforts, a stark symbol of disruption, of fragility. The carefully constructed pattern, her attempt to impose order, was flawed, broken by a single, sudden failure. Like Samuel's axle repair, bound by shrinking rawhide, destined perhaps to fail under pressure. Like the fragile connection she had felt with the stranger, a brief spark threatened by the shadows of his past and the walls of his secrecy. Like the trust her people placed in the world beyond their borders, so often betrayed. A cold knot formed in Neil's stomach. The doubt she had been wrestling with coalesced into a sharp certainty. Something was wrong. Samuel wasn't just a trader down on his luck. The trouble to Hastien had sensed wasn't just misfortune. It was active, present, perhaps even pursuing him. And by offering even the smallest aid, the briefest sanctuary, had they inadvertently entangled themselves in his fate? Had the shadow he cast fallen not just over their land, but over their future? The broken thread seemed to vibrate slightly in the breeze, a stark white scar against the deep indigo cloud. The turquoise sky arched overhead, serene and impassive, but Neol no longer saw its beauty. She saw only the vast emptiness surrounding them, the distances that could swallow a man whole, the secrets the wind carried but refused to reveal fully. The threads of doubt had tightened, and one had just snapped, leaving behind a chilling premonition of the storm to come. Chapter 5. Echoes in the Canyon. The broken white thread on the loom felt like a sliver under Nail's skin, a persistent, irritating reminder of the disruption that had brushed against their lives and retreated, leaving only unease in its wake. The vibrant storm pattern she had been weaving with such focus now seemed stagnant, the colors dulled by her anxiety. The rhythm of the weaving comb, usually a grounding cadence, felt discordant, out of sync with the worried beating of her own heart. Her mother's words about balance, about finding Ho in the pattern, echoed in her mind, but balance felt impossibly distant. The threads of doubt were too tightly knotted, pulling everything askew. Samuel had been gone for most of the day now, swallowed by the vast indifference of the southern landscape. Logic dictated relief. Her father's stern disapproval, the palpable sense of trouble clinging to the stranger, the inherent danger of entanglement with an outsider carrying unknown burdens, all pointed towards the wisdom of letting him disappear, erasing his tracks from their land and their minds. Yet logic offered little solace against the insistent whisper of intuition, the cold premonition, sparked by the snapped thread, the image of his wagon lurching away, the fragile repair, a gamble against the harsh terrain, kept replaying in her thoughts. She needed space, not just the physical space of the immense plateau, but space away from the loom, away from the quiet, watchful eyes of her parents, away from the tangible reminders of the stranger's brief, unsettling presence. She needed the deep silence of the canyons, a place where the wind spoke differently, where the earth itself seemed to hold its breath and listen. There was a narrow canyon, a half-day's walk to the west, seldom visited except by those seeking specific herbs that grew only in its shaded, damp crevices. Its walls were sheer sandstone, carved by millennia of wind and infrequent violent floods. It was a place of deep shadows and surprising echoes, known to the people as Sei Deep Canyon. Her grandmother had taught her about the plants found there, the pale green lichen used for a specific shade of yellow dye, the hardy root that eased fevers, the small, tough plant whose fibers could be woven into incredibly strong cordage. It was the lichen Neil decided she needed, a reason plausible enough to explain her departure. She gathered a sturdy woven basket, a digging stick, and a small water skin, informing her mother of her intention. Astza looked at her daughter closely, her dark eyes missing little. She saw the restlessness in Neol's posture, the faint shadow beneath her eyes. Sei Deep Canyon is far for just lichen, Astza observed quietly, her voice gentle but probing. The sun is already high. The light is best now, for seeing the color true, Neol replied, keeping her gaze steady, and I feel the need for the walk. Astza held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded slowly. The earth listens to troubled hearts, she Yazi. Perhaps the canyon walls will hold your worries for a time. Be watchful. Return before the shadows grow too long. There was acceptance in her voice, but also a lingering caution. Neil set out, her moccasined feet finding the familiar, faint paths across the sandy earth. The sun beat down relentlessly from the turquoise sky, the heat radiating upwards, creating shimmering mirages on the horizon. The air was dry, tasting of dust and the faint, resinous scent of distant junipers. The only sounds were the crunch of her own footsteps, the occasional startled cry of a lizard darting for cover, and the immense, ever-present sigh of the wind sweeping across the open land. The vastness usually brought her peace, a sense of perspective. Today it felt oppressive, magnifying her solitude, her smallness against the scale of the landscape. Her thoughts, freed from the discipline of the loom, returned inevitably to Samuel. She pictured him on the trail south, his face grim, his eyes scanning the horizon, not just for the path, but for pursuit. She thought of the cracked axle, the strain on the rawhide bindings with every jolt and dip in the terrain. 2 days to Garcia's, she had told him. It seemed an optimistic estimate now, fraught with potential disaster. And what if he didn't make it? What if the axle snapped miles from any water source, any possibility of help? The desert was unforgiving. It claimed the unwary, the unlucky, the unprepared. Would anyone even know? Would he simply vanish, another nameless victim of the harsh land, his story untold, his secrets buried with his bones? The thought sent a chill through her despite the heat. She tried to push the images away, focusing on her surroundings. The subtle shifts in vegetation as the ground began to slope gently downwards, the changing colors of the rock formations, the way the shadows gathered beneath overhangs. This was her world, the world she understood. Samuel, with his pale eyes and hidden past, belonged elsewhere. He was an anomaly, a disruption. Yet the memory of his vulnerability, the brief moment of connection when she had tended his wound, refused to fade. It was a stubborn thread, interwoven now with her apprehension. As she drew nearer the canyon region, the land became more broken, cut by dry washes and arroyos, the sandstone rising in weathered fins and pillars. The entrance to Tsei Deep Canyon wasn't dramatic, just a gradual narrowing of the land, a cleft in the earth that deepened almost imperceptibly at first. The air grew slightly cooler as the nascent walls began to rise on either side, blocking the direct force of the sun. The silence here was different, deeper, more resonant. Footsteps echoed faintly, magnified by the enclosing rock. She followed the winding path downwards, the canyon walls climbing steadily higher, becoming sheer cliffs of red and orange sandstone, striated with darker bands of desert varnish. High above, the strip of turquoise sky seemed impossibly narrow, a river of light flowing between towering banks of stone. Down here, in the perpetual twilight of the canyon floor, the world felt ancient, secretive. The air was still, heavy with the scent of damp earth, cool stone, and the faint, almost metallic tang of minerals leaching from the rock. Patches of stubborn vegetation clung to the base of the cliffs and sprouted from crevices, hardy shrubs, tenacious grasses, and in the most shaded, protected spots, the pale, crusty formations of the lichen she sought. She set down her basket and began to work, carefully scraping the delicate lichen from the rock face with her digging stick. It was slow, meticulous work, requiring patience and a gentle hand. As she worked, the silence of the canyon seemed to press in on her. It wasn't an empty silence, but one filled with tiny sounds, usually masked by the wind, the drip of unseen water somewhere deep in the rock, the rustle of unseen creatures in the sparse undergrowth, the faint sigh of air currents moving through the narrow passage, and the echoes, every scrape of her stick against the rock, every dislodged pebble skittering down a slope, reverberated, bouncing between the sheer walls, returning to her ears slightly altered, distorted. It was in this profound quiet, surrounded by the echoes of her own small movements, that her thoughts about Samuel became louder, more insistent. The canyon felt like a place where secrets were held, where whispers could linger for centuries. What secrets did Samuel carry? The horn button felt heavy in her pouch. It spoke of a life inconsistent with his current state. Had he fallen from grace, been cast out, or had he fled? She recalled the tracks Hosteen had seen the single rider, shadowing the wagon before turning west. Westward lay even rougher, more desolate country, stretches of badlands and broken mesas bordering Utah territory. Not a direction one took lightly. Was the rider an associate or a pursuer? If a pursuer, Samuel's attempt to reach Garcia's to the south might be a feint, a desperate bid to throw them off his trail. Perhaps his true destination lay elsewhere, hidden in the rugged western lands. Perhaps the broken axle wasn't just misfortune, but the result of a desperate flight, pushing his wagon too hard over terrain it couldn't handle. A sudden clatter of falling stones from high up on the canyon rim made her jump, her heart leaping into her throat. She froze, every sense straining, scanning the shadowed cliffs above. Had she dislodged them herself? Or was it something else? An animal? Or someone watching? The silence rushed back in, heavier than before. There was nothing, only the towering walls, the narrow strip of sky, the deep shadows pooling on the canyon floor. But the sense of being observed lingered, prickling the back of her neck. She forced herself to resume gathering the lichen, but her movements were hurried now, her earlier focus shattered. The canyon, which had promised solitude and clarity, now felt claustrophobic, watchful. The echoes seemed to carry whispers just beyond the range of hearing. Were they just the tricks of the wind and rock, or the reverberations of her own fear? She filled her basket quickly, needing only a small amount of the potent lichen for the dye. Straightening up, she took a long drink from her water skin, the cool liquid barely soothing the dryness in her throat. It was time to leave, to return to the open plateau, to the familiar presence of her family. As she turned to retrace her steps, preparing to climb back out of the deepening shadows, another sound reached her. Faint, distant, but distinct in the resonant silence of the canyon. Pop. A single sharp report, different from falling rock, flatter, more metallic. It followed after a pause that stretched her nerves taut by another. Pop. Gunshot. They came from the south, the direction Samuel had taken, far enough away that the sound was muffled, robbed of its sharp edge by distance and the intervening terrain, but unmistakable. Gunshots in the empty desert were rarely benign. They meant hunting, perhaps, or target practice, though that seemed unlikely out here. Or they meant conflict, trouble. Neil stood frozen, the water skin slipping slightly in her suddenly nerveless fingers. Her blood ran cold. 2 shots, fired in relatively quick succession. Was it Samuel? Had he encountered trouble? Had the phantom rider from the west circled back? Or had someone else entirely crossed his path? She strained her ears, listening with an intensity that made her head ache. The silence returned, absolute, profound. No answering shots, no shouts, no sound of horses galloping either in pursuit or flight. Nothing but the vast, indifferent quiet of the desert, swallowing the echoes of violence as easily as it swallowed the light. The implication settled heavily in her chest. Samuel, alone with a crippled wagon, possibly injured, now potentially facing armed confrontation. The fragile repair, the weary horses, his own exhaustion, he would be vulnerable, easily overtaken. The image of the bloodstain on his shirt flashed in her mind, stark and ominous. Her first instinct was caution, the ingrained wisdom of her people. Trouble involving Bilagana guns was best avoided. It rarely ended well for the Dine caught in the middle. Her father's warning resonated strongly. It is best he is gone from our fire. She should turn, climb out of the canyon, return to the safety of her family, and forget the faint, disturbing sounds. But the memory of Samuel's eyes, the sadness and weariness she'd seen there, held her fast. The simple act of kindness she had shown him, applying the salve, created a thread of connection, however tenuous. Could she simply walk away, knowing he might be injured or worse, leaving him to whatever fate had just announced itself with those two sharp reports? Compassion warred fiercely with self-preservation. It was the core of the dilemma he represented, the conflict between the insular safety of her world and the dangerous pull of the unknown, embodied by the troubled stranger. The canyon walls seemed to lean closer, the shadows deepening as the sun continued its westward arc. The echoes lingered, not just of the gunshots, but of her own internal conflict. To interfere was to invite danger into their lives, to risk shattering the fragile peace of their existence. To do nothing felt like a betrayal, not necessarily of Samuel, whom she barely knew, but of her own spirit, the part of her that recognized suffering and felt compelled to act. She looked down at the basket of lichen in her hand, its pale color a stark contrast to the dark thoughts swirling within her. She had come seeking clarity, but the canyon had only offered echoes, magnifying her doubts and fears, presenting her with the raw sound of potential violence. Slowly, decisively, she shifted the basket's weight on her arm. She looked south, down the winding path of the canyon, the direction from which the sounds had come, the direction Samuel had traveled. Then she looked back up the path leading out, towards home, towards safety. The choice hung in the balance, heavy as the silent stone surrounding her. The wind, sighing through the upper reaches of the canyon, seemed to whisper a question, carrying the faint, lingering scent of gunpowder on its breath. The path back to the loom felt suddenly longer, steeper, overshadowed by the echoes from the south. She took a breath, the cool, damp air doing little to calm the frantic beating of her heart, and made her first step, not towards the exit, but deeper into the canyon's embrace, towards the fading resonance of trouble. Chapter 6. The Weight of Tradition. Each step, Neil took deeper into Tsei. Deep Canyon felt heavier than the last, as if the silence, left in the wake of the gunshots, had solidified, pressing down on her shoulders. The decision to turn towards the unsettling echoes rather than towards the safety of home felt rash, almost reckless, a betrayal of the caution instilled in her since childhood. The air, cooler now, in the deep shadows cast by the towering sandstone walls, did little to soothe the anxious heat prickling beneath her skin. The basket of lichen bumped rhythmically against her hip, a tangible reminder of her original, safer purpose, now abandoned for this uncertain, potentially perilous quest. Her moccasins made whispering sounds on the sandy floor, sounds that seemed unnaturally loud in the profound quiet. The canyon twisted and turned, revealing new vistas of sheer rock, sculpted arches, and shadowed alcoves with each bend. High above, the ribbon of turquoise sky seemed to narrow further, emphasizing her isolation, her vulnerability. She moved slowly, cautiously, her eyes scanning the cliffs above for any sign of movement, her ears straining for any sound beyond her own breathing and footsteps. The memory of the clattering stones earlier, the feeling of being watched, returned with unnerving clarity. Was she walking towards danger, or was danger already aware of her presence? The weight of tradition settled upon her, as tangible as the stone walls enclosing her. She could almost hear her grandmother's voice, soft but firm, recounting the stories of the long walk wheeledy, the forced march, the starvation, the cruelty of the soldiers, the Bilagana promises that turned to dust. Those stories weren't just history. They were warnings woven into the fabric of their lives, lessons learned in blood and sorrow. Trust comes slowly, like rain in a drought. Distrust is the shadow that keeps you safe. Her father's stoic face rose in her mind, his disapproval of the stranger clear and unwavering. Tehestian embodied the quiet strength, the deep connection to the land, and the protective vigilance that defined their people. He understood the delicate balance of their existence, the need to guard their boundaries against intrusion, physical or otherwise. He had seen the disruption Samuel brought, the subtle discord sown by his mere presence, his secrets, his unexplained origins. Let the wind take his tracks, he had said. It was sound advice rooted in generations of experience. To follow those tracks, especially after hearing gunfire, was to deliberately court disharmony, to invite Hoxo the chaos, the ugliness that stands opposite Hosho, into their lives. Why was she doing this? Was it simple compassion for a fellow being in distress, even a distrusted outsider? Or was it something more complex, more selfish? That flicker of connection she'd felt, the unsettling depth in Samuel's pale eyes, the shared moment of vulnerability when she tended his wound. Had these brief encounters sown a seed of dangerous curiosity, a fascination with the unknown that outweighed prudence? Was she drawn to the mystery he represented, the hint of a world beyond the familiar horizons of Dineta, even if that world was fraught with peril? The teachings of the holy people emphasized harmony, living in balance with the land, the community, the spirits. Interference in the affairs of others, especially outsiders whose paths were unclear, whose motives were hidden, was discouraged. It could disrupt the delicate web of relationships, attract unwanted attention, and bring misfortune not just upon oneself, but upon one's family, one's clan. By walking deeper into this canyon, towards the echo of violence, wasn't she actively pulling at those threads, risking the harmony her parents guarded so carefully? She paused beneath a towering overhang, the rock face above stained with dark streaks of desert varnish, resembling ancient tears. She touched the cool stone, seeking grounding. The silence was absolute now. No birds called, no insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The gunshots felt both recent and terrifyingly distant, swallowed by the immensity of the rock and sky. Had she imagined them? Was her anxiety projecting dangers that weren't there? No, the sounds had been real, sharp, distinct, metallic. She thought of the broken thread on her loom, a simple accident, yet it felt like a symbol of this moment, of the path she had chosen. She was stepping away from the familiar pattern, venturing into the unknown, risking a tear in the fabric of her own life. The horn button in her pouch felt like a cold weight against her hip, a tangible link to the man whose fate now seemed inexplicably, dangerously intertwined with her own thoughts. What would her mother say? Asked Za, with her quiet wisdom, her understanding of the heart's complexities. The mind must weigh what the heart feels. Neil knew her heart felt a confusing mix of pity, curiosity, and a strange, nascent empathy for the guarded stranger. But her mind screamed warnings, echoing the lessons of her ancestors, the caution of her father, the inherent dangers of the Bilagana world that Samuel seemed to carry with him like a shroud. She pressed onward, the internal conflict making each step a conscious effort. The canyon floor began to widen slightly here, opening into a small, sandy basin littered with fallen rocks and clumps of hardy greasewood. This area showed signs of more frequent passage, perhaps an old trail used seasonally by hunters or travelers seeking a path through the rugged landscape. And it was here, in the smoother sand, that she saw them. Tracks, not the old, wind-scoured tracks of occasional passers-by. These were fresh, very fresh, the distinct imprint of shod horses, at least 3, maybe 4, moving at speed. Their hooves had churned the sand, leaving deep crescent divots and scattered pebbles in their wake. They were headed south, the same direction Samuel had taken, the same direction from which the gunshots had echoed. Her breath caught in her throat. These weren't Samuel's horses. She knew the look of their prints from around the hogan. These were different animals, ridden hard. Pursuers? Hostein's sighting of the lone rider veering west now seemed less significant than this evidence of multiple riders heading directly south on Samuel's trail. Her gaze followed the tracks across the basin. They led towards a narrow passage between 2 massive boulders. Beyond that passage, the canyon presumably continued its southward course. Had the confrontation happened further down? Were these the men who had fired the shots? Or were they racing towards the sound just as she was, drawn by the violence? Hesitantly, she approached the tracks, squatting down for a closer look, her heart pounding against her ribs, alongside the hoof prints, near the edge of the basin where the riders had likely paused or slowed momentarily. She saw something else, a glint of metal in the sand. With trembling fingers, she reached out and picked it up. It was small, brassy, and cylindrical, a spent cartridge casing still faintly warm to the touch. She straightened up slowly, the small piece of metal heavy in her palm. Proof? The gunshots hadn't been imagined. They had happened recently and likely nearby. Someone had fired a gun here, or very close by. The riders had passed through shortly after, perhaps investigating the shots themselves, or perhaps they were the source. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of her conflicted thoughts. This was no longer about vague apprehension or intuitive warnings. This was real danger, confirmed by tracks and the tangible remnant of gunfire. Samuel, with his damaged wagon, would have been moving slowly. If these riders were pursuing him, they would have overtaken him easily. The weight of tradition pressed down again, heavier than ever. Turn back. Now, this is not your fight. This path leads only to sorrow. The faces of her parents, the safety of the Hogan fire, the familiar rhythm of the loom all called to her, urging retreat. To continue now wasn't just foolish. It was a deliberate defiance of everything she had been taught, a conscious step into the heart of the danger her father had sensed. Yet, the image of Samuel, turning his back to her, trusting her to tend his wound, flickered in her mind. The weariness in his eyes, the hint of desperation beneath the guarded exterior. Had he been caught? Was he lying injured somewhere down this canyon? Perhaps even now watching these riders pass, helpless, the thought was unbearable. She looked down the narrow passage where the tracks disappeared. The canyon beyond seemed darker, more forbidding. What lay around the next bend? Samuel's abandoned wagon, signs of a struggle, or the riders themselves waiting in ambush or resting after their violent encounter? Her hand closed tightly around the warm brass casing. It felt like a choice solidified, a point of no return. The echoes of the gunshots had faded, but the reality they represented was now starkly present. The weight of tradition urged her back, towards safety and the familiar patterns of her life. But another weight, unexpected and insistent, the weight of a stranger's vulnerability, the weight of unanswered questions, the weight of a compassion that defied logic, pulled her forward. She stood at the crossroads, the silence of the canyon amplifying the frantic drumming of her heart. The choice stark beneath the narrow slice of impassive turquoise sky. The path back was clear, but the path forward, shrouded in shadow and danger, held the answer she felt compelled, against all wisdom, to find. Chapter 7. A Bargain. Struck in death. The decision once made settled into a cold resolve in Niall's belly, pushing aside the clamor of fear and doubt, at least for the moment. Holding the spent cartridge casing tightly in her fist, she took a deep breath and stepped through the narrow passage between the boulders, leaving the relatively open basin behind, and committing herself fully to the southward path into the deeper, more shadowed reaches of Sei Deep Canyon. The air immediately felt heavier here, the towering walls pressing closer, absorbing sound and light. The tracks of the riders were starkly clear in the fine sand of the canyon floor, a brutal signature of their passage. She moved with heightened senses, her eyes scanning every crevice and overhang, her ears straining for any sound, the jingle of a harness, a horse's snort, a human voice. The silence was profound, almost unnerving. It felt less like peace and more like the held breath before a storm breaks. She followed the tracks cautiously, placing her feet carefully to minimize noise, staying close to the canyon wall where the shadows were deepest. Every few yards she paused, listening intently, peering around the next bend before proceeding. The canyon floor here was littered with more fallen rocks, evidence of the constant, slow erosion that shaped this place. Progress was slow, nerve-wracking. The weight of her decision felt immense, a physical burden added to the basket of lichen bumping against her side. What would she do if she found the riders? Confront them? She had only her small cutting knife and a digging stick against men armed with firearms. The thought was ludicrous, suicidal. Her only hope was to observe, unseen, and perhaps find some way to help Samuel if he was still alive and needed it. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely only 10 or 15 minutes of cautious progress, the canyon took a sharper turn. As she peered around the edge of a massive sandstone buttress, her heart leaped into her throat. There it was, Samuel's wagon. It stood skewed at an angle, one rear wheel lodged awkwardly against a large boulder, the other hanging free where the ground dipped slightly. The makeshift repair on the axle housing had failed catastrophically. The oak splints were splintered. The rawhide binding snapped and frayed. The axle itself hadn't broken clean through, but it was sagging badly. The wheel tilted at an impossible angle. The wagon was utterly crippled, immobile. But it was the scene around the wagon that made her blood run cold. Samuel was there, slumped against the side of the wagon box, his head bowed, his hands bound tightly behind his back with what looked like his own belt. Dust coated his hair and clothes, and there was a fresh, dark bruise blooming on his temple, near his hairline. He looked utterly defeated, stripped of his earlier guardedness, replaced now by a grim resignation. His horses were gone. So were the riders whose tracks she had followed, the only tracks remaining. Near the wagon, besides Samuel's own scuffed boot prints indicating a brief struggle, were those of the departed horses heading further south down the canyon. They hadn't lingered. They had disabled the wagon, subdued Samuel, taken his horses and ridden on. Why? Why not take him with them, or kill him outright? Neil ducked back behind the buttress, pressing herself flat against the cool rock, her mind racing. They had left him alive, bound, injured, weaponless, horseless, with a broken wagon in the middle of nowhere. It was a death sentence, just a slower, crueler one than a bullet, left to the elements, dehydration, starvation, or perhaps to whatever creatures roamed the canyon at night. Why such calculated cruelty? What had he done to earn such enemies? She risked another quick look. Samuel hadn't moved. He seemed barely conscious, slumped against the wagon, the relentless sun beating down on his exposed head. He needed water, shelter, help, but approaching him now felt incredibly dangerous. Were the riders truly gone? Or had they left someone behind watching from the cliffs above? Her earlier feeling of being observed returned with chilling intensity. She scanned the canyon rim slowly, meticulously, searching for any sign of movement, any glint of sunlight off metal, any unnatural shape among the rocks. Nothing. Only the impassive stone, the harsh shadows, the vast silent sky. Still, the feeling persisted. Her gaze returned to Samuel. His stillness was alarming. Was he badly hurt? The bruise on his temple looked nasty. Had they struck him hard enough to cause serious injury? She had to get closer, assess his condition, try to help him if she could, but how? Walking out into the open space around the wagon felt like stepping into a trap. Taking another deep breath, she slipped the spent cartridge casing back into her pouch alongside the horn button, tangible pieces of a dangerous puzzle. She began to edge her way along the canyon wall, using the scattered boulders and sparse bushes as cover, moving towards a position closer to the wagon, but still downstream from it, keeping the massive rock buttress between herself and the direction the riders had departed. From this new vantage point, partially concealed behind a thick clump of resilient greasewood, she had a clearer view. Samuel stirred slightly, groaning softly, confirming he was alive at least. He tried to shift his position against the wagon, his bound hands straining uselessly behind him. His face, when he momentarily lifted his head, was etched with pain and a profound weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. His pale eyes scanned the immediate vicinity, finding nothing but rock and dust. He didn't seem aware of her presence. The silence stretched, broken only by Samuel's occasional, pained breaths and the incessant, low sigh of the wind funneling through the canyon. Neole remained hidden, wrestling with her next move. Releasing him seemed the obvious, compassionate thing to do. But what then? He was injured, without transport or supplies beyond what little remained in the wagon. They were deep in a remote canyon, potentially being watched, and enemies who had left him for dead once might return to finish the job. Helping him wasn't just a matter of cutting his bonds. It meant taking responsibility for his survival, entangling her fate completely with his dangerous circumstances. She thought of her family, of her father's disapproval, her mother's worry. Returning to the Hogan with an injured, hunted Bilagana in tow was unthinkable. It would bring the trouble Tohastian had feared directly to their doorstep, yet leaving him here, bound and helpless, felt equally impossible. It was Samuel himself who inadvertently forced her hand. With a surge of effort, fueled by desperation, he managed to push himself away from the wagon slightly, trying to get his feet under him. He swayed unsteadily, his head swimming, the bruise on his temple pulsing darkly. He stumbled, his bound hands throwing him off balance, and fell heavily onto the sand, letting out a sharp cry of pain as his already injured shoulder took the impact. He lay there, face down in the dust, gasping for breath, utterly spent. That image broke through Neil's paralysis. Caution warred with compassion, and compassion won. She couldn't watch him suffer like this. Taking one last sweeping glance at the silent cliffs, she slipped out from behind the greasewood, her knife already drawn from the pouch at her waist. She moved quickly, quietly across the sand, her moccasins making almost no sound. Samuel heard her approach, though. He tensed, trying to lift his head, fear and suspicion flashing in his eyes as he saw her figure emerging from the shadows. "Stay back," he rasped, his voice hoarse, trying to push himself up with his elbows, a futile effort. Neil stopped a few feet away, holding the knife where he could see it, but keeping the blade pointed downwards. "I mean no harm," she said softly, her Navajo clear and calm. "I heard the shots. I came to see—" He stared at her, his pale eyes narrowed, searching her face for any sign of deceit. He saw the basket of lichen, the digging stick tucked into her sash, the lack of aggression in her stance. He saw the genuine concern warring with apprehension in her dark eyes. The fight seemed to drain out of him, replaced by a weary disbelief. "You followed me?" he breathed, his voice rough with dust and pain. "I was in the canyon," she replied simply, avoiding a direct admission. She knelt beside him, careful to keep out of range if he were to lash out unexpectedly. "Who did this? Who were those riders?" He closed his eyes briefly, a spasm of pain crossing his face. "Men I owe a debt to," he muttered evasively. "Or rather, men who believe I owe them something I don't have." He opened his eyes again, his gaze sharp despite the pain. "They took my horses, disabled the wagon, left me for the coyotes." "Why didn't they kill you?" Niol asked, voicing the question that troubled her most. A grim, humorless smile touched his lips. "Are you going to cut me loose?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. He wasn't just asking for freedom. He was asking her to intervene, to choose a side, to accept the risks that came with helping him. Neol hesitated for only a heartbeat. She had already crossed the threshold by approaching him. There was no turning back now. "Yes," she said firmly. She moved behind him, her knife slicing easily through the thick leather belt binding his wrists. Samuel rubbed his chafed wrists, flexing his fingers slowly as circulation returned. He pushed himself into a sitting position, leaning heavily against the wagon wheel, his face pale and drawn. He looked at Niall, his expression a complex mixture of gratitude, suspicion, and sheer exhaustion. "Why?" he asked, his voice low. "Why risk helping me? Your father, he didn't trust me. You shouldn't either." "My father teaches caution," Neol replied, meeting his gaze steadily. "My mother teaches compassion. The holy people teach that life is sacred. Leaving you here bound, that is not our way." She tucked the knife back into its sheath. "But my father is right. There's trouble following you. Deep trouble." Samuel looked away, staring out at the unforgiving landscape. "Trouble doesn't begin to cover it," he admitted, his voice barely audible. "I thought I could outrun it, find a place, start over. But the past has long legs." He looked back at her, a new intensity in his eyes. "Those men, they won't be satisfied with just leaving me here. They took my horses as an insult, to slow me down, make me suffer, but they'll circle back. They want what they think I took." "What did you take?" Neol asked quietly. He hesitated, his jaw tightening. The old guardedness returned, battling with his current vulnerability. "Something that doesn't belong to them," he said finally, evasively. "Something they killed for." He rubbed his bruised temple. They think I know where it's hidden. The air grew thick with unspoken danger. Killed for. Hidden. These were words that led to more violence, more death. Neol felt a cold dread seep into her bones. She had freed him, but what had she unleashed? They will come back, Samuel repeated, his gaze sweeping the canyon rims again, paranoia mixing with genuine fear. Maybe soon. We need to get out of here. Now. How? Neol asked, gesturing towards the useless wagon, the empty space where the horses should be. We are miles from anywhere, on foot. Samuel pushed himself painfully to his feet, leaning heavily on the wagon for support. He swayed slightly, but determination hardened his features. There might be another way, a place nearby, shelter, maybe even horses if my luck hasn't completely run out. He looked at her, his pale eyes searching her face and assessing her resolve. But I can't get there alone, not like this. He was asking for more than just help. He was proposing an alliance, a shared journey into further danger. He was offering a bargain, struck not with goods or silver, but in the dust and desperation of the canyon floor. Her help, her knowledge of the terrain, her strength in exchange for what? A chance at survival? Answers to the questions that surrounded him? Or simply deeper entanglement in his deadly affairs? Where? Neol asked, her voice steady despite the tremor she felt inside. What place? Samuel glanced around again as if checking for eavesdroppers, though only the silent rocks bore witness. He lowered his voice. An old line cabin, abandoned, tucked away in the folds of these canyons not far from here, belonged to a rancher who ran cattle through here years ago, before the territory lines were drawn so tight. It's hidden, defensible. There might be supplies cached there, maybe even an old pack mule someone forgot. He paused, his gaze locking with hers. Will you guide me? Help me reach it? It's my only chance. The bargain lay before her, stark and demanding. To agree was to turn her back completely on the safety and tradition of her world, to cast her lot with this hunted stranger and his violent past. To refuse was to leave him to his fate, a fate likely sealed by the returning riders. The weight of his life, and potentially her own, rested on her answer. The wind gusted suddenly, swirling dust around their feet, blurring the tracks, erasing the immediate past, leaving only the harsh reality of the present and the terrifying uncertainty of the future. Beneath the silent gaze of the turquoise sky, Neol looked into the depths of Samuel's desperate eyes and made her choice, sealing the bargain struck in dust. I will guide you, she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet carrying the finality of an oath. Chapter 8. Secrets Carried on the Breeze. The bargain struck, a fragile alliance, forged in desperation and sealed by Nile's quiet promise, hung heavy in the stagnant air of the canyon. Samuel's relief was palpable, a visible easing of the tension in his shoulders, though the lines of pain and exhaustion remained deeply etched on his face. He gave her a curt nod, a silent acknowledgement of the immense risk she was taking, the profound trust he was placing in her knowledge of this unforgiving land. We can't stay here, he urged, his voice regaining some of its strength. Fueled now by a flicker of hope, he pushed himself away from the dubious support of the broken wagon, swaying slightly. They could circle back any time. We need to move. Now? Neil nodded, her mind already working, assessing their immediate needs. Samuel was injured, weakened, and clearly suffering from the blow to his head. The sun, though beginning its slow descent towards the western rim, still beat down fiercely into the canyon, reflecting off the rock wall, creating an oven-like heat. They needed water, shelter, and concealment quickly. "We can't take much," she said, her practical nature taking over. "Only what we can carry easily. Water is most important." Samuel gestured towards the wagon. "There's a larger water skin inside, almost full, and some dried meat, jerky, not much else they didn't take or ruin." He grimaced, touching his bruised temple. "My rifle, they took my rifle." The loss was clearly a significant blow, leaving him feeling even more vulnerable. Neol quickly retrieved the larger water skin from the wagon's shadowed interior, checking its weight. It was reassuringly heavy. She found a small canvas pouch containing strips of tough, dried, jerky, meager rations, but better than nothing. She added these to her own small supply in her basket, which already contained her water skin, the lichen, her knife, and the digging stick. Samuel watched her, leaning heavily against the wagon wheel, his breathing shallow and uneven. "The cabin?" Neil said, securing the waterskin strap over her shoulder. "You said it's not far?" Samuel nodded, wincing as the movement jarred his head. Maybe 2 miles. Follow the canyon south for a ways, then take a side passage almost hidden. Climbs up towards the west rim." He pointed vaguely, his hand trembling slightly. "It's been years since I was last there. The trail might be overgrown, hard to find." "I know these canyons," Neil stated simply, though her knowledge was mostly of the main passages and those leading to specific resources not necessarily hidden Bilagana cabins. Still, she projected confidence, hoping to bolster his flagging spirits and her own. "We will find it." She helped him take another long drink of water, noting the slight tremor in his hands, the pallor beneath his dusty skin. He was in worse shape than he was letting on. The blow to his head, combined with the heat, exhaustion, and his previous injury, was taking a heavy toll. 2 miles might as well be 20 in his condition, especially if the path involved climbing. "Lean on me," she offered, moving to his side, slipping her shoulder under his arm. He hesitated for a moment, pride warring with necessity, then reluctantly accepted her support. His weight was considerable, even lean as he was, and she staggered slightly before finding her balance. He felt feverish, his skin hot beneath the thin fabric of his shirt. "We must hide our tracks," Neil murmured, glancing back at the telltale signs of their presence around the wagon, "as much as possible." Using her digging stick and a broken piece of brush found nearby, she worked quickly, trying to obscure the scuff marks, the signs of struggle, and her own footprints leading away from the wagon. It was a crude effort, easily deciphered by skilled trackers, but it might buy them a little time, create a moment of confusion if the riders returned soon. Samuel watched her, his expression unreadable, his reliance on her, a Navajo woman he barely knew, clearly weighing on him. With Samuel leaning heavily on her, they began to move south, deeper into the canyon, following the tracks of the departed riders. Their progress was agonizingly slow. Samuel stumbled frequently, his legs unsteady, his head obviously pounding. Neol bore his weight patiently, adjusting her pace to his, her own muscles beginning to ache under the strain. She scanned the trail ahead, the canyon walls, the sky above, every nerve ending alive with tension, expecting at any moment to hear the sound of approaching horses, the glint of sunlight off a rifle barrel. The silence remained unbroken, save for their own labored breathing, the scuff of their feet on the sandy floor, and the persistent whisper of the wind swirling around the rock formations. The wind. Neil became acutely aware of it, not just as a physical force, but as a carrier of scents, sounds, secrets. It eddied around them, sometimes cool from the shadows, sometimes warm off the sun-baked rock. It seemed to pick up the dust of their passage, the scent of their fear and exertion, and carry it away, perhaps as a warning, perhaps as an invitation. As they walked, the forced proximity, the shared struggle for survival, began to chip away at the barriers between them. Samuel, weakened and dependent, seemed less guarded, his carefully constructed walls crumbling under the assault of pain and necessity. Neil, focused on the immediate tasks of navigation and support, found her own apprehension overlaid with a growing sense of responsibility, a fierce determination to get them both to safety. These men, Neil asked quietly, breaking the silence after a long stretch of labored walking, needing to understand the danger they faced. Why are they so determined? What is it they believe you took? Samuel was silent for several steps, his breathing harsh. Neil glanced at his face, saw the internal struggle reflected in his tightly clenched jaw, the flicker of old secrets in his pale eyes. The wind gusted, swirling dust around them, carrying the faint scent of juniper and something else, something metallic, like the faint tang she'd smelled near his wagon earlier. Gold, he finally said, the word barely audible, raspy and low. Not dust, not nuggets panned from some stream, coins, bars, stolen gold. Neil's steps faltered for a moment. Gold. The word itself carried weight, a heavy history of greed, violence, and betrayal in this land. It lured men, drove them mad, pitted friend against friend, settler against native. It was the source of countless conflicts, countless sorrows. Stolen from who? She pressed gently. He sighed, a ragged sound. From a payroll shipment, Army payroll, ambushed near Fort Defiance months ago. Soldiers killed, guards murdered. They blamed Apaches, of course. Ways easier to blame the Indians. He shifted his weight, leaning more heavily on her. But it wasn't Apaches. It was a man named Cutter. Jeb Cutter and his crew, the same men who were just here. The name Cutter meant nothing to Nile, but the story resonated with familiar, bitter echoes. Blaming natives for crimes committed by whites was a common, convenient tactic. Fort Defiance, that was not far. Situated at the edge of Navajo territory, an army payroll robbery was serious, the kind of crime that brought relentless pursuit, not just from the law, but from others seeking the spoils. Were you part of it? Neil asked, the question tasting like ash in her mouth. Was this man she was helping a murderer, a thief? Samuel shook his head vehemently, though the movement cost him a sharp grimace of pain. No, gods, no. I wasn't with them, but I knew one of them, a man named Finn. We rode together years back, trapping up north, got ourselves into some trouble, owed the wrong people. We parted ways on bad terms. He paused, gathering his breath. Months later, Finn shows up out of the blue, dying, gut-shot and rambling about Cutter, the robbery, the gold. He said Cutter double-crossed the rest of the crew, him included, killed some, scattered the others. Finn escaped, but barely. He told me where he thought Cutter hid the payroll before he died. He stopped walking, leaning against the canyon wall, his eyes closed, sweat beading on his pale forehead. Neil offered him the water skin again. He drank deeply, gratefully. Why tell you? Neil asked, her mind trying to piece together the fractured narrative. Samuel opened his eyes, his gaze distant, haunted. Maybe, Maybe he wanted revenge on Cutter. Maybe he thought I could use the information, get the gold myself. Or maybe he was just delirious, wanting someone to know the truth before he died. He looked at Neil, a desperate sincerity in his eyes. I didn't want anything to do with it, Niall. Stolen gold, blood money. It's cursed. I just wanted to get away, disappear. I started trading, trying to build a quiet life. But somehow, Cutter found out Finn had talked to me before he died. He thinks I know where the stash is hidden. Do you? Neol asked, the question hanging between them, sharp as a shard of obsidian. He met her gaze directly. Finn was rambling, half mad with pain. He mentioned landmarks, a red bluff shaped like a sleeping bear, a cave hidden behind a waterfall, places that could be anywhere in this territory, or nowhere at all. He wasn't making much sense. He ran a trembling hand through his dusty hair. Cutter doesn't believe me. He thinks I'm holding out, that I found it already, or know exactly where it is. He's been hunting me for weeks. That's why I took the northern track, trying to shake him. Pushed the wagon too hard. His voice trailed off, the conclusion obvious. So, the trouble wasn't just misfortune. It was a relentless pursuit, fueled by greed and suspicion. Cutter and his men hadn't killed Samuel because they still believed he held the key to a fortune. Leaving him stranded was a tactic, a way to break him, to make him desperate enough to reveal the location, real or imagined, of the stolen gold. And they would be back. The wind swirled again, stronger this time, moaning softly as it passed through a narrow constriction in the canyon ahead. It carried the scent of distant rain, a promise that rarely materialized in this season, and the closer, sharper scent of damp earth. Neil sniffed the air. Water nearby, perhaps the hidden side passage Samuel mentioned. This way, Samuel mumbled, pointing towards a barely discernible break in the canyon wall to their right, partially obscured by a thick growth of thorny mesquite. The passage should be there. Neil carefully guided him towards the opening. Pushing aside the sharp branches, she found it not a true canyon, but a narrow, steep draw cutting sharply upwards towards the western rim, choked with loose rock and scrubby vegetation. The air flowing out of it was noticeably cooler, damper. "This is it?" she asked, doubt creeping into her voice. It looked treacherous, barely a game trail. Samuel nodded, leaning heavily against the rock face at the entrance. "It climbs steeply, Picard, but it's hidden from the main canyon. The cabin is up there, near the top." The climb looked daunting, especially for Samuel in his weakened state, but staying in the main canyon was suicide. With renewed determination, Neil helped Samuel into the narrow passage. The ascent was brutal. The footing was unstable, loose scree shifting under their weight. Thorny bushes clawed at their clothes. Samuel gasped for breath, stumbling frequently, relying almost entirely on Neil's strength to keep him moving upwards. She gritted her teeth against the strain, her muscles burning, her own breath coming in ragged gasps. They climbed in silence, the only sounds their harsh breathing and the scrape of their feet on the loose rock. The secret Samuel had revealed seemed to hang in the air around them, heavy and dangerous. Stolen gold, murder, ruthless pursuit. She was now inextricably linked to it, her fate tied to his survival, her path diverging sharply from the familiar ways of her people. The weight of tradition felt like a physical ache in her shoulders, competing with the strain of supporting Samuel. As they neared what seemed to be the top of the steep draw, the wind picked up again. Funneling down from the rim, it carried secrets on its breath, whispering through the sparse pines clinging to the higher slopes. It carried the scent of cool pine needles, damp earth, wood smoke. Wood smoke? Neil froze, pulling Samuel to a halt beside her. Her eyes scanned the area above them, just below the canyon rim where the slope began to level out slightly. Wood smoke meant fire. Fire meant people. Was the cabin truly abandoned, or had someone else found it? Perhaps Cutter's men lying in wait. Samuel had smelled it too. Fear widened his eyes, erasing the lines of pain for a moment. Smoke, he whispered, his voice tight. It should be empty. They crouched low behind a cluster of weathered boulders concealed by shadows and stunted junipers. Neol peered cautiously over the rocks. Through the trees, perhaps 50 yards ahead, nestled against a protective overhang of the cliff face, she could just make out the dark shape of a small, dilapidated structure. A log cabin, crudely built, its roof sagging, and curling lazily from its mud and stick chimney, a thin tendril of gray smoke. Someone was indeed there. The sanctuary Samuel had hoped for was occupied. The bargain struck in dust suddenly felt like a trap about to spring shut. The secrets carried on the breeze had led them not to safety, but potentially into the very heart of the danger they sought to escape. Chapter 9. The Hogan fire burns low. Back at the familiar cluster of Hogans, the sun bled orange and crimson across the western horizon, painting the undersides of the few high, wispy clouds with fire. The vast turquoise sky of midday had deepened to indigo overhead, pierced by the first tentative stars. The air cooled rapidly, carrying the scent of dusk dust settling, the faint perfume of desert blooms opening for the night, and the comforting aroma of roasting mutton fat dripping onto the embers of the central fire outside the main hogan. But comfort was a fragile thing tonight. The usual peace of evening, the quiet rhythm of lives lived in harmony with the land and the setting sun, felt fractured, incomplete. Neol was missing. Asadza moved with a forced calmness, tending the fire, turning the skewered pieces of mutton, her hands performing the familiar tasks automatically while her mind wrestled with a growing unease. She had watched Neol walk west towards Tsei Deep Canyon hours ago, ostensibly to gather lichen, but Asadza had seen the troubled spirit in her daughter's eyes, the restlessness that went beyond a simple need for dye materials. She had sensed the lingering disturbance left by the stranger Samuel, like ripples spreading outwards from a stone dropped into still water. The earth listens to troubled hearts, she had told Neol. But now, as the shadows lengthened into night and Neol had not returned, Asadza feared what the earth might have shown her daughter, what echoes she might have followed. Tehastin sat on a sheepskin near the fire, his back straight, his face carved into stoic lines by the flickering light. He sharpened the blade of his skinning knife with slow, deliberate strokes against a whetstone. The rhythmic shh, shh sound a counterpoint to the crackle of the flames, but his movements lacked their usual fluid certainty. His gaze kept drifting towards the west, towards the deepening darkness that had swallowed the canyons and his daughter. He hadn't approved of Neil going alone, especially not after the unsettling presence of the Bilagana. He had voiced his concerns quietly to Asadza, but he respected his daughter's spirit, her competence in the familiar terrain. Now, that respect warred with a gnawing paternal fear. Hosteen, usually full of youthful energy and chatter, was subdued. He sat huddled near his father, idly braiding strands of raw wool, his eyes wide and watchful. He had seen the tracks near where the stranger's wagon had first appeared, the prints of the hard-ridden horse shadowing the trail. He had heard his parents' hushed conversations, sensed their unspoken anxieties. Neol's prolonged absence transformed that background hum of worry into a sharp, present fear. He kept glancing towards the Hogan entrance, hoping to see her familiar figure silhouetted against the dying light, carrying her basket of lichen, her face serene, but the doorway remained empty. The evening meal was eaten in near silence. The roasted mutton, usually savored, tasted like dust in their mouths. The usual quiet conversation, the sharing of the day's small observations, the plans for tomorrow, none of it came. Only the sounds of the fire, the distant bleating of the sheep settling in the corral, and the vast, indifferent silence of the desert night pressed in around them. Each gust of wind seemed to carry unspoken questions, chilling premonitions. After the meal, Tehestian rose. He cleaned his knife meticulously and slipped it into its sheath at his belt. He then went inside the hogan and returned, carrying his old, reliable rifle, checking the action with practiced hands. The metallic click sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet dusk. Asdza looked at him, her eyes dark with shared worry. No words were needed. Neil should have been back hours ago. Even allowing for slow gathering for the distractions of the canyon, darkness had fallen. To be caught out after dark, especially in the broken country to the west, was dangerous. Natural hazards, loose rock, unseen drop-off, predators were amplified, and then there was the other, unspoken fear, the human element. The stranger, the trouble that clung to him, had Neil somehow become entangled in it? Had she found him, or had his pursuers found her? I will go, Tehestian said, his voice low but firm. Follow her tracks while the moon gives some light. Hostine, stay here. Guard your mother. Keep the fire burning, but bank it low. Hostine nodded solemnly, his young face tight with determination, puffing his chest out slightly despite the fear coiling in his stomach. He understood the gravity of the situation, the responsibility being placed upon him. Asdza placed a hand on her husband's arm. Be watchful, my husband. The stranger, he carried shadows with him. Tehestian met her gaze, his own eyes reflecting the firelight and a deep resolve. I know the canyons better than any shadow. I will find our daughter. He slung a water skin over his shoulder, checked the ammunition pouch at his belt, and nodded once to Hostine. Then, without a backward glance, he melted into the darkness, heading west, his figure quickly swallowed by the vast landscape he knew so intimately. Left behind, Asdza and Hostine felt the silence descend again, heavier now, lonelier. The fire, their beacon of warmth and light, seemed suddenly inadequate against the immense darkness pressing in from all sides. Asdza drew her shawl tighter around her shoulders, though the night was not yet cold. The chill came from within. She sat near the fire, feeding it small pieces of juniper wood, keeping the flames alive but low, as Tehestian had instructed. A low fire was less visible from a distance, less likely to attract unwanted attention, yet still offered a point of reference, a spark of hope in the encroaching night. Hostine sat beside her, trying to emulate his father's stoicism, but his small hand kept straying to the handle of the old hunting knife tucked into his sash, a weapon that felt woefully inadequate against the nameless fears the darkness held. Asdza began to hum softly, an old song her own grandmother used to sing, a song about Hosho, about walking in beauty, even when the path is difficult, about the resilience of the people. The melody was simple, repetitive, a thread of continuity woven into the uncertain night. It was as much for her own comfort as for Hostine's. Her mind, however, strayed far from the soothing rhythm of the song. She thought of Neol, her capable, strong-willed daughter. Neol possessed a deep connection to the land, a keen eye, and sure footing. She was not one to get easily lost or careless. Her prolonged absence pointed to something more serious. An accident? A fall in the treacherous canyon terrain? Azuzah prayed to the holy people that it was only that, something her husband, with his tracking skills, could find and remedy. But the image of the stranger, Samuel, intruded persistently. His pale, haunted eyes, the bloodstained Neil had tended, his evasiveness, the palpable tension surrounding him. Azuzah hadn't needed her husband's explicit warnings to sense the danger. It clung to the man like trail dust, a scent of violence and bad fortune. Had Neol, in her compassion, been drawn too close? Had she stumbled upon the trouble? Too hasty and predicted? The thought made Azuzah's heart clench with fear. She remembered the gunshots Niall thought she heard when she was younger, playing near the eastern mesa's distant pops that Tuhastian had dismissed as thunder or rockfall, but which had troubled Niall for days. Her daughter had always been sensitive to disturbances, to things unseen or unheard by others. Had she heard something today in the canyon? Had she gone to investigate, letting her curiosity, her empathy, override her caution? The fire crackled, sending a shower of sparks into the darkness. Holstein jumped slightly, his hand tightening on his knife. Azuzah reached out and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Your father is a great tracker, Holstein," she said softly. "He knows every stone, every trail. He will find Neol." Holstein nodded, trying to draw strength from her words, but his eyes remained wide, fixed on the shadows beyond the firelight. He was remembering the tracks again, the deep imprints of shod horses moving fast. Were those riders connected to the stranger? Had Neol crossed their path? He pictured his sister, alone in the dark canyons, facing unknown men, armed men. The thought was terrifying. Time stretched, measured only by the slow crawl of the stars across the indigo sky and the gradual consumption of the firewood. Azuzah kept the fire low, a small, defiant heart beating against the immense darkness. She thought of the loom, standing silent nearby, Neol's storm pattern unfinished, the white thread still broken. It felt like a potent symbol now, a premonition she had perhaps failed to heed fully. The pattern of their lives had been disrupted, a vital thread snapped. Would Tuhastian be able to mend it? She closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer, not of specific requests, but of Hosho, a prayer for balance to be restored, for harmony to return, for protection for her husband and her daughter out in the vast, unpredictable darkness. She prayed for strength, for wisdom, for the resilience that had seen their people through countless hardships. The wind whispered around the hogan, carrying the scent of sage and the coolness of the high desert night. It sounded lonelier now, emptier without Neol's presence, without Tuhastian's quiet strength nearby. It seemed to carry echoes from the west, faint and indistinct echoes of fear, of uncertainty, perhaps even of violence. Hosteen, exhausted by fear and the long wait, finally succumbed to sleep, his head drooping onto his mother's lap. Azuzah gently stroked his hair, her own eyes heavy but unwilling to close. She had to keep watch. She had to keep the fire burning, however low. It was a vigil of hope against the encroaching shadows, a small anchor in the turbulent sea of uncertainty. The hogan, usually a place of warmth, security, and belonging, felt diminished tonight, its heart fire burning low, waiting, listening for footsteps that did not come, straining for reassurance against the vast silent weight of the desert night and the traditions that bound them to caution, even as love and fear pulled them towards the dangerous unknown. The stars wheeled overhead, cold and distant, offering no answers, only the slow passage of time until dawn, or until two Hastian returned, with or without their daughter. Chapter 10. Whispers turned to warnings. The sight of the thin plume of smoke, curling from the cabin chimney, froze Niall and Samuel in place, crouched behind the rough shelter of the boulders. Hope, so recently kindled, died abruptly, replaced by a surge of adrenaline and cold fear. The cabin wasn't an abandoned refuge, it was occupied, and in this remote, hostile territory, occupancy likely meant danger. Cutter! Samuel breathed, his voice barely a whisper, his eyes wide with alarm fixed on the smoke. Did they beat us here? Are they waiting? Neil shook her head, pressing a finger to her lips for silence. She strained her ears, listening intently, trying to filter out the sound of their own ragged breathing and the sighing of the wind through the sparse pines. No voices, no sounds of movement from the cabin or the surrounding area. Only the lazy curl of smoke against the backdrop of the darkening cliff face. We don't know who it is, she whispered back, her mind racing. Could be anyone. Prospectors? Hunters? Someone just passing through? But her intuition screamed otherwise. The timing felt too coincidental. After the confrontation in the canyon below, finding someone already settled in this specific, hidden cabin felt ominous. Samuel shifted his weight, grimacing as pain shot through his injured shoulder and bruised head. He leaned heavily against the rock, his face pale in the fading light filtering through the trees. Prospectors wouldn't use a chimney this time of year unless they planned on staying. And hunters, maybe. But Cutter's men knew about this cabin. Finn told me he used it sometimes back in the day, if they thought I might head here. His voice trailed off, the implication clear. It could very well be an ambush. They remained hidden, observing the cabin for long, tense minutes. Nothing changed. The smoke continued its lazy ascent. No figures emerged. No sounds broke the stillness. The cabin itself looked dilapidated, almost derelict. Logs were weathered gray, chinking, crumbling between them. The roof sagged precariously in the middle. It was hard to believe anyone would choose to occupy it unless out of necessity or for concealment. We can't stay here, Neil murmured, her gaze sweeping their surroundings. This exposed slope offered little cover if someone from the cabin decided to investigate the surrounding area. And we can't go back down the way we came. Too steep, too slow. If they are waiting. Samuel nodded grimly. There's a game trail, he said, his voice low and strained. Or there used to be. Skirts the rim, heads north along the cliff edge, rough going but maybe less exposed. He gestured vaguely towards the denser pines, clinging to the higher ground just below the sheer canyon rim. North? Neil questioned. That led away from any potential help, deeper into the wilderness. Garcia's trading post, however distant, lay south. North leads towards broken country, Samuel explained, his eyes scanning the terrain. More places to hide, easier to lose a trail. South is too predictable. If Cutter thinks I survived the canyon, he'll expect me to head for Garcia. He'll have men watching the southern approaches. His logic, born of hunted desperation, was chillingly sound. The decision was made by necessity. Staying put was untenable. Retreating downwards was too slow. Moving south was predictable. North, into the rougher, less traveled country along the rim, offered their only slim chance of evasion. All right, Neol agreed, her voice tight. Help me. Getting Samuel moving again was an agonizing effort. He was weaker now, the climb having drained his reserves, the constant pain and the tension of their situation clearly taking their toll. He could barely put weight on his left leg, and his head swam every time he moved too quickly. Neol supported him as best she could, half carrying, half dragging him away from the relative cover of the boulders, angling upwards towards the thicker stand of pines near the rim. They moved with excruciating slowness, pausing every few steps for Samuel to catch his breath, his gasps loud in the stillness. Neol constantly scanned the area around the cabin behind them, terrified of seeing a door open, a figure emerge, a rifle barrel glinting in the last rays of sunlight. Each snapped twig underfoot, each dislodged pebble sounded like a gunshot in the tense silence. The wind, which had seemed like a carrier of secrets earlier, now felt like a potential betrayer. Could it carry the sound of their struggling passage down to the cabin? Could it reveal their scent? It whispered through the pines above them, the sound like hushed warnings, murmuring of unseen dangers lurking just beyond their sight. They finally reached the thicker trees just below the rim, collapsing onto a bed of pine needles in the deep shadow of a gnarled, ancient piñon. The air here was cooler, smelling strongly of resin and damp earth. Samuel lay gasping, his eyes closed, his face waxen. Neol quickly gave him more water, her own heart pounding with exertion and fear. From this vantage point, screened by the trees, they had a slightly better view of the cabin below and the surrounding area. Still no sign of movement. The smoke from the chimney seemed thinner now, as if the fire within was dying down. Who was in there? And why were they being so quiet? Were they sleeping or listening, just as intently as Neol and Samuel were? As dusk deepened into true twilight, the first stars beginning to prick the darkening sky above the canyon rim, a new sound reached them. Faint but distinct, carried on the breeze from the south, from the direction of the main canyon they had recently left. Hoofbeats. Not the frantic drumming of pursuit, but the slower, deliberate pace of horses, picking their way carefully over rocky terrain. More than one horse, coming closer. Niall's blood ran cold. Samuel's eyes snapped open, filled with renewed alarm. He struggled to sit up, peering through the trees towards the head of the narrow draw they had climbed. "Cutter," he breathed, the name a curse. "They came back." The riders emerged from the draw, 3 of them, dark figures on dark horses in the gathering gloom. They paused at the top, surveying the area, their shapes silhouetted against the slightly lighter sky above the opposite canyon rim. Even from this distance, Neil could sense their predatory stillness, the casual deadliness in their posture. They were scanning the ground, likely looking for tracks, for any sign of their quarry. One of the riders dismounted, crouching down to examine the ground near the boulders where Neil and Samuel had hidden earlier. He straightened up, gestured towards the cabin, then pointed upwards, towards the trees where Neil and Samuel were now concealed. They had found the signs of passage. They knew someone had been here, and likely headed this way. Neil pulled Samuel further back into the shadows, pressing themselves flat against the cool earth behind the thick trunk of the piñon. Her heart hammered against her ribs so hard, she felt sure the riders must hear it. They were trapped. The riders were below, blocking any retreat down the draw, and the occupied cabin lay just beyond them. Their only path was north, along the rim trail Samuel had mentioned, but they couldn't risk moving now, not with the riders so close, clearly searching for them. The three riders conferred briefly, their voices too low and indistinct to understand, the sounds snatched away by the wind. Then two of them remounted and began riding slowly towards the cabin, rifles held ready across their saddles. The third rider remained dismounted, leading his horse, and began moving cautiously upwards, directly towards the stand of trees where Neil and Samuel were hiding. He was coming for them. Panic seized Neil, cold and suffocating. She glanced at Samuel. His face was grim, his eyes darting nervously towards the approaching rider. He fumbled uselessly at his side, where his rifle should have been. They were unarmed, cornered, Samuel barely able to stand, let alone fight or flee. The rider moved slowly, expertly, using the trees and shadows for cover, his eyes scanning the ground ahead of him, his rifle held at the ready. He was maybe 40 yards away, closing the distance with unnerving calm. Neol could hear the crunch of his boots on the pine needles, the soft snort of his horse. Beside her, Samuel pushed himself up slightly, grabbing a heavy, fist-sized rock from the ground. His intention was clear, a desperate, last-ditch defense. Suicidal, but perhaps the only option left. Neol put a restraining hand on his arm. "No," she whispered fiercely. "Wait!" Her mind raced, desperately seeking an alternative. Confrontation was impossible. Flight seemed equally so. But perhaps distraction? Diversion? Her eyes fell on her basket, lying beside her on the pine needles, the digging stick, the lichen, the water skins, her knife. Nothing useful as a weapon against a rifle. Then her fingers brushed against the small leather pouch at her waist, the horn button, the spent cartridge casing, useless trinkets. Wait, the cartridge casing. An idea sparked, reckless and dangerous, but maybe, just maybe, their only chance. She needed to draw the riders' attention away, give them a chance to slip away northwards, along the rim trail, while he was investigating elsewhere. She glanced towards the cabin. The other two riders had reached it. They were dismounting cautiously, approaching the door, rifles raised. Whoever was inside was about to have company. That might create its own diversion, but Neil couldn't count on it. She had to act now before the lone rider got any closer. Taking the spent cartridge casing from her pouch, she looked around. To their left, further along the base of the cliff face, away from the direction they needed to go, was a jumble of fallen rocks and dense brush. If she could make a sound over there, make the rider think his quarry was moving in that direction. It was a huge risk. If he saw her, if he realized the deception, they were finished. But doing nothing meant certain discovery within minutes. She looked at Samuel, meeting his questioning, fearful gaze. She held up the casing, then pointed towards the rocks to their left, then gestured northwards along the rim. He frowned, not understanding immediately. She mimed throwing the casing towards the rocks, then pointed emphatically north. Understanding, followed by stark fear, dawned in his eyes. He shook his head fractionally, clearly thinking it too dangerous. Neol didn't have time to argue. The rider was closer now, maybe 30 yards. She could see the harsh lines of his face in the gloom, the cold alertness in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, praying to the spirits of the canyon for luck, she shifted her position slightly, getting a better angle. With a flick of her wrist, she threw the small brass casing with all her might, aiming for the jumble of rocks to their left. It sailed through the air, a tiny glint in the twilight, and struck the rocks with a sharp clink, followed by a skittering sound as it bounced downwards. The effect was instantaneous. The rider froze, his head snapping towards the sound. He raised his rifle, peering intently into the shadows around the rocks. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice rough, suspicious. "Show yourself!" Silence answered him. He hesitated for a moment, then began moving cautiously towards the source of the sound, away from Neol and Samuel's hiding place. "Now!" Neol whispered urgently to Samuel, grabbing his arm. "Move! North! Stay low!" Getting Samuel to his feet and moving quietly was another agonizing challenge. Every rustle of leaves, every stumble felt amplified, threatening to draw the rider's attention back to them. Neol practically carried him, her own fear lending her strength, propelling them into the deeper shadows beneath the pines, angling towards the faint outline of the rim trail Samuel had described. Behind them, they heard the rider crashing through the brush near the rock, still trying to pinpoint the source of the noise. "Come out!" he shouted again, frustration edging his voice. "No, you're here!" They didn't look back. Neol focused all her energy on moving forward, putting distance between them and the hunter. The trail, when they found it, was little more than a faint indentation in the earth, winding precariously close to the sheer drop-off of the canyon rim. Darkness was falling fast now, making the treacherous footing even more dangerous. Suddenly, from the direction of the cabin came a sharp cry, followed by the unmistakable deafening blast of a shotgun fired at close range. Then chaos erupted shouts, another gunshot, a rifle this time. The sound of splintering wood and a horse neighing in terror. The confrontation at the cabin had begun. Whoever was inside wasn't welcoming Cutter's men peacefully. This new violence, while terrifying, provided the diversion they desperately needed. The lone rider investigating the noise Neol had made would surely be drawn back towards his companions and the sudden eruption of conflict. "Faster," Neol urged Samuel, pulling him along the darkening trail. The sounds of the fight behind them spurred them onward, adrenaline masking their pain and exhaustion for a few precious moments. They stumbled along the rim trail, swallowed by the deepening night and the whispering pines, leaving the violence and the occupied cabin behind them. The secrets carried on the breeze had turned into shouted warnings, gunfire echoing in the twilight, pushing them deeper into the unknown. Their fragile alliance, their only shield against the encroaching darkness and the hunters who would surely follow. Chapter 11. Across the Divide. The sounds of gunfire and shouting from the cabin faded behind them, swallowed by the intervening pines and the vast indifference of the high desert night. But the echoes lingered in Neol's ears, a jarring counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of her own heart and the ragged gasps of Samuel struggling beside her. They stumbled along the barely discernible rim trail, darkness closing in like a shroud, transforming the familiar shapes of rock and tree into menacing, uncertain forms. The sheer drop into the blackness of Say Deep Canyon yawned just feet away, a constant, terrifying presence hidden by the night. Niall's entire focus narrowed to the immediate, desperate task of moving forward, putting distance between themselves and the violence erupting behind them. She supported Samuel, guiding his stumbling steps, her eyes straining to pick out the faint trail in the thickening gloom, her ears alert for any sound of pursuit. The reckless gamble with the cartridge casing had worked, buying them precious moments, and the unexpected conflict at the cabin provided a chaotic cover. But she knew their escape was temporary. Cutter and his men were ruthless, determined. Once the situation at the cabin was resolved, likely violently, they would resume the hunt. And now they knew their quarry was alive, nearby, and heading north along the rim. Samuel leaned heavily on her, his breathing shallow and labored. The initial surge of adrenaline had faded, leaving him visibly weaker, his steps faltering more frequently. The blow to his head, the untreated graze on his shoulder, the exhaustion, and the constant pain were clearly taking a severe toll. He mumbled incoherently sometimes, his thoughts fragmented by pain and fever. Neil could feel the heat radiating from him even through his clothes. He needed rest, proper care, shelter things this desperate flight could not offer. Must keep moving? He gasped, forcing the words out between ragged breaths as if sensing her growing concern, her fear that he couldn't continue. Can't let them. Save your strength, Neil murmured, tightening her grip on his arm, trying to lend him some of her own dwindling energy. Just walk, follow my steps. The trail, precarious even in daylight, became a nightmare in the darkness. Loose rocks shifted underfoot. Roots threatened to trip them. Thorny bushes snagged their clothes. Neil relied on instinct, memory of similar terrain, and the faint starlight filtering through the pines to guide them. Her knowledge of the land, her sure-footedness born of a lifetime spent traversing these rugged landscapes, was their only real advantage. But it felt terrifyingly inadequate against the relentless pursuit she felt sure was coming. After what felt like hours, but was perhaps only one, moving at a torturously slow pace, Neil knew they couldn't continue like this. Samuel was stumbling almost with every step, his weight becoming an almost unbearable burden. They needed to stop, rest, find some defensible shelter before he collapsed completely, or before they made a fatal misstep on the treacherous trail. She scanned the area, peering into the darkness. The pines thinned slightly here, revealing the stark outline of the canyon rim against the star-dusted sky. Just ahead, a jumble of large boulders, ancient remnants of some long-ago rockfall from the cliffs above, offered a potential refuge. It wasn't ideal exposed on the rim side, but the boulders formed a small natural enclosure, offering some concealment and a defensible position against approach from the trail itself. Here, she said, guiding Samuel towards the boulders. We rest here, just for a little while. He practically collapsed among the rocks, sinking onto the cold, sandy earth with a low groan, his body trembling with exhaustion and pain. Neol eased him down gently, propping him against the smooth, cool surface of a large boulder. She gave him the last few sips of water from her own water skin, saving the larger one they'd taken from the wagon. For later they had to ration it carefully. She chafed his cold hands, trying to bring some warmth back into them. His skin felt clammy, his breathing still shallow. She touched his forehead lightly. The fever felt worse. She needed to tend his wounds properly, clean the graze, perhaps find herbs to fight the fever. But that was impossible now, in the darkness, with danger potentially closing in. Leaving him slumped against the rock, Neol moved cautiously to the edge of the boulder cluster, peering back along the trail they had followed. Nothing, only darkness, the whispering wind, and the immense silence of the canyon. Had the fight at the cabin ended? Had the riders resumed the pursuit, or were they waiting for daylight, knowing their quarry couldn't get far? The uncertainty was almost as terrifying as immediate danger. She scanned the opposite direction northwards along the rim, The trail seemed to continue, winding through scattered pines and rocks, eventually disappearing into the blackness. It was a path leading deeper into isolation, further from any semblance of help or civilization. Yet, it was their only path. Returning to Samuel's side, she sat beside him, drawing her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them for warmth and a small measure of comfort. The silence pressed in, broken only by Samuel's uneven breathing and the ceaseless murmur of the wind. The vastness of the night sky, usually a source of awe and connection for Neil, felt alienating tonight, cold and distant, offering no guidance, no solace. They sat in silence for a long time, huddled together for warmth and shared vulnerability among the cold boulders. The forced intimacy of their situation, fugitive and guide, wounded man and reluctant helper, Bilagana and Dine, felt both strange and intensely real. The divides between their worlds, their histories, their experiences seemed both immense and, in this shared moment of desperation, strangely permeable. Samuel stirred beside her, letting out a soft groan. He opened his eyes, his gaze hazy with fever and pain, struggling to focus on her face in the dim starlight. "Neil," he whispered, his voice rough. I shouldn't have dragged you into this." Neol shook her head, though he might not have seen the gesture clearly. "You didn't drag me. I chose to follow. I chose to help." Why she had made those choices still felt tangled, a mixture of compassion, curiosity, and perhaps a deeper, unnamed stirring, provoked by this troubled man from another world. "Why?" he asked again, the question echoing his earlier disbelief in the canyon. Risking everything for a stranger, a Bilagana? The question hung between them. Stark and fundamental, it touched upon the deep divide of history, mistrust, and violence that separated their peoples. Why had she risked everything? Because leaving you bound in the canyon was not right, she said slowly, searching for the truest answer. Because even across the divide, pain is pain, fear is fear. She paused, remembering the moment she tended his wound, the unexpected flicker of connection. And because, sometimes, the heart sees something the mind doesn't understand yet. Samuel stared at her, his expression unreadable in the darkness. He seemed to absorb her words, turning them over in his fevered mind. He reached out, his trembling hand brushing against her arm, a fleeting touch that sent an unexpected warmth through her despite the night's chill. "You have courage, Neil," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion or fever, perhaps both. "More courage than I." He let his hand fall back, closing his eyes again, weariness overcoming him. "This gold, Cutter, Finn, it's a snake eating its own tail. Greed, it poisons everything." He drifted into a restless, feverish sleep, occasionally muttering names. Cutter, Finn, and disconnected phrases about shadows and dust. Neil watched over him, her own exhaustion held at bay by adrenaline and anxiety. She listened to the night sounds, alert for any hint of pursuit. She thought about the gold, the stolen payroll, the violence it had spawned. It felt like a sickness brought from the outside world, infecting this land, drawing men like Cutter into its remote corners, leaving betrayal and death in their wake. And Samuel was caught in the middle, hunted not for what he had done, but for what Cutter believed he knew. A victim, perhaps, but one whose past connections, however unwilling, had led this deadly trouble to follow him. And now it followed her too. She thought of her family, her father, likely tracking her even now through the darkness, his heart heavy with worry. Her mother and brother, waiting by the low-burning Hogan fire, praying for her safe return. Guilt washed over her cold and sharp. She had defied her father's wisdom, ignored the weight of tradition, and stepped across a dangerous divide, pulling the danger closer to those she loved. What right did she have to gamble with their safety, their peace, for the sake of this stranger? Yet looking at Samuel's pale, pain-etched face in the starlight, the fierce protectiveness she felt, mingled with her fear, was undeniable. He was vulnerable, dependent on her. Leaving him now was unthinkable. Their fates, for better or worse, seemed irrevocably intertwined, at least until this immediate crisis passed. The wind shifted, blowing now from the north, the direction they needed to travel. It carried a different scent, colder, perhaps hinting at higher elevations, but also something else, something that made the hairs on the back of Neil's neck prickle. Faint, elusive but unmistakable. Smoke. Not the immediate pungent smell of the cabin fire behind them, but the cold, stale scent of an old campfire, perhaps doused hours or even days ago. Its lingering aroma carried on the night breeze from somewhere ahead, further along the rim trail. Her heart sank. Was the trail ahead also watched? Had Cutter, anticipating Samuel might flee north, already sent men ahead to block the path? Or was it something else entirely? Old campsite, other travelers. In this vast, empty land, any sign of human presence was potentially significant, potentially dangerous. The divide they had crossed wasn't just the physical space between the canyon floor and the rim, or the cultural gap between Bilagana and Dine. It was a deeper chasm, a crossing into a world of violence, greed, and hidden motives Neol had only glimpsed from afar before. Now, she was navigating its treacherous terrain, guided only by her instincts and a fragile alliance with a man whose secrets might be as dangerous as the men hunting him. The cold scent of smoke on the north wind was another warning, a reminder that escape was not simply a matter of putting distance behind them. The path ahead might hold its own perils, its own hidden divides waiting to be crossed. She pulled her shawl tighter, the silence of the night amplifying the worried beating of her heart as she watched the stars wheel slowly overhead, waiting for the false promise of dawn. Chapter 12. Shadows of the Past. The false dawn arrived not as a promise, but as a thief, stealing the protective cloak of darkness and revealing their precarious position in stark gray light. The eastern sky paled, outlining the jagged silhouette of the distant Chuskas, but the sun remained hidden, its warmth yet unfelt. The air held a crystalline chill, biting through Neol's shawl and Samuel's thin shirt. The world emerged slowly from shadow, the rough bark of the pinon pines, the cold granite faces of the boulders that sheltered them, the dizzying drop into the misty depths of the canyon beside them. Neil had dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every rustle of wind, every imagined sound of pursuit. Samuel remained slumped against the boulder, caught in a restless, fever-fueled sleep. His face looked gaunt in the unforgiving pre-dawn light, the bruise on his temple a dark, angry bloom against his pale skin. His breathing was still shallow, occasionally catching in a pained gasp. He needed more than just rest. He needed medicine, proper bandaging, warmth, safety, all impossible luxuries in their current situation. The cold scent of old smoke that Neil had detected on the north wind during the night seemed to have dissipated with the coming of dawn, leaving only the clean, sharp smell of pine resin and cold stone. Had she imagined it? Or had the shifting air current simply carried it away? The uncertainty added another layer to her already heavy burden of anxiety. She rose stiffly, her muscles aching from the previous day's exertion, and the cramped, cold night spent huddled among the rocks. Moving quietly, she crept to the edge of their boulder refuge and peered back south along the rim trail. The path lay empty, winding back towards the head of the draw and the unseen cabin. There was no immediate sign of Cutter or his men. Had they given up the chase during the night? Unlikely. More plausible was that they were waiting for better light, or perhaps circling around, trying to anticipate their quarry's movements. The absence of pursuit felt less like relief and more like a coiled snake waiting to strike. She scanned the area below, near the draw and the hidden cabin. No smoke rose from the chimney this morning. Had the occupants fled after the confrontation? Or had Cutter's men dealt with them and taken over the cabin as a base? The silence from that direction was unnerving. Turning her gaze north, along the path they needed to take, she studied the terrain revealed by the growing light. The rim trail continued its winding course, hugging the cliff edge, dipping into small ravines choked with scrub oak and juniper, climbing over rocky outcrops. It looked arduous, slow-going even for someone fit and healthy. For Samuel in his current state, it seemed almost insurmountable. Yet it was their only option. Staying here was suicide. She returned to Samuel's side and gently shook his shoulder. "Samuel, wake up. It's morning. We have to move." He surfaced from his feverish sleep with a groan, blinking dazedly, his eyes clouded with pain and confusion. It took him a moment to register where he was, who she was, the danger they were in. Recognition, followed by grim reality, slowly sharpened his gaze. "Morning already?" he rasped, his voice thick. He tried to push himself up, wincing as fresh waves of pain shot through his shoulder and head. They coming?" "I don't see them," Neol said, helping him sit up, offering him a precious mouthful of water from the larger skin. "But they won't have given up. We need to put more distance between us. Can you walk?" He nodded grimly, though his face was tight with the effort it took just to sit upright. "Have to." He looked around, his gaze settling on the sheer drop into the canyon just yards away. Better than waiting here. Neil tore a strip of cloth from the edge of her underskirt, dipped it in water, and gently cleaned the crusted blood and grime from the graze on his shoulder. The wound looked inflamed, angry. Without proper medicine, infection was a serious risk. She then cleaned the cut near his temple as best she could. He bore her ministrations with clenched teeth, his breathing hitching occasionally. "The ointment you gave me yesterday," he mumbled, gesturing towards the small pouch she'd seen him tuck inside his shirt. "Still have it?" Neil helped him retrieve the small clay jar Astza had prepared. The pinon pitch salve, though not a cure, might offer some protection against infection and soothe the inflammation. She carefully applied a layer to the graze, its sharp medicinal scent filling the cool morning air. "Thank you," he whispered, his eyes meeting hers for a brief moment, conveying a gratitude that went beyond the simple act of tending a wound. In that shared glance, the divide between them seemed to narrow again, bridged by shared vulnerability and her unexpected kindness. Getting him to his feet was even harder than the previous night. He swayed precariously, his face drained of all color. Neol supported him firmly, taking most of his weight, her own strength fueled by fear and a growing sense of grim determination. "Ready?" she asked softly. He nodded, took a deep, shuddering breath, and they began their slow, painful journey northward along the rim trail, leaving the temporary shelter of the boulders behind. The sun finally crested the eastern horizon. flooding the landscape with golden light, chasing away the last vestiges of night. But the warmth felt distant, failing to penetrate the chill that clung to the shaded pockets of the trail or the deeper chill of fear in Neil's heart. The beauty of the sunrise over the vast expanse of Dineta, a sight that usually filled her with reverence, seemed remote, irrelevant to their desperate struggle for survival. They moved in silence for the first hour, concentrating all their energy on navigating the treacherous path. Samuel leaned heavily on Neil, each step an obvious agony. He kept glancing back, his eyes scanning the trail behind them, paranoia etched onto his features. Niall focused ahead, watching the trail, searching for the easiest footing, conserving her strength, listening always for the telltale sounds of pursuit. The landscape along the rim was starkly beautiful, terrifyingly wild. Weathered sandstone formations rose like ancient sentinels. Gnarled junipers clung tenaciously to life in impossible crevices. Far below, the canyon floor remained largely in shadow, a realm of mystery and unseen depths. Occasionally, a hawk would circle overhead, its piercing cry echoing in the vast emptiness, a reminder of the wildness, the indifference of this land to their human drama. As the sun climbed higher, the air began to warm, but the heat brought its own misery, intensifying Samuel's fever, making the already arduous trek even more draining. He stumbled more often, his muttered curses mixing with pained gasps. Neol knew they couldn't keep this up for much longer. They needed real shelter, a place to hide and recover, not just for a few hours, but perhaps for days. But where? This exposed rim trail offered little refuge. It was during one of their frequent, brief rests, huddled in the shade of a rocky overhang, that Samuel began to talk, prompted perhaps by the fever or by a need to unburden himself, to make sense of the past that had brought him to this desperate present. "Finn," he murmured, staring blankly at the canyon wall opposite them, his eyes unfocused. He wasn't always bad, not like Cutter. He swallowed with difficulty, his throat dry. Niall offered him the water skin. He drank gratefully before continuing, his voice low and raspy. "We were young, ran away from different kinds of trouble back east. Thought we'd find freedom out here. Adventure." A faint, bitter smile touched his lips. "Found mostly hardship. Trapping beaver up in the mountains, freezing winters, barely scraping by. But we were free. Or thought we were." He shifted, wincing. "Then we fell in with the wrong crowd in a mining town. Whiskey, cards, debts. Finn, he always wanted more. Easy money never satisfied. Got us tangled up with men who didn't take kindly to being owed." He shook his head slowly, regret clouding his features. "We had to run again. Split up near the Ute territories. Said some harsh things to each other. Didn't see him again for years until he showed up on my doorstep bleeding his life out, talking about Cutter and stolen gold." He fell silent, lost in the shadows of his past. Neol listened quietly, piecing moments, seeing the pattern of choices, misfortunes, and dangerous associations that had led him here. He wasn't inherently evil, perhaps, but weak, easily led, haunted by past mistakes that refused to stay buried. "This Cutter?" Neol asked softly. "What kind of man is he?" Understanding the enemy might help them survive him. Samuel shuddered, despite the growing warmth of the sun. "Cutter," he breathed. "He's cold, like a snake. Served as a scout for the army, they say. Knows this country. Knows how to track, how to kill. Doesn't care who gets hurt as long as he gets what he wants. He was running the crew that hit the payroll, but Finn said he planned the double cross from the start. Took the gold, eliminated the witnesses, almost all of them. His gaze met Neil's, stark fear reflected in his fever-bright eyes. He won't stop hunting me, Neil. Not until he has the gold, or he's sure I'm dead and can't lead anyone else to it. The stark assessment hung in the air between them. They weren't just running from pursuers. They were running from a relentless, experienced killer who believed Samuel stood between him and a fortune. Finn, Neil prompted gently, sensing there was more to that part of the story. Did he say anything else? About the hiding place? Anything that might help us? Samuel frowned, concentrating, his brow furrowed in pain and effort. He was rambling, feverish. Said Cutter wouldn't hide it anywhere obvious, not near a town, not near the fort. Somewhere, remote. Somewhere only someone who knew the land intimately would find. He rubbed his temples. He mentioned the sleeping bear, a red bluff shaped like a bear lying down, said the entrance was hidden behind water falling over stone, but only after heavy rain. Neil's breath caught. A red bluff shaped like a sleeping bear? There were many strangely shaped formations in this land, sculpted by wind and time. But red bluffs were common, and waterfalls, true waterfalls, were rare, usually seasonal, appearing only after the violent summer monsoons or spring melts. Finding such a specific ephemeral location based on a dying man's delirious description seemed impossible. Water falling over stone, Neil murmured, thinking aloud. Could mean a real waterfall or maybe just a seep. Water trickling down a rock face after rain? Samuel shrugged weakly. Don't know. Finn was barely coherent. Could have been imagining it. Or maybe it's a landmark only Cutter and his closest men would recognize. He sighed, a ragged sound of despair. It's useless information. Even if I wanted to find it, I wouldn't know where to start looking. Cutter thinks I have a map or precise directions. I have nothing. But Niall wasn't so sure it was useless. The description, however vague, sparked a flicker of recognition, a half-forgotten memory, a story her grandmother used to tell about a place deep in the western canyons, a place the dying avoided, associated with bad spirits and misfortune, a place marked by a large red rock formation that from a certain angle resembled a great beast sleeping. And near it, after the summer rains, water sometimes cascaded down a sheer cliff face, disappearing into a hidden cave entrance behind the flow. It was considered a powerful, dangerous place, perhaps connected to the underworld. Had Finn, in his delirium, stumbled upon a description of this taboo location, or was it just coincidence? She stored the thought away, not wanting to give Samuel false hope, nor wanting to voice the location of a place her people considered dangerous and sacred, especially not in connection with stolen Bilagana gold. But the fragment of information lodged itself in her mind. They rested a few minutes longer, the silence stretching between them, thick with unspoken fears and the heavy weight of Samuel's past. The divide between their world felt vast again. His history steeped in violence, greed, and betrayal, so alien to the rhythms of her own life, centered on family, tradition, and the harmony of Hozo. Yet here they were, bound together by circumstance, relying on each other for survival. We should go, Neil said finally, forcing herself back to the present reality. We need to find better shelter before midday heat. She helped Samuel struggle back to his feet. He swayed badly, his face beaded with sweat, his eyes glazed with fever. He leaned on her almost completely now, his steps shuffling, weak. They moved out from the shade of the overhang, back onto the sun-drenched trail. They hadn't gone more than 50 yards when Samuel stumbled badly, his legs buckling beneath him. Neol tried to hold him up, but his dead weight was too much. He collapsed onto the rocky path, pulling her down with him in a tangle of limbs. I can't, he gasped, his eyes rolling back slightly. No more. Neol knelt beside him, her heart pounding with fear. He was fading fast. The fever, the pain, the exertion, it was too much, leaving him here. Exposed on the trail was condemning him to death. But she couldn't carry him. They were trapped. It was then, in that moment of despair, that she heard it. Not the sound of pursuit from behind, but something else coming from ahead, further north along the rim. The distinct, unmistakable sound of horses whickering softly, and then a low murmur of voices. Someone was ahead of them on the trail, blocking their path. The faint scent of old smoke hadn't been her imagination. They had walked directly towards another potential danger. Were these more of Cutter's men, sent ahead to intercept them? Or someone else entirely, caught unaware by their desperate flight? The shadows of the past had not only caught up with them, but now seemed to lie in wait on the path ahead as well. Chapter 13. The Color of Prejudice. The sound of voices ahead, low and male, punctuated by the soft whicker of horses, slammed into Neil with the force of a physical blow. Samuel's collapse onto the trail, his gasped admission of defeat, became instantly secondary to this new, immediate threat, blocking their only path forward. Panic, cold and sharp, seized her, tightening her chest, making her breath catch. They were exposed, vulnerable, with an incapacitated man, caught between the hunters behind and the unknown danger ahead. Her first instinct was concealment. Grabbing Samuel under the arms, ignoring his groan of pain, she hauled him sideways off the faint track, dragging him the few feet into the meager shelter offered by a dense cluster of thorny scrub oak and a shallow depression littered with pine needles beside a weathered slab of sandstone. It wasn't much. Anyone walking the trail would spot them easily if they looked closely. But it was off the direct path, offering a sliver of hope they might be overlooked. Stay down, she whispered fiercely, pressing Samuel flat against the earth. He was barely conscious now, his eyes half closed, his body trembling uncontrollably. He wouldn't be able to move, let alone defend himself or bluff his way through anything. It would be up to her. She peered cautiously through the tangled branches of the scrub oak. The voices were closer now, accompanied by the clink of metal, perhaps spurs, or gear shifting on a saddle, and the steady tread of horses. Two men came into view, walking slowly, leading their mounts. They paused not 20 yards from Neil's hiding place, surveying the trail ahead and the vast canyon stretching out below. They were white men, rough-looking, dressed in dusty, trail-worn clothes that suggested they'd been traveling hard for some time. One was older, stocky, with a thick, unkempt gray beard stained yellow around the mouth with tobacco juice, his eyes small and shrewd beneath the brim of a battered hat. The other was younger, leaner, with restless eyes that constantly scanned the surroundings and a nervous energy that radiated suspicion. Both carried rifles casually, but ready, slung over their shoulders, and wore pistols holstered low on their hips. They looked like prospectors, perhaps, or maybe drifters who survived by less savory means. They didn't immediately strike Neol as being part of Cutter's crew. They lacked the cold, predatory stillness she'd sensed in the riders the previous evening, but they radiated a different kind of danger. Unpredictable, hard-bitten, and wary of strangers. The older man spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the rocky ground. Told you this rim trail was a fool's errand, Billy, he grumbled, his voice gravelly. Nothing up here but rocks, rattlesnakes, and cliff edges. Wasted half the morning. The younger one, Billy, shrugged, his gaze sweeping past Neil's hiding place without pausing. Maybe. But Jed swore he saw smoke up this way yesterday. Said it looked like signal smoke. Jed sees engines behind every bush, the older man scoffed. Probably just some poor fool prospector like us boiling coffee. Ain't no signal smoke. Ain't nobody worth signaling to up here. Neil held her breath, pressing herself flatter against the ground, praying Samuel wouldn't make a sound. They were talking about smoke. Had they smelled the cabin smoke, or the scent of old smoke Neil had caught on the wind during the night? Billy kicked at a loose stone, sending it skittering towards the canyon edge. Still, he insisted, his voice carrying a nervous whine. After hearing them shots down in the canyon last night, gives a man pause. Sounded like a damn war started. Sounded like somebody's bad luck, the older man retorted dismissively. Ain't our concern. Our concern is finding color before grub runs out and ain't no color up here. Let's head back down, try that wash Jed was talking about. They had heard the gunfire from the cabin, and that meant Cutter's men were likely still nearby, perhaps searching the lower canyon. These men, thankfully, seemed unconnected, merely spooked prospectors if they turned back now. But Billy wasn't ready to give up. His restless eyes continued scanning the terrain, pausing now on the faint depression where Neil and Samuel lay hidden. He squinted, his suspicion piqued by something perhaps the unnatural stillness, the slight displacement of the brush. Hold on, Silas, he said, raising a hand, his voice dropping. What's that? Neil's heart leaped into her throat. He was looking right at their hiding place. Silas, the older man, turned, following Billy's gaze, his own eyes narrowing. There was no escape. Staying hidden was no longer an option. Trying to bluff her way out alone seemed the only chance, however slim. She had to prevent them from discovering Samuel. His condition, combined with the fact he was a white man being hidden by a Navajo woman, would raise too many dangerous questions, especially after the gunfire they'd heard. Taking a deep breath to quell the tremor in her hands, Neil slowly, deliberately rose from the depression, stepping out from behind the scrub oak into the open, positioning herself slightly between the men and Samuel's prone form. She stood tall, her face composed, meeting their startled, suspicious gaze directly. She carried only her basket and digging stick, her knife remaining hidden in the pouch at her waist. The effect on the two men was instantaneous and exactly what she had feared. Surprise turned quickly to suspicion, then hardened into undisguised hostility as they registered her appearance, a lone Navajo woman, appearing seemingly out of nowhere on this remote rim trail. Well, I'll be damned, Silas breathed, his hand dropping instinctively to the pistol at his hip. Look what the wind blew in. Billy raised his rifle slightly, pointing it casually but menacingly in her general direction. Where'd you come from, squaw? He demanded, his voice sharp, laced with contempt. The slur struck Neil like a physical blow, igniting a cold anger beneath her fear. But she kept her face impassive, her gaze steady. I am gathering herbs, Neil replied calmly, her English careful and deliberate, betraying none of the turmoil raging inside her. She held up the basket, showing them the harmless lichen and other dried plants within. This trail leads to places where rare roots grow. Silas spat again, his shrewd eyes raking over her, taking in her traditional velveteen skirt and blouse, her moccasins, her braided hair. His gaze lingered on her face, assessing, dismissive. Alone? Way the hell up here? Ain't safe for your kind wandering so far from the reservation. His tone implied she was trespassing out of place, inherently suspect. The earth is the home of the dying, Niles stated simply, refusing to be intimidated. We walk where the holy people guide us. Holy people, huh? Billy sneered. More likely running from something, or scouting for them murdering Apache bastards. He took a step closer, his rifle still leveled loosely towards her. What you know about them gunshots last night, huh? Down in the canyon? The question hung in the air, sharp and dangerous. They suspected her connection to the violence simply because of her race. Prejudice, raw and ugly, stared back at her from their hardened faces. I heard sounds, Neil admitted cautiously. Like thunder among the cliffs, I saw nothing. She kept her voice even, betraying no knowledge of the wagon, the riders, or the cabin. Silas squinted at her, unconvinced. Thunder don't sound like shotguns and rifles going off rapid fire. Sounded like trouble. Trouble down near that old broken-down line cabin. He watched her closely for any reaction. Neil kept her expression blank, though her heart hammered against her ribs. They knew about the cabin. How? Had Jed, the unseen third prospector, known of it too? Or had they seen Cutter's men near it? I know nothing of cabins, Neil said truthfully. I follow the plants. She shifted her stance slightly, trying to subtly block their view of the depression behind her where Samuel lay hidden, praying he wouldn't groan or move. Plants, Billy scoffed, unconvinced. He gestured vaguely back down the trail. We saw tracks back there. Looked like somebody hurt, being helped along. That you? Who you hiding? He started to move forward, intending to look behind her. Panic flared in Neil. If they found Samuel, injured and white, their suspicions would explode. They might assume she had hurt him, or that they were both fugitives connected to the robbery or gunfire. The situation could turn deadly in an instant. There is no one, Neil said, her voice gaining a sharp edge of authority she didn't feel. She stood her ground, blocking Billy's path. The tracks you saw were mine alone. Perhaps an animal startled me. Billy stopped, surprised by her firmness, but his suspicion only deepened. Animal, huh? Funny kind of animal track, looked like a boot heel being dragged. He exchanged a look with Silas. The older man nodded almost imperceptibly, his hand still resting near his gun. They didn't believe her. Maybe we ought to have a look for ourselves, Silas said slowly, his voice dangerously soft. See what kind of roots you're really gathering up here, girlie. He began to step around her, his eyes fixed on the depression behind her. Desperation clawed at Neil. She couldn't let them find Samuel. She braced herself, ready to physically block them if necessary, though she knew it was futile against two armed men. Suddenly, a low groan came from the depression behind her. Samuel. He was stirring, likely disturbed by the raised voices, his fevered mind perhaps registering the danger. Both prospectors froze, their heads snapping towards the sound. Billy swung his rifle up, pointing it directly at the scrub oak. Who's in there? He yelled. Come out, hands where I can see 'em. Neil's heart plummeted. It was over. They would find Samuel. What happened next depended entirely on the nature of these men, their fear, their greed, their prejudice. He is injured, Neil said quickly, trying to control the situation, stepping slightly aside as Samuel painfully, slowly pushed himself partway up, blinking dazedly in the bright sunlight. He fell, hit his head. Silas and Billy stared, momentarily stunned by the sight of the injured white man appearing from the spot the Navajo woman had claimed was empty. Their suspicion shifted, becoming confused, uncertain. "Who the hell are you?" Silas demanded, his gaze flicking between Samuel and Neol, trying to make sense of the scene. "And what are you doing with her?" The question dripped with insinuation, the prejudice now encompassing Samuel as well, for associating with a Navajo woman. Samuel, despite his weakness and fever, seemed to grasp the immediate danger, the hostility directed at Niall. He struggled to focus, pushing himself into a more upright sitting position, leaning heavily against the rock behind him. She found me," Samuel rasped, his voice weak but clear enough. "Like she said, I fell, hit my head pretty hard." He deliberately omitted any mention of the wagon, the attack, or Cutter. "We were traveling together." The lie was thin, contradicted by Neil's earlier claim of being alone, but it was the only story they had. Silas and Billy exchanged another look, skepticism warring with confusion. "Traveling together?" Billy sneered, looking Neil up and down with open contempt. "Since when do white men travel with squaws way out here? Unless you're running from something." His gaze sharpened, fixing on Samuel's pale, bruised face. "Or maybe you're the one caused all that ruckus down at the cabin last night." Samuel shook his head weakly. "No, we heard it too. Sounded bad. We steered clear." Silas stepped closer, peering intently at Samuel. "You look familiar," he said slowly, stroking his stained beard. "Seen you before? Maybe down near Fort Defiance?" Fear flashed in Samuel's eyes. Had Silas recognized him? Seen him with Finn? Or heard descriptions from Cutter or the army? "No," Samuel said quickly, perhaps too quickly. "Never been near Defiance, just passing through." Silas continued to stare, unconvinced. "Maybe." He glanced back at Nail, his expression hardening again. "And her? What's her part in this?" "She's my guide," Samuel offered, hoping the explanation sounded plausible. "Knows these mountains." "Guide," Billy scoffed. "Or accomplice." He gestured towards Neil with his rifle barrel. "Maybe she's the reason you fell. Maybe she lured you up here, robbed you." The accusation, fueled purely by the color of her skin, stung Neil more than the earlier slur. They saw her not as a helper, but as a threat, a savage capable of any treachery. The injustice, the ingrained prejudice that painted her inherently guilty, made her blood boil. But anger was a luxury she couldn't afford. She held her tongue, meeting Billy's hateful gaze with cold defiance. "That's enough, Billy," Silas said unexpectedly, though his tone held little warmth. He seemed less interested in Neil and more focused on Samuel, still trying to place him. "This fella's hurt bad, feverish." He looked Samuel up and down again, assessing his condition, perhaps calculating his chances. "Look, mister, we ain't looking for trouble. We heard shooting, saw smoke. Now we find you two up here looking spooked. Best you tell us what's going on." Samuel opened his mouth to speak, likely to reiterate his thin story about falling. But Neil spoke first, her voice clear and steady, cutting through the tension. "There were riders," she said, deciding a partial truth was less dangerous than continuing the flimsy lie. "Down in the canyon. They attacked his wagon, took his horses." She deliberately omitted Samuel's name, Cutter's name, and any mention of gold. "We fled up here to escape them." Silas and Billy exchanged glances again. This sounded closer to what they might have suspected after hearing the gunfire. "Riders?" Silas pressed. "How many? What'd they look like?" "3, Neil said. Maybe 4 white men, armed. They seemed angry, hunting him. She gestured toward Samuel. Hunting him? Billy's eyes narrowed suspiciously at Samuel again. What for? I don't know, Neil said, feigning ignorance. We did not stay to ask. We ran. Silas chewed on this new information, his gaze thoughtful. 3 or 4 armed white men hunting another white man, a fight down near the cabin. It painted a picture of serious trouble, the kind prudent men avoided. He looked from Samuel's weakened state to Neil's defiant posture. Maybe they weren't the source of the trouble, just caught up in it. Still, the presence of the Navajo woman bothered him, an anomaly he couldn't quite dismiss. All right, Silas said finally, seeming to reach a decision. He waved dismissively towards the North Trail. Get going then, both of you. We seen enough trouble for one day. We're heading back down. He jerked his head at Billy. Come on. Ain't nothing for us up here. Billy looked reluctant, still suspicious, especially of Neol, but he deferred to the older man's judgment. He lowered his rifle, though his hand remained near it, and spat on the ground near Neol's feet in a final gesture of contempt. Watch yourself, squaw, he muttered. This ain't your land. Silas turned his horse, leading it back south along the trail without another word. Billy followed, casting one last suspicious glare over his shoulder before disappearing around a bend. Neol waited until the sound of their horses faded completely before letting out the breath she felt she'd been holding for an eternity. Her legs felt weak, trembling from the adrenaline and the release of tension. They were gone. They hadn't discovered Samuel's true identity or the reason he was being hunted. They hadn't harmed them, but the encounter had left a bitter taste in her mouth, a chilling reminder of the prejudice that defines so much of the world beyond the borders of Dineta. They saw her not as a person, not as Neil, but as a stereotype, an object of suspicion and contempt, simply because of the color of her skin. Samuel coughed weakly beside her, pulling her back to their immediate crisis. Neil, you all right? He asked, his voice raspy, concern flickering in his fevered eyes despite his own suffering. Neil nodded, pushing aside the sting of the encounter. I am all right. But she wasn't. Not entirely. The color of prejudice had cast a long, ugly shadow over the morning, reminding her that the dangers they faced weren't just physical threats like Cutter's men or the harsh landscape, but also the deep-seated hatred and suspicion that could turn any encounter with outsiders deadly. They had crossed one divide, only to be confronted by the chilling reality of another. And the knowledge that those prospectors were heading back down, potentially crossing paths with Cutter's men, added another layer of unease. Would they talk? Would they describe the injured white man and his Navajo guide? Inadvertently putting Cutter back on their trail more quickly, the brief reprieve felt fragile, threatened from all sides. Chapter 14. A Gift of Silver and Sorrow. The encounter with the prospectors, though ultimately nonviolent, left a residue of bitterness and heightened anxiety that had clung to Niall like the morning chill. Silas and Billy's casual prejudice, the way they had instantly categorized and dismissed her, based solely on her race, was a stark reminder of the hostility lurking just beyond the familiar boundaries of her own community. It underscored the precariousness of their situation. Not only were they hunted by Cutter, but any stranger they encountered could potentially pose a threat, fueled by suspicion and ingrained mistrust of the dying. Samuel, simply by being with her, became tainted by that same prejudice in their eyes. The divide wasn't just geographical. It was etched deep into the hearts and minds of men like Silas and Billy. Samuel seemed to sense the shift in her, the lingering shadow of the encounter, as she helped him struggle back to his feet, an effort that cost him dearly, leaving him gasping and trembling. He looked at her, his fever-bright eyes holding a mixture of gratitude and apology. "Neil, I'm sorry," he murmured, his voice hoarse, "for what they said, how they looked at you. It's because of me, being seen with me." Neil shook her head, cutting him off gently but firmly. "It is not because of you, Samuel. It is because of them, because of the way they choose to see the world." Her voice was quiet, but held an edge of steel forged from generations of enduring such slights. While his presence might have complicated the situation, the root of the prejudice lay firmly with the prospectors themselves. Still, his acknowledgement, his empathy, felt like a small bridge across the chasm that separated their experiences. "We have to keep moving," she urged, pushing aside the lingering sting. "They said they were heading back down. They might run into Cutter's men. They might describe us." The thought spurred Samuel, fear momentarily overriding his physical misery. He leaned heavily on her, and they resumed their painful trek northward along the rim trail. The sun climbed higher, beating down mercilessly now, reflecting off the pale sandstone, amplifying the heat. Samuel's condition visibly deteriorated with each step. His fever was raging, his skin hot and dry, despite the sweat beading on his forehead. His breathing grew more ragged, his steps weaker, more shuffling. He stumbled constantly, his eyes glazed, his awareness seeming to fade in and out. Neil knew, with a chilling certainty, that he couldn't last much longer like this. The rim trail offered no shelter, no water beyond what they carried in their dwindling skins. If they didn't find a safe place to rest, to hide, to tend to his worsening condition soon, the pursuit by Cutter might become irrelevant. The harshness of the land itself would claim him. Her mind raced, desperately searching her memory of this area, stretching the boundaries of her usual wanderings. She knew the main canyons, the water sources, the places where specific plants grew. But this high rim country, bordering the truly desolate Badlands to the north and west, was less familiar, often avoided. Was there anywhere nearby a hidden spring, a cave, an old shelter unknown even to men like Samuel or the prospectors? She thought again of her grandmother's stories, the taboo place, the canyon with the sleeping bear bluff, and the seasonal waterfall hiding a cave. According to the stories, it lay somewhere to the west, deeper in the broken country, not directly on this northern rim trail. But perhaps there were other hidden places, less ominous, known only to the Dene. Sheltered alcoves used by hunters centuries ago, hidden seeps marked by specific rock formations. As they rounded a bend, the trail dipped slightly, entering a shallow basin sparsely dotted with ancient gnarled junipers and larger pinon pines. And there, nestled amongst the trees, partially shielded by a low ridge of rock, stood a solitary, ramshackle structure. Not a cabin, but something even more rudimentary. A brush shelter, an old dying hunter's lean-to, constructed long ago from fallen branches and weathered logs. Chinked with dried mud and foliage, it was small, barely large enough for two people to crawl inside, and clearly long abandoned. The brush dry and crumbling, the roof sagging. But it was shelter, concealment, a place to get Samuel out of the relentless sun. "There," Neol breathed, relief flooding through her. lending her renewed strength. She guided Samuel towards the decrepit lean-to, practically carrying him the last few yards. He collapsed just inside the low entrance, onto the dusty pine needle-strewn earth within, his body racked with shivers despite the external heat. The air inside was close, smelling of dust, dry wood, and the faint, lingering scent of old wood smoke, confirming Niall's suspicion that she had smelled smoke on the wind during the night. But it had come from this direction, perhaps days or weeks old, not from the occupied cabin further south. This shelter had been used relatively recently, though clearly not in the last day or two. Niall crawled in beside Samuel, pulling their meager supplies in after them. The shade inside was immediate, profound, a welcome respite from the sun's glare. Though small and rough, the shelter felt surprisingly secure, hidden from the main trail, offering a sense of temporary sanctuary. Samuel had lapsed into a state of semi-consciousness, muttering incoherently, his body trembling violently one moment, burning with fever the next. Neil knew she had to try to bring the fever down, clean his wounds again, get more water into him if possible. She used the last of the water from her own skin to dampen the strip of cloth she'd torn from her skirt earlier, gently bathing his face and neck. He sighed softly, the coolness seeming to offer some small comfort. She checked the graze on his shoulder. It looked angrier, the skin around it red and swollen. The pinon salve might be helping prevent deeper infection, but it couldn't combat the fever raging through his system. Water. They needed more water. The larger skin they'd taken from the wagon was less than half full now, enough for perhaps another day, if rationed strictly, but not enough if Samuel's fever continued. She scanned the immediate vicinity, visible from the lean-to's entrance. The terrain was dry, rocky, typical high desert scrubland, but the presence of the relatively substantial junipers and piñons suggested there might be moisture deeper down, perhaps a hidden seep nearby, known to whoever built this shelter long ago. Leaving Samuel drifting in his feverish state, Neil crawled out of the lean-to, her digging stick in hand. She moved cautiously, circling the area around the shelter, her eyes scanning the ground, the rocks, the vegetation for subtle signs of water. A patch of greener grass, certain types of moisture-loving plants, faint animal trails converging towards a single point, dark stains on rock faces. Her search proved fruitless at first. The land seemed determined to guard its secrets. She felt a rising despair. Without water, Samuel's chances dwindled with every passing hour. She thought of her father, Tehestian, waterman, and his legendary ability to find hidden sources. What signs would he look for? She tried to recall the lessons, the observations he had shared over the years. Look for depressions where water might collect after rain. Follow the flight paths of birds, especially doves, in the late afternoon. Watch for bees, often found near hidden water sources. It was the bees that finally gave her a clue. A few stray honeybees buzzing drowsily in the heat seemed to be converging towards a narrow crevice at the base of the low rock ridge that sheltered the lean-to. Heart pounding with renewed hope, Neil hurried towards the spot. The crevice was deep, shadowed, barely wide enough for her to squeeze her arm into. And there at the very bottom, shielded from the sun's evaporation, was a tiny pool of water, no bigger than her two hands cupped together. It wasn't much, maybe only a few cupfuls, fed by an incredibly slow seep from the rock above, but it was water. Clear, cool, life-saving water. Tears of relief pricked Neil's eyes, carefully, painstakingly, using a large hollowed-out leaf she found nearby as a scoop. She began transferring the precious liquid into her now empty water skin. It was slow, tedious work, requiring immense patience. Each scoop yielded only a few drops, but gradually the skin began to feel slightly heavier. As she knelt there, absorbed in her task, her fingers brushed against something small and hard wedged deep within the crevice near the water's edge. Curious, she worked it free. It wasn't a stone. It was smooth, heavy, and cool to the touch. Pulling it out into the light, she gasped softly. It was a piece of silver. Not a coin, but a crudely shaped ingot about the length of her thumb, stamped with a faint, unreadable mark. It was old, tarnished, clearly having lain in the damp crevice for a very long time. Where had it come from? Had the long-ago hunter who built the lean-to hidden it here, or lost it? Was it Spanish silver from centuries past or something more recent? She turned the heavy ingot over in her hand. Silver, like gold, often carried stories of hardship, trade, sometimes violence, but among her people, silver also held deep significance. It was the metal of protection, of beauty, of connection to the moon and the sacred feminine energies. Her father worked silver, transforming raw metal into intricate jewelry adorned with turquoise, pieces that held prayers and blessings. This small, rough ingot felt different, old, burdened perhaps, but also strangely resonant. She tucked the piece of silver carefully into the pouch at her waist. Alongside the horn button and the spent cartridge casing, tangible fragments of the dangerous path she now walked. With the water skin now holding perhaps half a liter of freshly collected water, she returned to the lean-to. Samuel was awake, his eyes clearer, though still clouded with pain. He watched her crawl back in, his gaze questioning. "I found water," Neol said softly, showing him the skin. "A small seep, enough for now." Relief washed over his face. "Neol, you are—" he started, then stopped, unable to find the words. She helped him drink slowly, carefully rationing the precious liquid, then making a difficult decision. She used a little more to dampen the cloth and bathe his face and neck again, hoping to ease the fever. He seemed to relax slightly under her ministrations, his breathing becoming a little less ragged. He lay quietly for a while, watching her as she checked their meager supplies, tidied the small space inside the lean-to. The silence stretched, filled only by the sound of the wind outside and their own breathing. "Niall," Samuel said finally, his voice low and weak, but surprisingly lucid. "There's something in my boot, left side, inside pocket sewn in the lining." Puzzled, Niall gently eased off his dusty left boot. Feeling inside the worn leather lining, her fingers found a small hidden pocket, stitched closed. Using the tip of her knife, she carefully slit the stitches. Inside, nestled in a fold of soft cloth, was a small, intricately worked silver pendant. It was Navajo work, unmistakably. A dragonfly, symbol of water, swiftness, and illusion, crafted with exquisite detail, inlaid with tiny chips of turquoise and jet. It was beautiful, clearly made by a master silversmith. But it was the style, the specific way the silver was worked, the setting of the stones that made Niall's breath catch. It looked familiar, like the work of my father, she whispered, stunned, holding the pendant up, letting the dim light catch the delicate wings. This looks like my father's work?" Samuel nodded weakly, his eyes holding a deep sadness. "It is. Or it was meant for him." He paused, gathering strength. "Finn, when he came to me, Dying, he gave me this. Said he'd acquired it near Fort Defiance. Said he wanted me to try and return it to the silversmith if I ever got the chance as a token, an apology for past wrongs. Neil stared at the dragonfly pendant, her mind reeling. Finn, Cutter's associate, the dying thief, had possessed a piece made by her father? How? Had he stolen it, traded for it unfairly, acquired it from someone who had? The implications were deeply disturbing. Fort Defiant. Her father sometimes traveled near there to trade his silver work, often dealing with intermediaries, sometimes selling pieces directly at the trading post. Had Finn encountered him, or someone who had bought this piece? Did Finn say how he got it? Neol asked, her voice trembling slightly. Samuel shook his head. No, just that he got it near the fort. He wasn't making much sense. He looked at the pendant in her hand, then at her face. He said, the silversmith was known as Hastian, Waterman. Confirmation? Cold dread mixed with confusion washed over Neol. Finn knew her father's name. How closely had their paths crossed? And why would Finn, a thief and likely accomplice to murder, possess this specific piece and carry a dying wish to return it? It made no sense, yet the pendant felt undeniably real, heavy with unspoken history, linking her family directly, terrifyingly, to the violent men hunting Samuel. This dragonfly, Neil murmured, tracing the intricate silverwork with her fingertip. It is a specific design. My father made one like this for my mother, years ago. She lost it near the Chuska foothills on a trading trip. She grieved its loss deeply. Could this be the same pendant, found or stolen by Finn or his associates near the fort, miles away, months or even years later? It seemed almost impossible, yet I don't know its history, Samuel said softly, his gaze full of sympathy for the sorrow clouding her face. Only that Finn gave it to me. I kept it hidden, meant to try and find the silversmith someday, if I ever got clear of Cutter. When you told me your father was skilled with wood, then later mentioned Garcias and Hubbles, I wondered. But when I saw your father, his eyes, I couldn't ask, couldn't risk. He trailed off, exhausted by the effort of speaking. Neol closed her fingers tightly around the silver dragonfly. A gift, returned by chance through the hands of a dying thief, carried by the man now hunted by that thief's associates. A gift steeped in sorrow, mystery, and undeniable danger. It was another secret, another heavy weight added to her burden, connecting the shadows of Samuel's past directly to the heart of her own family. The silver felt cold against her skin, a chilling talisman, a warning that the divide she had crossed was far more treacherous and complex than she could ever have imagined. Chapter 15, Between Two Worlds. The weight of the silver dragonfly pendant in Neil's hand felt immense, far heavier than its physical substance. It was a tangible link, cold and intricate, connecting the quiet dignity of her father's craft, the cherished memory of her mother's lost treasure, with the brutal, chaotic world of Samuel's pursuers, of stolen gold and murder. Finn, the dying thief, holding this specific piece, knowing her father's name. The coincidence felt too sharp, too pointed, hinting at threads tangled far deeper and more dangerously than she had previously imagined. Had Finn encountered her parents on that long-ago trading trip near the Chuskas? Had the pendant been merely found or taken under duress? The question swirled, unsettling and unanswerable, adding a layer of personal violation to the already overwhelming fear and uncertainty of their situation. Samuel watched her, his fevered eyes filled with a mixture of sympathy and apprehension. He had carried this secret, this potential link to her family, hidden in his boot, another burden added to his already heavy load. His reluctance to reveal it, his fear of her father's reaction, spoke volumes about the mistrust and the potential for misunderstanding that lay between their two worlds. Niol carefully tucked the pendant into the pouch at her waist, alongside the horn button, the spent cartridge, and the rough ingot of silver she'd found near the seep. The pouch felt heavy now, weighted with secrets, fragments of disparate stories colliding in this desperate flight. Each object represented a question mark, a piece of a puzzle she couldn't yet assemble. She forced her attention back to their immediate reality. Samuel's condition was worsening. The brief lucidity brought on by the rest and water seemed to be fading again, the fever tightening its grip. His shivering intensified, alternating with periods where his skin felt unnaturally hot to the touch. He needed more than just water and shade. He needed rest, real medicine, and time to heal, none of which seemed possible while Cutter was hunting them. Outside the meager shelter of the lean-to, the midday sun beat down relentlessly. The heat, radiating from the rocks and sand, created a suffocating blanket. Even the wind offered little relief, sighing hot and dry through the junipers. Niol knew they couldn't risk moving again until the worst of the heat passed, perhaps not until dusk. But waiting felt like torture, every moment stretching taut with the possibility of discovery. Were Cutter's men searching the rim trail even now? Had the prospectors, Silas and Billy, encountered them and revealed what they'd seen? Restless, needing to do something, anything besides watch Samuel suffer helplessly, Niol decided to scout the immediate area more thoroughly. Perhaps there was a better hiding place nearby, a deeper cave or alcove or more water. "I'm going to look around," she whispered to Samuel, though she wasn't sure if he fully registered her words. "Stay hidden. Be quiet." She slipped out of the lean-to, moving with the practiced stealth of a hunter, her senses on high alert. She kept low, using the sparse cover of rocks and trees, circling outwards from the shelter. She scanned the ground for tracks, listened for any sound beyond the wind and the buzz of insects. The land seemed empty, deserted, holding its breath under the oppressive heat. Her search yielded little. No deeper caves, no more obvious water sources, only the rugged, indifferent landscape stretching out in all directions. But as she moved further west, away from the rim trail, and deeper into the broken country leading away from the canyon edge, she noticed something. The terrain began to change subtly. The sandstone gave way to darker, more weathered rock formations. The vegetation grew slightly denser in the washes and depressions, and she began to see signs, faint but definite, of an older trail. One not used by prospectors or recent travelers, but perhaps an ancient dine path, marked by cairns so old they blended almost seamlessly with the natural rock formations. This older path seemed to lead deeper into the rugged folds of the land, away from the exposed rim. Could this be a route to safety? A way to bypass the main trail? To lose themselves in country, unfamiliar, even to experienced trackers like Cutter? It was a risk venturing into potentially unknown territory, but staying near the rim felt increasingly dangerous. She also found herbs, growing tenaciously in the shade of a north-facing overhang. She recognized the feathery leaves of the desert willow herb, known to her people for its ability to reduce fever and soothe inflammation. Nearby, clinging to a dry patch of earth, was a cluster of Mormon tea, whose stems, brewed into a tea, could help with exhaustion and respiratory ailments. Gathering them carefully, thankfully, she felt a small measure of empowerment. Here, at least, was something tangible she could do to help Samuel, using the traditional knowledge passed down through generations of Dine women. This was her world, her strength, a counterbalance to the fear and violence imposed by the outsiders. Returning to the lean-to, she found Samuel tossing restlessly, muttering Finn's name again. She quickly set about preparing the herbs. Using a few precious drops of water, she crushed the willow herb leaves into a paste, applying it gently to the inflamed graze on his shoulder and the angry bruise on his temple. Then, using dried twigs gathered nearby and flint and steel from her pouch, she carefully started a tiny, smokeless fire just outside the lean-to's entrance, shielded by rocks. She boiled a small amount of water in the battered tin cup she carried in her basket, steeping the Mormon tea stems until the liquid turned a pale amber. Getting Samuel to drink the warm, slightly bitter tea was difficult. He choked and sputtered weakly, but Niall persisted, coaxing him to swallow small sips. Whether through the medicinal properties of the herbs or simply the hydration and her gentle care, he seemed to quieten slightly afterwards, his shivering lessening, his breathing becoming a fraction deeper, more regular. He lapsed back into sleep, but it seemed less troubled this time. Niall sat watching him, the silence broken only by his breathing and the faint whisper of the wind outside. She felt utterly alone, suspended between two worlds. Behind her lay the life she knew, the Hogan fire, the rhythm of the loom, the embrace of family and tradition, the deep spiritual connection to the Dineta. Ahead lay the unknown, a dangerous flight through rugged country, pursued by ruthless men, guided only by instinct, and a fragile alliance with a man whose past threatened to consume them both. She was Dine, a daughter of the holy people, taught to walk in beauty and harmony. Yet here she was, hiding in the wilderness, tending to the wounds of a Bilagana fugitive, implicated in his troubles, forced into choices that defied the cautious wisdom of her elders. The silver dragonfly pendant felt heavy against her skin, a constant reminder of how entangled her worlds had become. Was this her path now? Had the wind that whispered secrets carried her irrevocably across a divide she could never recross? She thought of Samuel. He was a man adrift, caught between his own past mistakes and the deadly consequences of others' greed. He seemed to possess a core of decency, buried beneath layers of hardship and poor choices, evidenced by his guilt over involving her, his concern despite his own suffering, his carrying of the pendant meant for her father. He was not like Cutter, cold and predatory, nor was he like the prospectors, blinded by prejudice. He was simply lost, a man whose world had chewed him up and spat him out onto this desolate edge of civilization. And perhaps, Niall admitted to herself with a startling clarity, she felt a strange kinship with that feeling of being lost, of standing between two worlds. Her own restlessness, her dissatisfaction with the expected patterns of her life, her curiosity about the world beyond the reservation. Hadn't these feelings mirrored, in some small way, the yearning for something different that had driven Samuel west years ago? Had fate, or the intricate weaving of the holy people, brought them together for a reason beyond mere chance? The thought was both unsettling and strangely comforting. If their paths were meant to cross, perhaps there was a purpose, a pattern she couldn't yet discern. Perhaps helping him wasn't just an act of compassion, but a necessary step on her own journey, a test of her strength, her resilience, her ability to navigate the treacherous space between worlds. As the afternoon wore on, the shadows began to lengthen again. The worst of the heat subsided, replaced by the returning coolness of the high desert evening. Samuel stirred, his eyes opening. They were clearer now, the fever seeming to have lessened slightly, thanks perhaps to the willow herb and the Mormon tea. He looked weak, exhausted, but more aware. "Nio," he whispered, his voice still raspy. "I am here," she replied softly. "How do you feel?" "Better," he lied, though the effort of speaking contradicted him. "A little." He looked around the small shelter, then met her eyes. "We need to move soon, don't we?" Neil nodded. "While the light holds, I found an old trail heading west away from the rim. It looks less traveled, maybe safer." Samuel considered this, then nodded slowly. "West, towards the rough country. Good. Harder to track us there." He pushed himself up into a sitting position, wincing, but showing more strength than before. "All right, let's go." Before they left the shelter, Neil carefully extinguished the embers of her small fire, scattering the ashes, leaving no trace. She helped Samuel drink more water, then secured their supplies. As she helped him to his feet, supporting his weight, he paused, looking down at her, his expression serious. "Neil," he said, his voice low but firm, If Cutter finds us, if it comes down to it, you leave me, understand? Don't risk yourself. Get away. You know this land, you can disappear." Neo looked up at him, startled by his words, by the grim acceptance in his eyes. "I will not leave you, Samuel." "You must," he insisted, his grip tightening on her arm for a moment. "Promise me. What Cutter wants. It ends with me. Don't let it end with you too." The intensity in his gaze, the raw fear for her safety mixed with his own resignation, struck Neil deeply. He was trying to protect her, even now offering her an escape from the fate his past had woven. But she couldn't make that promise. Leaving him felt like abandoning a part of herself now, abandoning the path she had chosen, however dangerous. "We will face what comes together," she said quietly but resolutely. He searched her face for a long moment, then seemed to see the unwavering determination in her eyes. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, a silent acknowledgement of her choice, of the bond forged between them, in shared danger, across the divide of their separate worlds. Together, they stepped out of the shelter into the long shadows of the late afternoon, turning their backs on the treacherous rim trail and heading west, following the faint, ancient path deeper into the broken heart of the land, towards an uncertain future, carrying the weight of secrets, sorrows, and the fragile hope of survival. The vast, silent landscape swallowed them, two solitary figures moving between worlds, beneath a sky that was already beginning to bleed into the colors of sunset. Chapter 16. Dust Storm Gathering. The ancient trail Neil had found led them away from the exposed canyon rim, plunging deeper into a labyrinth of eroded sandstone formations, narrow, winding washes, and sparse, hardy vegetation. It was rougher country, requiring careful navigation, but it offered better concealment, the broken terrain creating endless folds and shadows where they might disappear, at least temporarily, from searching eyes. The path itself was barely visible, often fading entirely on stretches of bare rock, forcing Neil to rely on her tracking skills, her knowledge of the land's subtle cues, and the occasional, almost invisible, ancient cairn left by hunters or travelers centuries ago. Samuel walked with dogged determination, leaning heavily on Neil, but showing more resilience than she had expected. The rest, the water, and perhaps the herbs, seemed to have slightly banked the worst of his fever, though he was still weak, pale, and clearly in considerable pain. He spoke little, conserving his energy, his gaze constantly scanning their surroundings, his body tense with the expectation of imminent attack. The fear was a palpable thing between them, a third presence accompanying their slow, arduous progress. The sun dipped lower, painting the western sky in fiery strokes of orange, pink, and deep violet. Long shadows stretched across the land, distorting shapes, creating illusions. The air grew cooler, but carried a strange, electric tension. The wind, which had been a fitful whisper earlier, began to pick up steadily, blowing now from the southwest, carrying the scent of dry earth and distance. It moaned through the rock formations, kicking up small eddies of dust that danced and swirled around their feet like spectral warnings. Neil tasted the grit on her lips, felt it sting her eyes. She glanced towards the southwest horizon, her brow furrowing with concern. The sky there had taken on a peculiar yellowish-brown haze, obscuring the setting sun, blurring the sharp lines of the distant mesas. It was the unmistakable sign of an approaching dust storm, a common peril in this season of long drought. "Dust storm," she said grimly, raising her voice slightly to be heard over the rising wind. "Coming fast." Samuel followed her gaze, his expression tightening. He knew what a bad dust storm meant in this exposed country: blinding conditions, choking air, the obliteration of tracks, which could be both good and bad, and the danger of getting lost or trapped. "How bad?" he asked, squinting against the wind-borne grit. "Hard to say," Neil replied, scanning their surroundings desperately. "Could be small, pass quickly, or it could be a bad one lasting hours, even days." She pointed towards a dark mass of rock ahead, a jumble of massive boulders and overhangs forming a natural fortress against the elements. "We need shelter. Now. That looks like our best chance." The wind howled now, tearing at their clothes, making progress incredibly difficult. Dust filled the air, reducing visibility, stinging their eyes and throats. They struggled towards the rock formation, battling the gale-force winds, Samuel stumbling repeatedly, Neil practically dragging him the last few yards. They found refuge in a deep alcove, almost a shallow cave, formed by several massive leaning boulders. It offered protection from the main force of the wind, though dust still swirled and eddied around the entrance. They collapsed inside onto the sandy floor, coughing, spitting out grit, their eyes streaming. Outside, the world dissolved into a maelstrom of swirling red-brown dust. The sky disappeared. The landscape vanished. Visibility dropped to mere feet. The wind screamed like a banshee, throwing sand and pebbles against the rocks with stinging force. It was a bad one. They were trapped, cocooned in the roaring heart of the storm. While the storm offered temporary concealment from Cutter and his men, no one could track, let alone travel. In this, it also brought its own dangers. If the storm lasted long, their dwindling water supply would become critical, and the enforced proximity, trapped together in this small, dusty space, felt charged with unspoken tensions, fears, and the weight of the secrets they both carried. Neil checked Samuel in the dim, dust-filtered light filtering into the alcove. He was shivering again, the wind finding its way into their shelter, chilling him despite the earlier heat. His breathing was shallow, rasping. The dust-laden air was clearly aggravating his lungs and likely worsening his overall condition. She gave him a small sip of water, then huddled beside him, trying to share her own body heat, pulling her shawl tighter around both of them. They sat in silence for a long time, listening to the roar of the wind, the relentless scouring of sand against rock. The noise was deafening, isolating, cutting them off completely from the outside world. It felt as if the land itself was raging, venting its fury, mirroring the turmoil within Neil's own heart. She thought of the dragonfly pendant, safely tucked away but feeling like a burning coal against her skin. Her father's work, her mother's lost treasure, in the hands of a dying thief who knew her father's name. How? The question hammered at her, refusing to be silenced even by the storm's roar. Had Finn simply found it? Or was there a more sinister connection? Had her father, on one of his trading trips, crossed paths with Cutter's gang? Had he been threatened? Robbed? The thought sent a wave of fear and protective anger through her. Her father was strong, wise, respected, but he was not a fighter, not against armed Bilagana outlaws. And Samuel. He lay beside her, vulnerable, dependent, yet still guarding his own shadows. He had told her about Finn, Cutter, the stolen gold, but did he know more than he was letting on? Did he truly have no idea where the gold might be hidden? Or was there a fragment of Finn's delirious rambling, a misinterpreted clue, perhaps, that he held back, either deliberately or unconsciously? His past was a tangled web, and she feared they were both caught in its sticky, dangerous threads. The storm raged on hour after hour. Darkness fell outside, though it made little difference within their dust-choked refuge. The wind howled relentlessly, a primal sound that seemed to seep into their bones. Neil dozed fitfully, her sleep troubled by nightmares, images of Cutter's cold eyes, the glint of Billy's rifle, her father facing unknown danger, the silver dragonfly turning to dust in her hand. She woke with a start to find Samuel staring at her, his eyes lucid again in the dimness, though filled with pain and weariness. The fever seemed to have broken slightly during the enforced rest, or perhaps the Mormon tea was finally having a stronger effect. "Still blowing?" he whispered, his voice hoarse from the dust. Neil nodded. "Sounds like it. Hard to tell if it's easing." He shifted position, groaning softly. This reminds me of a story Finn used to tell," he murmured, his gaze distant. "About being caught in a blizzard, trapping up north. Him and another fella, holed up in a tiny cabin, running out of food, started looking at each other differently." He shuddered, not entirely from cold. Close quarters like this brings out the best or the worst in people. The implication hung heavy in the dusty air. Trapped together, hunted, their survival uncertain. Would the pressure crack them? Would desperation lead to betrayal? Or would the shared ordeal forge a stronger bond? "We are not those men, Samuel," Neil said quietly but firmly. He looked at her, a flicker of surprise, then understanding in his eyes. "No," he agreed softly. "No, we're not." He paused, then added, his voice barely audible above the wind, "Because of you, Neil. Your strength, your kindness. It's..." He struggled for words. "It shames me, makes me want to be a better man than the one who got us into this." His raw honesty, his vulnerability, touched Neil deeply. It chipped away another layer of the mistrust, the caution that separated them. Beneath the hunted exterior, the layers of past mistakes, she glimpsed the man he might have been, the man he perhaps still hoped to become. We all carry shadows, Samuel, she replied, thinking of her own doubts, her defiance of tradition, the secrets she now carried. The path forward is choosing which ones we let lead us. He held her gaze for a long moment, a silent communication passing between them, an acknowledgement of shared burdens, shared dangers, and a fragile, burgeoning trust forged in the heart of the storm. He eventually drifted back into a more peaceful sleep. Neil stayed awake, listening. Sometime deep in the night, she thought she detected a subtle shift in the wind's relentless roar, a slight lessening of its intensity, a change in pitch, or was it just wishful thinking? She focused, straining her ears, filtering out the constant howl. Yes, it was definitely easing. The furious screaming subsided into a mournful moan, then gradually into intermittent gusts. The sand scouring the rocks lessened. Silence began to reclaim the spaces between the wind's dying breaths. The storm was passing. Relief washed over her, so profound it left her weak. They had survived the storm's fury, but survival brought its own immediate problem. The end of the storm meant the end of their concealment. Cutter and his men would be able to move again, track again, and the storm would have wiped away most tracks, making their own escape harder to follow, but also making it impossible to know if Cutter was still behind them, or if he had somehow circled ahead. As the first hints of true dawn began to filter through the dust, still hanging heavy in the air outside, Neil knew they had to move immediately. Every moment they lingered increased the risk of discovery. She gently woke Samuel. He felt cooler to the touch, the fever significantly reduced, though he was still incredibly weak and stiff. "The storm is over," she told him quietly. "We have to go. Now, while the dust still hangs in the air, before the light gets too strong." He nodded, understanding the urgency. Getting him moving was still a painful process, but there was a new resolve in his eyes, fueled perhaps by the receding fever, or by their shared experience in the storm-bound alcove. They crept out of their dusty refuge into a transformed world. A thick haze of fine red dust hung in the air, filtering the nascent dawn light, painting everything in eerie, monochromatic tones. The ground was coated in a fresh layer of sand and grit, drifts piled against rocks and bushes, all tracks theirs, Cutter's. The prospectors were obliterated, erased by the storm's scouring breath. The land felt alien, muffled, holding its breath. Visibility was still poor, perhaps 50 yards at most through the thick haze. It offered some cover, but also made navigation difficult and increased the risk of stumbling blindly into danger. "Which way?" Samuel asked, leaning heavily on her, peering into the reddish gloom. Neil pointed towards the west where the ancient trail seemed to lead. "That way, deeper into the broken country, away from the canyon rim, away from where they might expect us." They set off, two small figures swallowed by the immense dust-shrouded landscape. The silence was profound after the storm's roar, broken only by the crunch of their own footsteps on the newly deposited sand and the occasional sigh of the dying wind. It felt like walking through a dreamscape, unreal and menacing. They hadn't traveled for more than half an hour, picking their way carefully through the rock-strewn terrain, when Neil suddenly froze, pulling Samuel to an abrupt halt behind a low outcrop. Her hand tightened instinctively on the hilt of her knife. Through the swirling dust ahead, not far off the faint trail they were trying to follow, loomed a dark shape, motionless, unnatural. As they watched, holding their breath, the dust haze shifted slightly, revealing the shape more clearly. It was a horse, standing head down, exhausted, reins trailing on the ground, riderless, and slumped on the ground beside it, partially covered by drifted sand, was the unmistakable figure of a man, unmoving. Neil's heart pounded. Was it one of Cutter's men separated from the others in the storm, or someone else entirely? And was he dead or alive? Approaching felt incredibly dangerous, yet ignoring it seemed impossible. The riderless horse, the still figure, it was another piece of the puzzle, another potential threat or clue in this deadly game. The dust storm had passed, but it seemed to have left behind new dangers, new uncertainties, gathering like thunderclouds on the horizon. Chapter 17. The Price of Shelter. The sight of the lone horse and the still figure slumped beside it sent a fresh wave of adrenaline through Neil, sharpening her senses despite her exhaustion. The dust haze, still thick but slowly beginning to thin as the sun climbed higher, lent the scene an eerie, almost spectral quality. Every instinct screamed caution. This could easily be a trap, an ambush laid by Cutter, using a seemingly helpless victim as bait. Or it could be one of his men, genuinely incapacitated by the storm or the earlier conflict, but still potentially dangerous. "Stay here," she whispered urgently to Samuel, easing him down behind the relative cover of the rock outcrop. He sank gratefully, too weak to argue, his eyes wide with apprehension, fixed on the scene ahead. "Don't move! Don't make a sound!" Drawing the knife from the pouch at her waist, its smooth, familiar grip a small comfort, Neil began to circle cautiously towards the horse and rider, keeping low, using every available rock and clump of brush for concealment. The wind had died down almost completely now, and the silence felt heavy, amplifying the sound of her own careful footsteps on the sandy, dust-coated ground. The horse, a sturdy-looking bay coated in reddish dust, shifted nervously as she approached, its ears twitching, but it didn't bolt. It looked utterly spent, its head hanging low, its flanks trembling slightly. It had clearly endured the full fury of the storm out in the open. Neil focused on the man. He lay sprawled on his side, face turned away from her, one arm flung out awkwardly. Dust covered him like a shroud, making it difficult to discern details of his clothing or features. He wasn't moving at all. Was he dead or simply unconscious? She crept closer, knife held ready, every nerve endings tingling. She scanned the surrounding area intently, searching for any sign of other riders, anyone watching, waiting. Nothing. Only the vast, silent landscape emerging slowly from the dust haze, empty and indifferent. Stopping about 10 feet away, she called out softly, her voice barely carrying in the thick air. "Hello? Are you injured?" No response. The man remained utterly still. Taking a calculated risk, Neol moved closer, approaching from behind him. She could see now that his clothes were rough, similar to those worn by the prospectors Silas and Billy. Could this be their unseen companion, Jed? The one who thought he'd seen signal smoke? Or just another wanderer caught out by the storm? She nudged his outstretched arm gently with the toe of her moccasin. Still no reaction. She leaned closer, straining to hear any sound of breathing above the pounding of her own heart. Silence. Hesitantly, using the tip of her knife, she carefully turned his shoulder slightly, enough to see his face, partially obscured by dust and matted hair. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the sky, filmed with dust. His skin had a gray, waxy pallor beneath the grime. A dark, crusty stain marred the side of his neck, partially hidden by his collar. Dried blood. He was dead, and likely had been for some time, perhaps since before the storm hit. Neole straightened up slowly, her stomach churning. Finding a dead body was unsettling, though not entirely uncommon in this harsh land, but the circumstances felt wrong. He hadn't died from the storm, not directly. The blood on his neck suggested violence. Had he been shot? Stabbed? She scanned the ground around the body more closely. The storm had obliterated most tracks, but here, partially shielded by the body and the horse, she could make out faint, scuffed impressions in the deeper dust. Boot prints. Not just the dead man's, but others too. And something else. A glint of metal, half buried in the sand, near the man's outstretched hand. She knelt cautiously and picked it up. It was another spent cartridge casing. Brass, like the one she'd found in the canyon, but slightly different. Perhaps a different caliber. Someone had fired a gun here. Recently. Likely the shot that had killed this man. Who was he? And who had killed him? Had he stumbled upon Cutter's men? Or had he been involved in the fight at the cabin and fled, only to be hunted down and silenced? Or was this something else entirely, another layer of violence unrelated to Samuel's troubles? Her gaze fell on the dead man's horse again. It was saddled, and saddlebags were still strapped behind the cantle. If this man was dead, who did the horse belong to now? Necessity, cold and pragmatic, asserted itself. Samuel desperately needed transport. He couldn't walk much further. This horse, though exhausted, represented their only chance of covering ground more quickly, of potentially reaching safety before Cutter caught up or before Samuel succumbed entirely. But taking the horse felt complicated. It belonged to a dead man, possibly a murdered one. Using it felt like profiting from violence, inviting bad fortune, yet leaving it seemed foolish, wasteful, when their own survival hung by such a fragile thread. The harsh ethics of survival scraped against the deeper dying values of respect for the dead and avoidance of things associated with violence and disharmony. She quickly checked the saddlebags. They contained standard prospecting gear, a small pickaxe, sample bags, mostly empty, a battered tin plate, some dried beans, a half-empty pouch of tobacco. Nothing to indicate his identity or affiliation. In a small inner pocket, however, she found a folded, grimy piece of paper. Carefully unfolding it, she saw it was a crude, hand-drawn map. It depicted canyons and landmarks she didn't immediately recognize, marked with symbols and cryptic notes: Red Bluff, Bear Cave, Water, Cutter's Trail West. Niall's blood ran cold. Red Bluff, Bear Cave, Cutter's Trail. This wasn't just some random prospector. This map, however crude, suggested he knew something or was searching for something related to Samuel's story, to the hidden gold. Was this Jed, the prospector Silas and Billy had mentioned? Had he been searching for the landmarks Finn described, hoping to find the gold himself? And had Cutter or someone else found him first and silenced him? The dead man suddenly represented not just a potential resource, but a dangerous complication. His knowledge, however limited, had gotten him killed. His map, now in her possession, felt like poison, a cursed object. Yet it might also hold clues, information that could help them, or at least warn them. She quickly refolded the map and tucked it securely into her own pouch, alongside the other cryptic items she carried. Then, hardening her heart against the unease, she made her decision about the horse. Survival first, apologies to the spirits later. She returned to Samuel, moving quickly now. There's a dead man back there, she told him bluntly, kneeling beside him. Looks like he was shot. Before the storm, I think. Samuel's eyes widened slightly, but he seemed too weak to register shock. Cutter? Maybe, or someone else. He had this. She briefly showed him the map, pointing out the familiar, chilling words. He might have been looking for the gold too. Samuel stared at the map, then closed his eyes wearily. More blood, he whispered. It never ends. He has a horse, Neol continued, her voice practical. It's alive, just exhausted. It's our best chance, Samuel. Can you ride? He opened his eyes again, determination flickering within their fevered depths. I can try, he said, his voice stronger than before. Help me up. Getting Samuel onto the horse was a monumental effort. He could barely stand, let alone mount. Neo positioned the weary horse beside the rock outcrop, using it as a mounting block. She half lifted, half pushed Samuel, grunting with the strain, until he was sprawled awkwardly across the saddle, clinging weakly to the horn. He swayed dangerously, his face ashen, but he was mounted. Neil took the reins, murmuring soothing words to the horse in Navajo, stroking its dusty neck. It seemed resigned, too tired to protest. Leading the horse, with Samuel slumped precariously in the saddle, Neil set off again, heading west, following the faint traces of the ancient trail, leaving the dead man and his secrets behind in the swirling dust. They traveled slowly, the horse picking its way carefully over the uneven ground. Samuel seemed to fade in and out of consciousness, sometimes mumbling incoherently, sometimes just clinging silently to the saddle horn, his body swaying with the horse's rhythm. Neol walked beside them, guiding the horse, her eyes constantly scanning the terrain ahead, her mind racing. The map complicated everything. If this dead prospector, Jed, had been searching for the gold based on rumors or fragments of information, it meant others might know or suspect something too. Cutter wasn't the only threat. Greed was a contagion, spreading through the whispers and speculations of the frontier. And the landmarks Finn had mentioned, the Sleeping Bear Bluff, the hidden cave behind water. They were becoming less like delirious ramblings and more like a real dangerous location that others were actively seeking. She thought again of her grandmother's stories, the taboo place the dying avoided. Was it the same place? The map hadn't shown anything recognizable as Dine's sacred geography, but it was crude, possibly inaccurate, drawn by an outsider. If the gold was hidden there, in a place considered dangerous, even by her own people, it added another layer of peril, a spiritual unease mingling with the physical threats. The dust haze gradually thinned as the morning wore on, revealing the stark, broken beauty of the landscape. They were moving through a series of shallow canyons and low mesas, the rock formations becoming increasingly twisted and complex. It was wild, remote country, beautiful in its desolation, but offering little in the way of comfort or resources. By midday, the heat was becoming intense again. Samuel was clearly suffering, his breathing shallow, his grip on the saddle horn weakening. The horse, too, was flagging, its steps becoming slower, more reluctant. Neol knew they needed to find shelter and water again. Soon. The water she had collected from the seep was almost gone, and the dead man's horse carried no canteen. She scanned the surrounding cliffs and rock formations, searching for any sign of shade or moisture. Ahead, the narrow wash they were following seemed to deepen, entering a tighter canyon with higher, more shadowed walls. Perhaps there? As they approached the mouth of the narrower canyon, Neil noticed faint markings on the rock face near the entrance symbols pecked into the stone centuries ago by the Anasazi, the ancient ones who had inhabited this land long before the Dine. petroglyphs, often found near water sources or sheltered habitation sites. Hope surged within her. She led the horse into the canyon. It was blessedly cooler here, the high walls providing deep shade. The canyon floor was sandy but showed signs of occasional water flow. Following the winding path inwards, Neil's eyes scanned the base of the cliffs, and then she saw it. Tucked beneath a deep overhang, almost invisible from the main passage, was a dark opening, a cave. Not just a shallow alcove like the one they'd sheltered in during the storm, but a deeper cave, promising real refuge. Near the entrance, the rock face was damp, stained dark with moisture, suggesting a seep within or nearby. This could be the sanctuary they desperately needed. But as she led the horse closer, she felt a sudden, inexplicable reluctance, a prickling sense of unease that had nothing to do with Cutter or the dangers they fled. It was something older, deeper. The air near the cave mouth felt still, heavy. The silence seemed different here, watchful. She remembered her grandmother's warnings about certain caves, places where spirits lingered, places best left undisturbed. She hesitated, looking back at Samuel slumped in the saddle. He was barely conscious, his survival depending on finding shelter and water immediately. She looked at the cave entrance, dark and inviting yet vaguely menacing. The price of shelter. Was it simply finding a place out of the sun? Or did this cave demand something more? Her practical needs warred with the ingrained spiritual caution of her upbringing. Samuel needed help now. Delay could be fatal. Taking a deep breath, pushing aside the unsettling feeling, she murmured a brief, protective prayer and led the horse forward towards the darkness of the cave mouth, hoping the shelter it offered wouldn't come at too high a price. Chapter 18. Broken Trust. Mended Hearts. The cave mouth yawned before them, a dark O against the sun-bleached canyon wall. Stepping across the threshold felt like crossing into another realm. The air inside was instantly cooler, heavy with the scent of damp earth, cold stone, and something else. Something ancient and still, like dormant breath. The oppressive heat and glare of the outside world fell away, replaced by deep shadow and echoing silence. It offered immediate, profound relief from the physical elements, yet Niall's unease lingered, a subtle vibration beneath the surface calm. She helped Samuel dismount, his near-dead weight slumping against her. He was barely conscious, his eyes closed, his breathing a faint, shallow rasp. The horse, equally exhausted, lowered its head and stood passively, its dusty coat dark with sweat. Neil led it further back into the cave, where the floor leveled out into a sandy, relatively dry area, large enough to accommodate them comfortably. Then she turned her full attention to Samuel. Gently, she eased him down onto the soft sand, propping his head and shoulders against her supply basket. His skin felt unnaturally cool and clammy now, a worrying sign after the raging fever. His pulse, when she felt for it at his wrist, was thready and weak. He was slipping away, his body shutting down from the prolonged ordeal, the injury, the fever, the dehydration, the relentless stress and exertion. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through Niall's exhaustion. She had brought him this far, navigated treacherous terrain, faced down prejudice, even scavenged from the dead, all to keep him alive. Was she going to lose him now here, in the relative safety of this hidden cave? The thought was unbearable. Water. He needed water desperately, and warmth, and rest. She quickly retrieved the water skin, tilting the last few precious drops towards his lips. He swallowed reflexively, a faint flicker of awareness in his eyes, but it wasn't enough. She needed more water, immediately. Remembering the damp stains near the cave entrance, she took the skin and her digging stick and hurried back towards the mouth of the cave. Just inside, where the light still penetrated, she found it a slow, steady drip of water, seeping from a crack high up on the cave wall, collecting in a small, shallow basin naturally hollowed out in the rock floor below. Like the seep near the hunter's lean-to, it wasn't a gushing spring, but it was consistent, the basin holding perhaps a gallon of clear, cold water, a life-saving discovery. She filled the water skin quickly, her hands trembling slightly with relief. As she knelt there, she glanced around the entrance chamber more closely. The walls bore faint traces of ancient smoke, blackening, suggesting this cave had been used for shelter long, long ago, perhaps by the Anasazi, whose petroglyphs marked the canyon entrance. There were no recent signs of occupation, however. It felt undisturbed, forgotten, yet that feeling of watchful stillness persisted, as if the cave itself held ancient memories, ancient energies. She pushed the unsettling thought aside. Samuel needed her. Returning to his side, she began the slow, patient process of getting more water into him, drop by drop, using the damp cloth to moisten his lips, coaxing him to swallow. She chafed his cold hands and feet, trying to restore circulation. She covered him with her shawl, wishing desperately for a real blanket, a fire for warmth. But starting even a small fire inside the cave felt wrong, disrespectful, and potentially dangerous, attracting unwanted attention if the smoke somehow escaped. As she worked, tending to him with focused intensity, her thoughts inevitably circled back to the dragonfly pendant, the map found on the dead prospector, the web of danger and secrets tightening around them. The pendant felt like a brand, linking her family to this violent mess. The map felt like a curse, pointing towards a place of potential riches and definite peril. And Samuel, he lay helpless beside her, the catalyst for it all, yet also now someone whose survival felt inexplicably bound to her own. Hours passed. Neil kept vigil, rationing the water, bathing Samuel's face, murmuring prayers for strength and healing. Outside, the sun reached its zenith and began its slow descent, the light shifting within the cave mouth, marking the passage of time. Samuel's condition remained precarious. He drifted in and out of consciousness, sometimes shivering violently, sometimes lying unnervingly still. His breathing remained shallow, his pulse weak. Neil fought against despair, clinging to the small hope offered by the cave shelter and the precious water source. Sometime in the late afternoon, as the shadows within the cave began to deepen, Samuel stirred more purposefully. His eyes opened, and this time they held a clearer spark of awareness. He looked around, taking in the cave's surroundings, then focused on Neil kneeling beside him. "Water?" he whispered, his voice thin but less raspy. Neil quickly held the water skin to his lips. He drank more readily this time, swallowing several mouthfuls before sinking back against the basket, exhausted but seeming slightly revived. "Where are we?" he asked, his gaze drifting towards the cave mouth. "A cave," Neil replied softly, "hidden. Safe for now. There is water." He absorbed this, then his eyes found hers again, holding a deep, troubled expression. "Neil, I need to tell you something." He paused, gathering his strength, his breathing shallow. "About the gold. About Finn." Neil tensed slightly. Had he been holding back more than just the pendant? "What is it, Samuel?" He licked his dry lips. Finn, when he told me about the hiding place, the Sleeping Bear Bluff, the waterfall cave, he didn't just ramble. Samuel's voice dropped lower, strained with confession. He drew me a map, similar to the one you found on that dead prospector. Jed maybe, but clearer, more detail. Neil's breath caught. A clearer map? All this time, Samuel had possessed a more detailed guide to the stolen gold's location. Where is it? She asked, her voice tight, a cold knot forming in her stomach. Had his earlier claims of vague, useless information been a lie? Samuel avoided her gaze, looking down at his trembling hands. I destroyed it, burned it, right after Finn died. His voice was barely audible. I told you, Niall, I wanted nothing to do with it. Blood money, cursed. I memorized the landmarks, the basic route, just in case. In case Cutter caught me, maybe I could use it to bargain. Buy time. But I didn't want the map itself. Didn't want to be tempted. Didn't want anyone else finding it if something happened to me. He finally looked up, meeting her eyes, his own filled with shame and desperation. But Cutter, he doesn't believe I destroyed it. He thinks I have it hidden. That's why he's so relentless. He thinks I hold the key. Neil stared at him, absorbing the confession. He hadn't lied about not having the physical map now, but he had possessed it. He had memorized the details potentially clearer than those on Jed's crude drawing. He had held back this crucial piece of information, letting her believe his knowledge was uselessly vague. Why? Fear? Self-preservation? A lingering shred of caution even towards her, his rescuer? A feeling of betrayal, sharp and cold, pierced through the fragile trust that had begun to build between them. He had let her risk everything, guide him, tend to him, all while withholding information that might have changed their choices, their path. He had claimed to want nothing to do with the gold. Yet he had memorized the way, holding on to the knowledge like a hidden ace. You memorized it? She repeated, her voice dangerously quiet. The landmarks? The route? Samuel nodded miserably. Roughly. The Sleeping Bear Bluff, the hidden canyon it overlooks, and the seasonal waterfall Finn described. Yes, I could probably find it, or get close. The air in the cave grew thick with unspoken accusations, broken trust. Neil felt a cold anger rise within her, mingling with the fear and exhaustion. She had shared her water, her strength, her knowledge of the land, risked her life and potentially her family's safety based on the belief that he was simply an unwilling victim caught in Cutter's web. But his calculated withholding of the map's details painted a slightly different picture, a man still clinging to a dangerous secret, perhaps still harboring a sliver of hope or fear related to the cursed gold. She pulled back from him slightly, the warmth of their earlier shared vulnerability evaporating, replaced by a chilling distance. Why, Samuel? She asked, her voice low, trembling slightly with suppressed emotion. Why not tell me the truth from the beginning? When I tended your wound, when we faced those men, when our lives depended on trusting each other? Shame washed over Samuel's face. He couldn't meet her eyes. I was afraid, he admitted, his voice choked. Afraid you'd think I was just like Cutter, obsessed with the gold, afraid you'd leave me if you knew I held that key, however unwillingly. Afraid maybe I was tempted deep down by what it represented, a way out, a different life. It felt safer to keep it hidden, even from you. He finally looked up, his eyes pleading for understanding. It was wrong, Neil. Cowardly. I see that now. Trapped here. depending on you for everything. Seeing your courage, it made me see my own weakness. His confession, raw and painful, chipped away at her anger, though the hurt of the broken trust remained. He hadn't acted out of malice, perhaps, but out of fear, weakness, and the deeply ingrained habit of self-preservation learned through a hard life. He was flawed, deeply so, but perhaps not fundamentally deceitful. He was a man wrestling with his own demons, caught in a trap largely of his own making, or at least his past associations. Neil remained silent for a long time, processing his words, weighing the broken trust against the undeniable reality of their shared predicament. Anger wouldn't help them now. Recrimination wouldn't get them out of this cave, wouldn't protect them from Cutter. They still needed each other. But the dynamic had shifted. The fragile bridge of trust, so recently built, had been damaged, perhaps irreparably. "The place," she said, finally, her voice devoid of emotion. "The place Finn described. The Sleeping Bear Bluff, the cave behind the water." She paused, then added quietly, I think I know where it might be." Samuel stared at her, stunned. You know it?" Neil nodded slowly. "There are stories. An old place, deep in the canyons to the west, a place my people avoid, marked by a great red rock like a sleeping animal, a place of power, sometimes dangerous. Water is said to fall there only after heavy rains." She held his gaze. "Is that where Cutter hid the gold, Samuel? In a place sacred, or at least taboo, to the Dine?" The possibility, the potential sacrilege, seemed to horrify Samuel, cutting through his weakness and self-pity. "Gods, no, I hope not," he whispered. "Finn didn't mention anything about sacred ground, just the landmarks." He frowned, trying to recall the details through the haze of fever and time. "He said Cutter chose it because it was remote, easily defended, hard to find unless you knew exactly where to look. He never mentioned anything about your people." But Cutter had been an army scout. He knew the territory. He might have known about the Dine beliefs, the places they avoided, and seen that avoidance as an advantage, ensuring the hiding place remained undisturbed. The idea felt like a violation, a defilement. This new knowledge, combined with Samuel's confession, shifted Neil's perspective. Her path seemed suddenly, terrifyingly clearer. If the gold was hidden in that specific place, a place linked to her people's deep history and spiritual beliefs, then this was no longer just about helping Samuel escape Cutter. It was about protecting something sacred from further defilement, about confronting the intrusion of Bilagana greed and violence into the heart of the Dineta. Her personal entanglement felt deeper now, rooted not just in compassion or circumstance, but in duty, a duty to her ancestors, to the holy people, to the balance of Hosho that Cutter's actions and the presence of the stolen gold threatened to disrupt. She looked at Samuel, seeing not just a flawed, hunted man, but a potential key. His memorized knowledge of the route, combined with her potential knowledge of the location itself. Together, they might be able to find the place, not to claim the gold, but perhaps to ensure it was dealt with, removed, its corrupting influence, neutralized before it caused more bloodshed, more sorrow. It was a dangerous, almost unthinkable idea, fraught with peril, both physical and spiritual. But first they had to survive. They had to get out of this cave, evade Cutter, and Samuel had to regain his strength. The broken trust lay between them, a jagged tear in the fabric of their alliance. But beneath it, a new shared purpose might be tentatively emerging, born of desperation, confession, and the disturbing convergence of their separate worlds. "Rest now, Samuel," Neil said, her voice softer now, the anger replaced by a heavy weariness and a dawning resolve. You need your strength. We both do. She offered him more water, tended to his needs quietly. The earlier warmth wasn't fully restored, the sting of his withheld information still present, but the raw edge of betrayal had softened, replaced by a complex mix of pity, reluctant understanding, and a growing sense of shared destiny, however perilous. Their hearts, bruised and weary, weren't perhaps fully mended, but in the shared space of the quiet cave, facing the truth of their situation and the shadows of their pasts, a different kind of connection was being forged. One built not on easy trust, but on mutual need, shared danger, and the dawning realization that their paths, however divergent their origins, might now lead to the same dangerous destination. Chapter 19. Where Loyalties Lie. The fragile truce established in the cave held through the night and into the next day. Samuel's fever, though still present, remained subdued, his periods of lucidity lengthening. The water from the cave seep, combined with Niall's continued administration of the Mormon tea and willow herb paste, seemed to be slowly turning the tide against the infection and exhaustion that had threatened to overwhelm him. He was still incredibly weak, incapable of traveling far or fast, but the spark of life in his eyes burned a little brighter, his grip on survival tightening. Niall tended to him patiently, the rhythm of caregiving, a familiar anchor in the swirling uncertainty. She replenished the water skin from the slow drip, gathered more herbs from near the canyon entrance under the cover of dawn and dusk, shared their meager rations of jerky, and kept a vigilant watch from the cave mouth. The silence between them was no longer entirely fraught with the tension of broken trust. It had settled into something quieter, more contemplative, as if both were processing the implications of Samuel's confession and Niall's dawning realization about the gold's potential location. The damage, however, remained. Neil found herself watching Samuel more closely, analyzing his words, questioning the nuances of his expressions. Had he told her everything now? Or were there still layers of evasion, secrets held back out of fear or habit? The knowledge that he had possessed and memorized, a detailed map, changed the calculus of their situation. He wasn't just a passive victim. He held dangerous knowledge, the key Cutter sought. This made him both more valuable and infinitely more dangerous to be near. Her own loyalty felt stretched, pulled in multiple directions. Her duty to her family, her people, her traditions, urged caution, retreat, a return to the safety of the Hogan fire. The weight of her father's unspoken disapproval, her mother's worry, pressed heavily upon her. She pictured Tu Hastien tracking her, his heart aching with fear, finding the abandoned wagon, the signs of violence, perhaps even the dead prospector, his worry deepening into dread. By helping Samuel, by venturing deeper into this web of Bilagana violence and greed, was she betraying the very people she sought to protect? Yet her loyalty to Samuel, however new and complex, felt undeniably real. Forged in shared danger, cemented by his vulnerability and her compassion, it compelled her to stay, to protect him, to see this through. Leaving him now, especially knowing he held the key Cutter sought, felt like condemning him to certain death. And beyond mere compassion, there was the unsettling conviction growing within her that their paths were intertwined for a reason, that the journey towards the Sleeping Bear Bluff, towards the potentially sacred site defiled by stolen gold, was a path she was somehow meant to walk. Her loyalty, then, extended perhaps even further to the land itself, to the balance of Hosho, threatened by the cursed treasure. These conflicting loyalties created a constant tension within her, a silent battle waged in the quiet hours spent watching Samuel sleep or staring out at the impassive canyon walls. Where did her ultimate allegiance lie? Could she reconcile the duty to her family with the responsibility she felt for Samuel, and the deeper emerging sense of obligation to confront the desecration potentially happening at the sacred site? Samuel, too, seemed caught in his own internal conflict. As his strength slowly returned, glimpses of the guarded, self-reliant man he had been reappeared. He grew restless within the confines of the cave, frequently dragging himself to the entrance to peer out, his eyes scanning the canyon, searching for threats. He ate the jerky Neil offered mechanically, his mind clearly elsewhere. He often fell into long silences, his brow furrowed, his gaze distant, wrestling perhaps with his own shame, his fear, and the terrifying knowledge he carried. He asked Niall more questions about the Sleeping Bear Bluff, about the stories she knew, probing cautiously, trying to reconcile Finn's descriptions with her fragmented knowledge of Dene lore. Neol answered carefully, sharing only vague generalities, reluctant to reveal too much about the place considered taboo, wary of feeding any lingering temptation he might feel regarding the gold itself. The dance of trust and mistrust continued between them, a subtle counterpoint to their forced intimacy. On the third day in the cave, Samuel was noticeably stronger. The fever was almost gone, the color returning to his face, the wounds beginning to heal cleanly under the continued application of the willow herb salve. He could stand and walk short distances within the cave without her constant support, though he was still weak and moved stiffly. He insisted on taking a turn, keeping watch at the cave mouth, freeing Neil to gather more water and herbs, or simply to rest her own weary body and mind. It was during one of these watches, as dusk began to settle, painting the canyon walls in soft purples and grays, that Samuel called her urgently, his voice low and tense. "Neil! Quickly!" Neil scrambled to the entrance, her heart pounding. Samuel was pointing towards the mouth of the canyon, where it opened out into the wider wash they had followed earlier. Through the gathering gloom, she saw them. Two riders moving slowly, cautiously, appearing to examine the ground. Even from this distance, their silhouettes looked chillingly familiar. Cutter's men. They had found the canyon. Panic threatened to overwhelm Neol, but years of ingrained discipline took over. "Back!" she whispered fiercely, pulling Samuel away from the entrance, deeper into the cave's concealing shadows. "Deeper inside. Stay quiet." They retreated further into the cave, past the main chamber where they had sheltered, into a narrower passage that branched off to the side. The air grew cold here, damper, the darkness almost absolute. They huddled together against the cold rock wall, listening intently, every nerve straining. The sounds of the riders grew clearer now, the clink of bridles, the soft thud of hooves on sand, low, indistinct voices. They were entering the canyon. Had they found tracks leading here despite the storm? Or were they simply searching systematically, drawn perhaps by the petroglyphs, the possibility of water, the potential shelter the canyon offered? Neil held her breath, praying they wouldn't find the cave entrance, praying they would pass by. Samuel was rigid beside her, his hand instinctively reaching for the place where his pistol should have been. His vulnerability, their shared helplessness, was terrifyingly acute. The riders paused near the cave mouth. Neol could hear their voices more clearly now, though the words were muffled by the rock. One voice sounded rough, impatient. The other was colder, calmer. Cutter's voice. "Tracks vanished back there," the rough voice complained. "Could have gone anywhere." "He's hurt," the cold voice replied, "and he's with the squaw. They need water, shelter. They wouldn't go far into the open. This canyon, it feels right. Check for water sign, check for caves." Neo's blood ran cold. Cutter was methodical, intelligent. He knew how to think like a hunted man. She heard the scuff of boots on rock near the entrance. One of them was dismounting, approaching the cave mouth. She squeezed her eyes shut, reciting a silent prayer for concealment. Samuel's hand found hers in the darkness, his grip surprisingly strong, a silent acknowledgement of their shared peril. A beam of light suddenly pierced the darkness of the main chamber, a lantern. Someone had entered the cave. Neol could hear footsteps moving cautiously across the sandy floor. The faint clink of spurs. The light flickered, casting dancing shadows, partially illuminating the narrow passage where they hid. "Anything?" the cold voice called from the entrance. "Looks empty," the first man replied, his voice echoing slightly in the cave. "Just an old cave. Signs of old fires, maybe Anasazi. There's water, though. A seep back here." A pause, then. "Wait a minute. What's this?" Neil's heart stopped. What had he found? A misplaced basket? A scuff mark they hadn't erased? "Found something," Cutter called impatiently. "Yeah. Looks like herbs. Crushed herbs, still damp near the water seep, and yeah, fresh boot prints in the sand back here, near where someone might have rested. Small prints, too, moccasins maybe. They were here, Cutter. They were definitely here." The game was up, they knew. "How long ago?" Cutter's voice was sharp, devoid of emotion. "Hard to say. Floor's mostly rock near the water. Sand back here is dry. Could be hours, maybe since the storm passed." "They won't be far," Cutter stated calmly. "He's wounded. She won't leave him. Search the cave thoroughly. Check any side passages. They might still be hiding." Terror seized Neol. The man with the lantern was moving further into the main chamber, his footsteps echoing, the beam of light sweeping across the walls, getting closer to the narrow passage where they huddled. Discovery felt imminent, inevitable. Samuel shifted beside her, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Neol could feel the tension radiating from him, the desperate energy of a cornered animal. She tightened her grip on her knife, knowing it was useless against firearm, but needing the feel of a weapon, however inadequate. The lantern beam swept across the entrance to their passage, lingered for a heart-stopping moment, then moved on. The man seemed focused on the back wall of the main chamber. "Nothing back here," the man called out. "Just rock." He started walking back towards the entrance. "Maybe they cleared out when they heard us coming." "Maybe," Cutter's voice was skeptical. "Or maybe they found another way out, some caves connect. Or maybe—" He paused. Neol could almost feel his cold intelligence probing the darkness. "Maybe they're still hiding, waiting for us to leave." A tense silence fell, broken only by the faint drip of water from the seep and the distant stamp of a horse's hoof outside. Cutter was considering his options. Would he leave, or would he wait them out, trapping them in the cave? "All right, Cole," Cutter said finally. "Come on out. No point spooking them if they are still in there. We'll make camp near the entrance. Build a fire. They need water. If they're inside, they'll have to come out eventually. Or we go back in force come morning." The man named Cole emerged from the cave, the lantern light receding. plunging their hiding place back into near total darkness. Neil heard the men moving around outside, the sounds of unsaddling horses gathering brushwood. Soon, the flickering orange glow of a campfire illuminated the cave mouth, casting long, dancing shadows into the main chamber, but not reaching their deep recess. They were trapped. Cutter was laying siege, patient and methodical, waiting for thirst or desperation to drive them out into his hands. Samuel slumped against the cave wall, a low groan escaping his lips. "Trapped," he whispered, despair heavy in his voice. "No way out." Neil leaned her head back against the cold rock, closing her eyes, fighting against the rising tide of hopelessness. Her loyalties, moments ago so conflicted, now seemed terrifyingly simple. Her primary loyalty was to survival Samuel's and her own. The duty to family, tradition, even the sacredness of the potential hiding place, all faded in the face of Cutter's cold, patient siege just yards away. But how to survive? They had a little water left, enough perhaps for another day if rationed severely. They had no food beyond a few scraps of jerky. And Samuel, though slightly improved, was in no condition to fight or make a desperate run for it. They were caught between the devil and the deep cold stone. She felt Samuel shift beside her again. He fumbled inside his shirt, then pressed something small and hard into her hand. Confused, Neil felt its shape in the darkness, smooth, round, a horn button, the one she had found near his camp days ago, the one that seemed so out of place. "Take it," Samuel whispered, his voice strained. "Belonged to someone I knew, back east, someone decent, before things went wrong." He paused, his breathing shallow. Maybe it carries better luck than anything I've touched since." It was a small gesture, almost meaningless, in the face of their desperate situation. Yet it felt significant, an offering, a relinquishing of a piece of his shadowed past, perhaps, a token of trust, offered even after she knew he had withheld the truth about the map. Neil closed her fingers around the button. It felt solid, real, a connection to a life before gold and blood and flight. She tucked it into her pouch with the other objects, the pendant, the casing, the silver ingot, the map. Fragments of colliding world, symbols of their intertwined perilous journey. Where did her loyalties lie now? Here, in the darkness. Trapped and facing overwhelming odds, the answer seemed clearer than ever. Her loyalty lay with the man beside her, with the fragile life she had fought so hard to preserve. It lay with the flicker of decency she saw within him, buried beneath fear and past mistakes. It lay with the shared future they might have, however slim the chances, if they could somehow survive the night, survive the siege, survive Cutter. The price of shelter in this cave was proving higher than she could have imagined, demanding not just physical endurance, but a profound choice about where her heart, her allegiance, truly belonged. Chapter 20. The Reckoning Trail. The night in the besieged cave stretched into an eternity, each hour marked by the flickering firelight at the entrance, the low murmur of voices from Cutter's men, and the gnawing tension coiling tighter in Neil's stomach. Sleep was impossible. She remained huddled beside Samuel in the cold, damp side passage, every sense straining, listening to the sounds from outside, her mind racing through desperate, futile escape scenarios. Samuel drifted in and out of a restless, shallow sleep, occasionally gripping her hand tightly in the darkness, a silent acknowledgement of their shared fear. His breathing seemed a little easier, his shivering less intense, but he was still far too weak for any kind of confrontation or strenuous escape attempt. Their survival depended entirely on Cutter's patience, or lack thereof. Would he wait them out indefinitely, or would his impatience lead him to storm the cave come morning? Neil's thoughts kept returning to the conflicting forces pulling at her. The image of her father's face, etched with worry, haunted her. The weight of the dragonfly pendant felt heavy against her skin, a constant reminder of the danger encroaching upon her family's world. Yet beside her, Samuel's quiet breathing, his hand occasionally finding hers in the darkness, anchored her to the present, to the immediate, overwhelming need to protect this man whose life had become so inexplicably entangled with hers. The abstract concepts of loyalty to tradition or duty to sacred sites felt distant, overshadowed by the primal instinct to survive, to shield the vulnerable life beside her. As the first almost imperceptible hint of dawn began to dilute the absolute blackness within the cave, Neil knew time was running out. Cutter would act soon. She had to think, find some advantage, some way out, however desperate. She strained her ears, listening intently to the sounds outside. The fire still crackled, but the voices seemed quieter now, perhaps drowsy. She could hear the soft movements of the horses, tethered nearby. 2 men, Cutter and Cole, she presumed. 2 horses, besides the weary bay they had taken from the dead prospector Jed. An idea began to form, audacious and incredibly risky, relying on surprise, darkness, and a deep understanding of her own capabilities versus the Bilagana's potential overconfidence or carelessness. It was a gamble, perhaps their only one. She turned to Samuel, gently shaking him awake. He surfaced slowly, his eyes immediately finding hers in the gloom, questioning. "Listen carefully," Neil whispered, her voice barely audible. "I have an idea. It's dangerous, but it might be our only chance." She quickly outlined her plan. The seep, the source of their precious water, was located near the cave entrance, just inside the main chamber, partially illuminated by the campfire's glow. Cutter's men, assuming they were trapped and helpless, might have grown complacent during the night, perhaps only one keeping a lazy watch while the other dozed. If she could creep out silently, under the cover of pre-dawn darkness and the dying fire. If she could reach their horses untethered. "Their horses?" Samuel whispered back, incredulous. "Neil, it's suicide. They'll shoot you before you get 10 feet. "They expect us to be weak, desperate, trapped," Neil countered, her voice firm with resolve. "They won't expect an attack, however small. They won't expect me to move so quietly. It's a risk, a huge risk. But staying here means certain death when they come in." She explained the rest of her plan. She would try to create a diversion, stampede their horses if possible, while Samuel, using every last ounce of his strength, would crawl towards the cave mouth, bringing the prospector's horse with him. In the ensuing chaos, they might have a chance, however slim, to mount the bay horse together and escape into the broken country under the cover of the lingering darkness and confusion. Samuel stared at her, his face pale but his eyes burning with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. "Neil, it's too dangerous for you." "It is more dangerous to wait," she insisted. She touched his arm. "Can you do it, Samuel? Can you crawl to the entrance with the horse when you hear the signal?" He hesitated, doubt warring with the undeniable logic of her desperate plan. He looked down at his own weakened body, then back at her determined face. Finally, he nodded slowly. "I'll try, Niall. God's help me, I'll try." "The signal," Neil whispered, "will be the cry of a canyon wren. 3 times when you hear it move. She squeezed his hand. Be ready and be brave. Taking a deep breath, Neil slipped the silver dragonfly pendant over her head, tucking it securely inside her blouse, feeling its cool weight against her skin like a shield. She checked her knife, loosened it in its sheath. Then, moving with a silence born of lifelong practice, she melted into the shadows, leaving Samuel alone in the deeper darkness of the side passage. She crept forward, inch by agonizing inch, towards the main chamber, her moccasined feet making absolutely no sound on the sandy floor. The campfire outside had burned low, casting flickering, unreliable light. Peering cautiously around the edge of the passage, she surveyed the scene. Just as she'd hoped, only one man, Cole, was visible, slumped near the fire, his head nodding, clearly dozing. His rifle lay across his lap. Cutter was nowhere to be seen, likely asleep nearby, wrapped in his bedroll, trusting Cole to keep watch. Their 2 horses were tethered loosely to a sturdy juniper bush just beyond the fire's glow. Neil's heart pounded against her ribs. This was it, the moment of commitment. She took another slow, deep breath, centering herself, drawing on the quiet strength of her ancestors, the resilience of her spirit. Moving like a shadow, she slipped out of the side passage and flattened herself against the cold cave wall, edging her way towards the entrance. The sand muffled her footsteps completely. Cole didn't stir. She slid past the water seep, past the spot where Cole had found the herbs, until she reached the very mouth of the cave, shielded by the deepest shadows just inside the entrance. She paused, listening. Only the crackle of the dying fire, Cole's soft snores, and the occasional stamp of a horse's hoof broke the pre-dawn stillness. Cutter remained unseen, presumably still asleep. Now for the most dangerous part. She needed to get outside, reach the horses, cut them loose. She gathered herself, then slipped out of the cave mouth like smoke, melting into the shadows beside a large boulder just outside the entrance. Cole remained asleep, moving with agonizing slowness, staying low to the ground. She circled around behind the sleeping guard, putting the campfire between herself and him. She reached the tethered horses. They shifted nervously, sensing her presence, their warm breath misting in the cool air. Neol murmured softly to them in Navajo, calming sounds her grandfather used with frightened sheep. Miraculously, they quieted, perhaps recognizing the familiar tones, or simply too tired to spook easily. Her knife slid silently from its sheath. With swift, practiced movements, she sliced through the leather tether ropes close to the juniper bush. The horses were free. Now, the diversion. Taking another deep breath, she let out the piercing, trilling cry of a canyon wren chi-chi-chi. Once, twice, 3 times, the sound echoed strangely in the stillness, sharp and clear. Inside the cave, she prayed Samuel had heard, prayed he was moving. Outside, Cole jerked awake, startled, grabbing his rifle. "What the hell was that?" he muttered groggily, peering into the darkness. Before he could fully orient himself, Neil slapped the rump of the nearest horse hard, letting out a sharp cry. The startled animal leaped forward, bumping into its companion. Both horses, already unnerved and now suddenly freed, bolted, crashing through the brush away from the cave, reins flying, their hooves thundering in the quiet dawn. "Hey, horses!" Cole yelled, scrambling to his feet, momentarily forgetting everything else in the panic of losing their mounts. From nearby, Cutter's voice barked, sharp with alarm. "Cole, what is it? Report!" "The horses, boss! They spooked something. That bird call," Cole shouted back, fumbling with his rifle, trying to see where the horses had gone. This was Neol's chance. While Cutter and Cole were distracted by the stampeding horses, she darted back towards the cave entrance. Just inside, she saw Samuel dragging himself forward, pulling the reins of the exhausted bay horse, his face a mask of pained effort. "Now, Samuel, quickly," she urged, grabbing the horse's reins, helping him the last few feet towards the entrance. The sounds of Cutter and Cole shouting, cursing, trying to locate their vanished horses provided precious cover. Neol positioned the bay horse near the entrance, glancing nervously back towards the sounds of the pursuers. "Mount!" she hissed at Samuel. He tried, pushing himself up, straining, but his legs buckled. He didn't have the strength. Neol wasted no time. With a surge of desperate strength, she shoved him upwards, practically throwing him bodily across the saddle, mirroring their earlier effort. He landed awkwardly, groaning, but he was on. Swinging herself up behind him with practiced agility, Neil seized the reins. She kicked the weary horse into motion, urging it out of the cave mouth and into the gray dust-laden dawn. They burst out into the open just as Cutter, alerted by the noise, spun around near the dying campfire. His eyes widened in momentary shock as he saw them, the Navajo woman he'd dismissed, the injured man he'd thought trapped, escaping on the dead prospector's horse. His reaction was instantaneous. He raised his rifle, the barrel glinting ominously in the dim light. Neil didn't hesitate. She kicked the horse hard, veering sharply away from the campfire, plunging into the broken terrain to the west, following the faint, ancient trail they had started on the day before. A shot rang out, the crack echoing through the canyon. The bullet whined past Neil's ear, terrifyingly close, kicking up dust just ahead of them. "Faster!" she yelled, urging the horse onward, bending low over Samuel's slumped form, trying to shield him with her own body. Another shot. This one went wide. Cole, still disoriented, was likely firing blindly. They galloped recklessly along the ancient path, the tired horse responding with surprising bursts of speed fueled by fear. Rocks and bushes flashed past in the gray light. Neol clung to the reins, guiding the horse by instinct, her heart pounding, the wind tearing at her hair. Behind them, she heard Cutter shouting orders, the sounds growing fainter. They were on foot now, their horses gone. It bought Neil and Samuel precious time, a head start measured in minutes, but potentially meaning the difference between life and death. They rode hard for perhaps 15 minutes, pushing the exhausted horse to its limit until the animal began to stumble, its breathing turning into great heaving sobs. Neil knew she couldn't push it further. She slowed it to a walk, then to a halt in the shelter of another narrow wash, allowing the poor creature to catch its breath. Samuel stirred behind her, lifting his head weakly. Did we make it?" he gasped. "For now," Neol replied, her own breathing ragged. She looked back the way they had come. Nothing. Only the silent, rugged landscape unfolding under the rapidly brightening sky. They are on foot. It will slow them, but Cutter, he knows this land. He will follow. Samuel slumped forward again, his brief surge of adrenaline spent. Where are we going?" Neol looked west, towards the increasingly rugged, folded land where the Sleeping Bear Bluff supposedly lay hidden. The path forward was no longer just about escape. It was about confronting the source of the danger, the cursed gold, the desecration it represented. It was about finishing what Finn's dying confession, her mother's lost pendant, and Cutter's relentless pursuit had started. It was a reckoning trail. "We are going," Neil said, her voice quiet, but filled with a new, unwavering resolve. to find the place Finn spoke of. We are going to face the shadows. Her loyalty was no longer divided. It lay on the path ahead, intertwined with Samuel's fate, driven by a fierce determination to protect not just their lives, but the fragile balance of her world. Threatened by the encroaching darkness, she urged the horse forward again, deeper into the wilderness, onto the reckoning trail. Chapter 21. Under a Blood Moon. The reckoning trail proved as arduous and unforgiving as Neil had feared. It led them deeper into the labyrinthine heart of the broken country, away from familiar landmarks, through narrow, twisting canyons choked with scree, across high, wind-scoured mesas, and down steep, treacherous slopes. The ancient path she followed was often barely discernible, demanding constant vigilance and interpretation of the subtle signs left by those who had passed this way generations, perhaps centuries before. The land itself felt older here, wilder, imbued with a palpable sense of isolation and forgotten history. They pushed onward relentlessly, driven by the knowledge that Cutter, though on foot, was surely following, his relentless tracking skills likely narrowing the gap with every hour that passed. Neol rationed their dwindling water supply ruthlessly, giving Samuel the larger share, but taking only tiny sips herself, feeling the familiar ache of dehydration begin to claw at her own throat. The few strips of jerky were long gone. Hunger gnawed at her, a dull counterpoint to the sharp edge of fear and exhaustion. Samuel remained weak, often lapsing into periods of feverish semi-consciousness, slumped forward in the saddle, relying entirely on Neil's strength and the weary horse's endurance. But during his lucid moments, a grim determination burned in his eyes. He seemed to understand the shift in their purpose, the unspoken decision to head towards the place Finn had described, not just to escape, but to confront the source of the poison that had blighted his life and now threatened Neil's. He occasionally offered fragmented recollections of Finn's map, descriptions of rock formations or creek beds, trying to reconcile his memorized fragments with the landscape unfolding around them, collaborating with Neol in their desperate navigation. The horse, the sturdy bay taken from the dead prospector, proved remarkably resilient. Though clearly exhausted, its ribs showing beneath its dusty coat, it plodded onward gamely, responding to Neil's gentle guidance and murmured encouragement. She treated the animal with respect, conserving its energy, walking beside it whenever the terrain allowed, acutely aware that their survival depended heavily on its continued strength. As the second day of their flight drew to a close, the landscape began to change again. The canyons widened slightly, the rock formations taking on a deeper reddish hue. They entered a valley marked by towering sandstone monoliths, sculpted by wind into fantastical shapes, pillars, arches, and balanced rocks that seemed to defy gravity. And there, dominating the western end of the valley, bathed in the fiery light of the setting sun, stood a massive bluff. Its shape was unmistakable, uncannily resembling a colossal bear lying down, its head resting on its paws, its great flank catching the crimson light. The sleeping bear. Niall stopped, her breath catching in her throat. It was exactly as the stories described, as Finn, through Samuel, had indicated. The sight was both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling. The rock formation radiated a palpable sense of ancient power, of slumbering energy. It felt like trespassing just to gaze upon it. Samuel, roused by their sudden halt, stared at the bluff, recognition and dread mingling in his eyes. "That's it," he whispered, his voice hoarse. That's the place Finn described. According to Samuel's recollection of the map and Finn's rambling words, the hidden canyon containing the cave lay somewhere beyond the bluff, tucked away, accessible perhaps only through a narrow passage near the bear's shoulder. And the cave itself was hidden behind water, falling over stone, the seasonal waterfall. Neil scanned the area. There was no sign of falling water now. The land was parched, baked by the long drought. Any waterfall would be dry, the cave entrance likely exposed, if they could even find it. "We need to find shelter before dark," Neil said, her voice hushed, respectful of the place's aura. "And water. We cannot approach the bluff directly tonight." There was wisdom in avoiding such a powerful place after dark. They found refuge in a shallow side canyon near the valley entrance, well away from the imposing bluff. A cluster of hardy cottonwood trees, their leaves rustling dryly in the evening breeze, suggested the possibility of water beneath the surface. Using her digging stick, Neil probed the sandy soil near the tree roots and, after much effort, managed to uncover a small, muddy seep. The water was brackish, tasting of minerals, but it was wet. She painstakingly collected enough to partially refill their water skin, filtering it through a piece of cloth torn from Samuel's worn shirt. As darkness fell, a full moon rose, bathing the stark landscape in an eerie, silvery light. But tonight, the moon was different. It climbed the sky tinged with a strange, coppery red hue, casting bloody shadows across the land, a blood moon, often considered an omen, a sign of imbalance, of impending change or upheaval. Its unsettling light seemed to magnify the inherent power of the Sleeping Bear Bluff, painting its sandstone flanks in shades of dried blood, making it look even more menacing, more watchful. They huddled together near the muddy seep, sharing the last crumbs of Neil's gathered herbs and the brackish water. Samuel seemed marginally better, the immediate threat perhaps focusing his remaining strength. But he was still frail, his movements slow and deliberate. The silence between them was thick with anticipation and unspoken fear. Tomorrow, they would approach the bluff. Tomorrow, they would search for the hidden canyon, the cave, the gold. Tomorrow, Cutter would likely find them. The reckoning felt terrifyingly close. "Neil," Samuel said quietly, breaking the silence, his gaze fixed on the blood-red moon hanging above the canyon rim. "What will we do if we find it? The gold?" The question Neil had been wrestling with herself. "The gold is cursed," she replied firmly. "Blood money. It has brought nothing but death and sorrow. It does not belong in this land, especially not if it is hidden in a sacred place." "But Cutter," Samuel started. "He won't stop. Even if we find it, destroy it, he'll kill us anyway, just for knowing." "Perhaps," Neil acknowledged. The harsh reality was undeniable. Cutter was driven by more than just greed now. It was likely personal, a matter of pride, of silencing those who knew his secrets. Leaving the gold there, letting it continue to poison this place, letting men like Cutter defile sacred ground, that is not an option either. Her loyalty, tested and strained, had found its anchor. It wasn't just about saving Samuel or protecting her family from afar. It was about restoring balance, confronting the source of the hoax-so, the ugliness that had seeped into her world. How they would achieve that, how they would survive Cutter, remained terrifyingly unclear. "There might be another way," Samuel said slowly, hesitantly. "Finn, he mentioned something else, a name. Someone Cutter feared, or at least respected enough to avoid crossing. an old Ute shaman, lived somewhere up in the northern mountains. Said Cutter avoided that territory. Said this shaman had ways of dealing with troublesome spirits and troublesome men. Neil looked at him sharply. An old Ute shaman, it sounded like another desperate grasp at straws, a fragment from Finn's delirium, yet the Utes were known for their powerful medicine, their deep connection to the mountain spirits. Could there be truth to it? It was a remote possibility, a path leading even further into the unknown. But it lodged itself in Neil's mind as a potential alternative, however faint, to direct confrontation with Cutter. They fell silent again, the weight of their impending choices heavy upon them. Neil touched the dragonfly pendant beneath her blouse, drawing a sliver of comfort from its familiar shape, a reminder of her father's strength, her mother's resilience. She thought of the horn button, the prospector's map, the silver ingot symbols of the tangled path that had led her here. Later, under the watchful gaze of the blood moon, Neil saw movement near the entrance to their side canyon. Her hand instantly went to her knife, her body tensing. But it wasn't Cutter. It was a lone figure, moving with quiet familiarity through the moonlit landscape. Her heart leaped as she recognized the silhouette, the posture, the way he carried his rifle. "Ashki!" she breathed, scrambling to her feet. To Hastings stopped, seeing her emerge from the shadows. Relief washed over his stern features, so profound it momentarily erased the lines of worry and exhaustion. He strode forward, enveloping her in a fierce embrace, holding her tightly for a long moment. "Shiyazi," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "My daughter, I feared the worst." He held her at arm's length, his eyes scanning her face, assessing her condition. Then his gaze fell on Samuel, struggling to sit up near the seep, looking pale and spectral in the bloody moonlight. To Hastings' expression hardened instantly, suspicion and disapproval flooding back. "You found the Billigana," he stated flatly, his hand dropping to the rifle slung over his shoulder. "And his trouble found you." "Father?" "Listen," Neil pleaded, stepping between him and Samuel. "He is injured. Men are hunting him. They attacked his wagon, killed another man. They chased us, besieged us in a cave. We barely escaped." She spoke quickly, urgently, trying to convey the desperation, the danger they had faced. To Hastings listened silently, his eyes never leaving Samuel, his expression unreadable. He saw the weakness, the lingering fever, but also perhaps the flicker of decency Neil had glimpsed. He saw the exhaustion on his daughter's face, the strain she carried. "His trouble is not ours, daughter," he said finally, his voice heavy with the weight of tradition and caution. "He brings violence. He disturbs the balance. You should have left him." "I could not," Neil replied simply, meeting her father's gaze steadily. "And now it is our trouble. The men hunting him, they seek gold, stolen gold. And we think it may be hidden near the Sleeping Bear Bluff, perhaps in a place sacred to our people." The mention of the Sleeping Bear, the sacred place, made to Hastings draw in a sharp breath. His eyes widened slightly, understanding dawning. This was no longer just about protecting his daughter from an outsider's quarrel. It touched upon something deeper, a potential desecration that concerned them all. He looked from Niall's determined face to Samuel's vulnerable form, then back towards the imposing, blood-lit bluff dominating the valley. His internal conflict was palpable, the ingrained distrust of the outsider warring with his duty to protect sacred ground, his fear for his daughter mingling with pride in her resilience. The blood moon shone down, bathing the three figures in its eerie light. The worried father, the resolute daughter, the haunted stranger. They stood at a crossroads, ancient loyalties clashing with immediate dangers, the reckoning trails stretching before them, demanding choices that would forever alter the balance of their lives, their worlds. The air crackled with tension, with unspoken questions, with the weight of impending confrontation. The final act of their desperate journey was about to begin, under the watchful, bloody eye of the moon. Chapter 22, Ashes and Dawn. The presence of two Hastian shifted the fragile dynamic forged between Neil and Samuel. His arrival brought not only the immense relief of a protector, a skilled tracker who knew this land intimately, but also the heavy weight of paternal authority and the ingrained caution of his generation. The air in their small camp near the muddy seep crackled with unspoken tensions. To Hastian's deep suspicion of Samuel, Samuel's wary deference towards the older Navajo man, and Neil's position caught squarely between them, trying to bridge the divide of mistrust while conveying the urgency and complexity of their situation. Under the unsettling glow of the blood moon, Neil recounted their ordeal in more detail, the attack on the wagon, the flight into the canyon, the discovery of the dead prospector Jed and his map, the siege in the cave, their narrow escape, Cutter's relentless pursuit. She emphasized Samuel's weakened state, her voice implicitly pleading for her father's understanding, if not his acceptance. She carefully explained their dawning realization about the gold's likely hiding place near the Sleeping Bear Bluff, linking it to the old stories, the potential desecration of sacred ground. To Hastian listened in silence, his face impassive, though Neol saw the flicker of anger in his eyes when she mentioned the stolen dragonfly pendant, and a deeper unease when she spoke of the sacred bluff. He asked few questions, mostly observing Samuel with intense scrutiny, assessing his condition, perhaps trying to gauge the truth of his story through his fever-bright eyes and weakened posture. Samuel, for his part, remained quiet, letting Neil speak, offering only brief, respectful answers when to Hastian addressed him directly. Confirming details of Cutter's ruthlessness, the number of men pursuing them, likely two now, Cutter and Cole, assuming no others had joined them, and his own memorized knowledge, however fragmented, of the path to the hidden cave. He seemed acutely aware of Tu Hastian's distrust, making no attempt to justify himself, relying solely on Neil's advocacy. Finally, Tu Hastian spoke, his voice low and grave, addressing Niall, but his eyes still fixed on Samuel. This path you walk, daughter, is dangerous. This Bilagana's trouble clings to him like burrs. It has already led to death, and it threatens to defile places that should remain undisturbed. He paused, his gaze sweeping towards the imposing moonlit bluff. The Sleeping Bear watches. The spirits of this place are not to be trifled with. I know, Ashki, Neil replied softly but firmly. But we cannot turn back now. Cutter follows. And the gold, if it is there, it must be dealt with. It poisons everything it touches. To Hastian considered her words, his internal struggle visible in the set of his jaw, the deep lines etched around his eyes, his protective instinct warred with his spiritual obligations, his distrust of Samuel with his daughter's undeniable entanglement. The silence stretched, heavy with unspoken possibilities. Dawn will be here soon? Hastian said at last, his decision made, though his tone remained heavy. Cutter will read the signs. He will know we came this way. He will expect us to approach the bluff. He looked at Samuel, then back at Niall. We will not do what he expects. He outlined a plan born of deep cunning and knowledge of the land. They would not approach the Sleeping Bear Bluff directly. Instead, they would use the remaining hours of darkness and the confusing terrain to circle wide, approaching the hidden canyon Finn had described from the more difficult, less obvious western side, hoping to arrive unseen, perhaps even after Cutter had already passed, drawn towards the main bluff. It was a gamble, relying on Cutter's assumptions and their own ability to navigate the treacherous terrain quickly and silently. "Can he travel?" Hastian asked bluntly, nodding toward Samuel, his voice devoid of sympathy but acknowledging the practical necessity. Neil looked at Samuel. He met her gaze, then looked at Hastian, a flicker of his old determination returning. "I can," Samuel stated, his voice weak but resolute. "I will." Preparations were made quickly, efficiently, in the dying moonlight. Hastian shared a small amount of dried jerky and parched corn from his own pouch survival rations, offered out of necessity rather than generosity. He examined the bay horse, checking its legs, assessing its remaining stamina. "It is tired," he pronounced, "but strong-boned. It will carry him if we move carefully." He then turned his attention to Samuel's wounds, his examination far more clinical than Neil's gentle ministrations. He sniffed at the willow herb paste, nodded slightly in acknowledgement of its efficacy, but supplemented it with a small pouch of his own, potent antimicrobial powder, applying it briskly to the shoulder graze. He offered Samuel a sip of a strong, bitter brew from his own, waterskin, a traditional Navajo remedy for pain and fever, far stronger than the Mormon tea Naol had prepared. Samuel drank it without flinching, accepting the help with quiet stoicism. As the first pale light of dawn began to touch the eastern sky, they set out, leaving the relative shelter of the side canyon. Hastian took the lead, moving with effortless grace and speed, reading the landscape like an open book, choosing paths that left minimal sign, utilizing shadows and natural contours for concealment. Neil followed, leading the horse carrying Samuel, marveling again at her father's profound connection to the land, his ability to navigate this complex terrain as if it were an extension of his own being. Samuel rode silently, conserving his strength, his eyes scanning their back trail, watching for any sign of pursuit. The herbs and Hastian's medicine seemed to be helping, holding the worst of the fever and pain at bay, allowing him to focus, to endure. They circled wide around the valley, dominated by the Sleeping Bear Bluff, keeping it always to their left, a silent, brooding presence against the brightening sky. They traversed ridges, scrambled down loose scree slopes, crossed dry sandy washes, moving steadily westward, then beginning to curve back south, approaching the area behind the bluff from an unexpected direction. The pace was grueling, pushing both Neil and the horse to their limits, but Hastian pressed onward relentlessly, driven by the urgency of reaching their destination before Cutter. Sometime mid-morning, Hastian paused, crouching low, examining faint signs on the ground, a recently broken twig, a disturbed patch of gravel. "They passed here," he murmured, his voice grim. "2 men, on foot, less than an hour ago, heading south towards the bluff. Cutter and Cole. They were ahead of them, drawn, as Hastian had predicted, towards the most obvious landmark. Relief mingled with heightened tension. They had bought themselves time, but Cutter was now between them and the hidden canyon, likely searching the area Finn's map would have indicated. Tuhastien altered their course slightly, moving with even greater caution now, utilizing deeper ravines and thicker stands of juniper for cover. The air grew still, heavy with anticipation. They were closing in on the place of reckoning. Finally, late in the morning, Tuhastien led them into a narrow, high-walled canyon, almost completely hidden behind a series of rock falls and dense vegetation, invisible from the main valley dominated by the sleeping bear. This had to be the hidden canyon Finn described. It felt secluded, secretive, the air cooler, the silence profound. They dismounted in the deep shade, tethering the horse loosely to allow it to graze on sparse patches of grass. Tuhastien motioned for silence, then crept forward alone, scouting the canyon ahead. Neil stayed with Samuel, her hand resting near her knife, her ears straining for any sound. Samuel leaned against a rock, his breathing shallow, his eyes scanning the canyon walls, his face pale and tense. Tuhastien returned minutes later, his expression grim. "The cave is ahead," he reported quietly, "behind a dry waterfall, just as the Bilagana remembered, and Cutter is there." Neol's heart sank. "Inside the cave?" Tuhastien shook his head. "Outside. He and the other one, Cole. They found the entrance. It seems that they cannot get in. The way is blocked somehow, or they are wary. They are waiting, watching." "Blocked? Wary? What did that mean? Had Cutter found the gold already, or was something else deterring him?" "We cannot approach directly," Tuhastien continued. "They hold the only easy way in or out of this canyon passage, but—" He looked up, his gaze tracing a path along the steep canyon walls. "There may be another way, a hunter's trail, high up, difficult, dangerous, but it might lead to a position above the cave entrance." It was their only chance for surprise, their only hope of confronting Cutter on something other than his own terms. But the climb looked perilous, perhaps impossible for Samuel in his condition. "I can do it," Samuel said unexpectedly, his voice low but firm. He had overheard Tuhastien. He pushed himself away from the rock, swaying slightly, but standing taller than he had in days. "I must." He looked from Tuhastien's skeptical face to Neil's worried one. "This ends now, one way or another. I owe you both that much." Tuhastien studied him for a long moment, assessing the unexpected resolve in the man he distrusted. Perhaps he saw the flicker of honor Neil had glimpsed, the desperate need for redemption. Or perhaps he simply recognized the tactical necessity. "So be it," he said curtly. "Stay close, move quietly, do exactly as I say." The climb was a nightmare. The hunter's trail was little more than a series of precarious handholds and footholds, scaling the near vertical canyon wall. Tuhastien moved like a mountain goat, seemingly weightless, finding purchase where none seemed to exist. Neil followed, her own agility tested to its limits. Samuel struggled mightily, his weakness making every upward movement an agony. Several times he slipped, his breath catching in terrified gasps, only saved by Tuhastien's quick, strong grip or Niall's steadying hand. But he refused to give up, driven by a desperate final surge of will. Finally, gasping for breath, muscles screaming, they reached a narrow ledge high above the canyon floor, concealed by overhanging rocks and brush. Below them, perhaps 50 yards away, lay the cave entrance, partially obscured by the dry, rock-streaked course of the seasonal waterfall. And just outside the entrance, near a small campfire, sat Cutter and Cole. Cutter was examining something intently. It looked like Jed's crude map. Cole nervously scanned the canyon, his rifle held ready. They seemed frustrated, edgy. The cave entrance itself, Neil now saw, was partially blocked by a recent rockfall, leaving only a narrow, dark opening. Perhaps that was what deterred them. Tuhastian silently drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, knocking it to his bowstring with practiced fluidity. He rarely used the bow anymore, preferring the rifle for hunting, but for silent work, for precision in close quarters, it was still the superior weapon. He gestured for Neil and Samuel to stay hidden, then took careful aim towards Cole, the more exposed of the two men. But before he could release the arrow, Samuel shifted beside Neil, his hand gripping her arm. "No," he whispered urgently, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance. "Look!" Following his gaze, Neil saw it too, a faint stirring in the darkness within the narrow cave opening. Something moving, not rockfall, something else. Suddenly, with a guttural cry that echoed chillingly in the canyon silence, a figure burst from the cave entrance. Not Cutter, not Cole, but another man, gaunt, wild-eyed, clothes in tatters, brandishing a heavy, rusted pistol. He stumbled forward, blinking in the sunlight, looking less like a man and more like a creature unearthed from darkness. Cutter and Cole reacted instantly. Spinning around, rifles coming up, the wild man fired his pistol, the shot deafeningly loud in the enclosed space. The bullet struck Cole in the chest, throwing him backwards with brutal force. He landed in a heap, unmoving. Before Cutter could bring his own rifle fully to bear, the wild man lunged at him, not with the pistol, but with a desperate animalistic fury. The two men crashed together, grappling fiercely, rolling in the dust near the campfire. Neil, Samuel, and Tuhastian watched, stunned by the sudden, savage turn of events. Who was this wild man? Had he been trapped in the cave? Was he connected to the gold? The struggle below was brief, brutal. Cutter, though surprised, was stronger, more ruthless. He managed to wrestle the pistol away from the wild man, then brought the butt down hard on his skull. The man collapsed, unconscious or dead. Cutter scrambled to his feet, breathing heavily, covered in dust. He kicked the wild man's prone body contemptuously, then retrieved his rifle. He looked at Cole's still form, then spat on the ground. His crew was dwindling fast. He turned his attention back to the cave entrance, his expression a mixture of frustration and predatory focus. Whatever was inside the gold, presumably was still there, guarded now only by a recent rockfall, and perhaps the lingering spirit of the wild man he had just subdued. He seemed about to approach the entrance again when his eyes suddenly snapped upwards, scanning the canyon walls. His scout's instincts perhaps sensing something amiss, some subtle sign of their presence on the ledge above. His gaze swept past their hiding place, then came back, narrowing with suspicion. He saw them. Raising his rifle, he fired, not aiming directly, but sending a warning shot ricocheting off the rocks near their ledge, showering them with stone fragments. "Come down!" Cutter yelled, his voice echoing up the canyon walls, cold and deadly, "or the next one finds meat." Trapped on the high ledge, their brief advantage lost, Neil met her father's grim gaze, then looked at Samuel's pale, determined face. The reckoning had arrived. There was nowhere left to run. The final confrontation would happen here, in this hidden canyon, under the watchful eye of the sleeping bear, the ashes of the old world settling around them as a new, uncertain dawn broke. Chapter 23, The Unspoken Promise. The sharp crack of Cutter's rifle shot echoed off the canyon walls, followed by the vicious zing of the bullet ricocheting near their heads. Neol instinctively flattened herself against the narrow ledge, pulling Samuel down beside her, shielding him with her body as rock fragments showered around them. Tehestian, reacting with lightning speed, melted back into the deeper shadows beneath an overhang, his bow held ready, his face grim. "Come down!" Cutter's voice roared from below, amplified by the canyon acoustics, laced with cold fury and absolute command. "Now, or the next one finds meat." They were pinned down, exposed on the high, narrow ledge with only scant cover offered by weathered rocks and stunted brush. Below them, Cutter stood amidst the grim tableau he had created, the still forms of coal, and the wild man sprawled near the dying campfire, the dark, partially blocked entrance to the cave looming behind him. He held the ground, his rifle aimed upwards, controlling their fate. Silence descended, thick and suffocating, broken only by Samuel's ragged breathing and the distant sigh of the wind over the canyon rim. Neol risked peering cautiously over the edge of a rock. Cutter hadn't moved. He stood patiently, his rifle held loosely but ready, his eyes like chips of ice even from this distance, scanning the ledge, waiting for them to break cover. He knew he had them trapped. Time was on his side. Tehestian remained motionless in the shadows, assessing the situation with the calm focus of a seasoned hunter, weighing the odds against a dangerous predator. His bow was powerful, accurate at this range, but Cutter was alert, partially shielded by the campfire smoke and rocks near the cave entrance. A single shot would have to be perfect, instantly incapacitating. A miss, or merely wounding Cutter, would invite immediate, lethal retaliation. Samuel pushed himself up slightly, his face pale but set with a desperate resolve. He looked from Neil to her father, then down at Cutter. Helplessness washed over his features, quickly followed by a surge of guilt and determination. "This is my fault," he rasped, his voice low and strained. "He wants me. Maybe if I go down—" "No," Neol whispered fiercely, pulling him back down. "Don't be foolish. He'll kill you the moment you show yourself. He wants what he thinks you know, but he won't let you live." She is right. Tehestian's quiet voice came from the shadows nearby. He offers no bargains, only death. His gaze met Neol's, conveying a grim understanding. They were in this together now, their fates intertwined whether he approved or not. Cutter shouted again, impatience grating in his tone. "Don't make me wait. Send the squaw down first. Maybe I'll let her live if she's cooperative." Neil flinched at the slur, the casual cruelty. It was a deliberate taunt, designed to provoke, to break their resolve. She saw the flash of fury in her father's eyes and quickly suppressed. "He tries to divide us," Tehestian murmured, his voice calm, analytical. "He expects fear, panic." He shifted his position slightly, testing the angles, considering the options. Descending the treacherous hunter's trail under fire was impossible. Their only hope lay in eliminating Cutter from their perch, or creating a diversion significant enough to allow escape. Neil's mind raced. What did they have? Tehestian's bow, arrows, her knife, Samuel's knowledge, however fragmented or unreliable, the precarious ledge itself. Could they dislodge rocks, create an avalanche? The slope below the ledge wasn't steep enough for a significant rockfall, and any attempt would expose them to Cutter's fire. "The cave," Samuel whispered, his eyes fixed on the dark opening below. "Finn said Cutter is careful, superstitious almost, afraid of tight spaces, ambush." He frowned, trying to recall more. "The rockfall. Maybe that's why he hasn't gone inside yet. He's waiting, wary." Could they use that? Cutter's wariness of the cave? if they could somehow make him believe there was danger inside the cave, force him to divide his attention. To Hastien seemed to be thinking along similar lines. He silently drew another arrow, testing the bowstring's tension. He glanced at Neil, then nodded towards a cluster of loose rocks near the edge of the ledge, slightly further along from their current position. He then looked pointedly at the cave entrance below. The silent instruction was clear. Create a diversion near the cave mouth. Draw Cutter's attention, while Tu Hastien prepared his shot. It was incredibly risky. Neol would have to expose herself, even briefly, to dislodge the rocks convincingly. Cutter's reaction time was lethally fast, but it might be their only chance to break the stalemate. She looked at Samuel. He seemed to understand the silent communication passing between her and her father. Fear warred with resolve in his eyes. He knew the danger she would be putting herself in. He reached out, his hand closing over hers for a brief, intense moment. His grip was surprisingly firm, a silent conveyance of fear, encouragement, and perhaps something deeper, an unspoken promise. A promise of what? That he wouldn't let her sacrifice be in vain, that he would protect her father if needed, that he would face his own reckoning, whatever the cost. The meaning remained elusive, veiled in the urgency of the moment, yet the pressure of his hand felt like a seal, a commitment made in the face of death. Neol squeezed his hand back, a silent acceptance, a promise of her own to be brave, to be swift, to do what needed to be done. Then, releasing his hand, she took a deep, steadying breath and began to edge her way along the ledge towards the cluster of loose rocks, staying as low as possible, utilizing every scrap of cover. Below, Cutter shifted impatiently, his rifle held ready. He hadn't spotted her movement yet, his attention perhaps momentarily diverted by the silence from the ledge. Niall reached the rocks. They were precariously balanced, overlooking a steeper section of the slope that led down towards the cave entrance. A strong push would send them tumbling. She glanced back towards her father. He was poised in the shadows, bowstring partially drawn, arrow aimed not directly at Cutter, but slightly to the side, waiting for the opportune moment. Gathering all her strength, her courage, Neil shoved hard against the largest, most unstable rock. It teetered for a heart-stopping moment. Then, with a grinding crunch, it dislodged, crashing downwards, taking smaller stones and debris with it. The clatter echoed loudly in the canyon, a sudden, violent noise. What the? Cutter spun around, startled, his rifle swinging towards the source of the noise near the cave entrance, momentarily distracted from the ledge above. In that instant of distraction, Tu Hastien acted. The bowstring twanged, almost silent, beneath the echo of the falling rocks. The arrow flew, swift and true. It wasn't aimed at Cutter's heart or head, too difficult a shot under pressure. Instead, it struck Cutter's rifle, hitting the wooden stock with a sharp thwack. The impact jarred the weapon, knocking it from Cutter's grasp. The rifle clattered onto the rocks near his feet. Simultaneously, the falling rocks Neil had dislodged reached the bottom, crashing near the cave entrance, sending up dust and echoing loudly, adding to the confusion. Cutter, momentarily disarmed and startled by the rockfall near the cave he already feared, hesitated for a critical fraction of a second. It was all Tu Hastien needed. A second arrow flew, faster than the first. This one found its mark. It struck Cutter high in the shoulder, burying itself deep. He cried out, a strangled sound of pain and shock, staggering backwards, clutching at the feathered shaft protruding from his flesh, his face contorted in agony and disbelief. He stumbled, his eyes wild with pain, finding the ledge again, finding Neol, who was already scrambling back towards Samuel and her father. He clawed for the pistol at his hip, his uninjured arm fumbling with the holster flap. Down! Hastian yelled, already fitting a third arrow. But Samuel moved first, fueled by a surge of desperate adrenaline and perhaps a need to fulfill that unspoken promise. He lunged forward from their hiding place, not towards the precarious trail down, but directly off the ledge. It wasn't a suicidal leap into the canyon. He launched himself towards a thick, sturdy branch of a pinon pine growing out from the cliff face just below their ledge, a risky handhold Hastian himself might have hesitated to use. Samuel hit the branch hard, grunting with the impact, clinging on desperately, his weakened body swinging precariously over the 50-foot drop. "Samuel!" Neol screamed, horrified. His gamble, however reckless, achieved its purpose. It drew Cutter's immediate furious attention away from Hastian's deadly bow. Cutter, ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, ripped his pistol free and fired upwards at the figure dangling from the branch. The shot went wild as Samuel, with another desperate effort, swung himself further under the branch, using it as temporary cover. Hastian didn't waste the opening. His third arrow flew, silent and lethal. It struck Cutter squarely in the chest. The impact threw him backwards again. He stared down at the arrow shaft sprouting from his buckskin shirt, a look of utter disbelief on his face. He opened his mouth, perhaps for a curse, perhaps for a gasp, but only a low gurgle emerged. He swayed for a moment, then collapsed beside the body of Cole, his reign of terror ending abruptly in the dust and shadows of the hidden canyon. Silence descended, profound and absolute, broken only by Samuel's harsh, gasping breaths as he clung to the branch below the ledge. Niall rushed to the edge, peering down at him, her heart hammering. "Samuel, are you hit?" He shook his head, his face pale and sweat-streaked, his arms trembling violently from the strain. "No, missed," he gasped. "Help me up." Hastian was already there, leaning down, extending a strong hand. Neol added her own grip. Together, father and daughter hauled Samuel's trembling, near-limp body back onto the safety of the ledge. He collapsed, utterly spent, but alive. Neol knelt beside him, her relief so intense it felt like pain. She touched his face, her fingers trembling. "You fool," she whispered, tears blurring her vision. "You reckless fool." He managed a weak, shaky smile. "Had to do something," he breathed. "Keep, promise." The unspoken promise. He had risked his life, not just for himself, but for them. To give Hastian the opening he needed, to protect Neil in that single reckless act. He had bridged the final gap of mistrust, proving his loyalty lay not with his shadowed past, but with the fragile future they now shared. Hastian stood looking down at the scene, below Cutter's body, sprawled near Cole's, the wild man still unconscious near the cave entrance. His face was grim, etched with the weariness of violence, but also with a grudging respect, as his gaze rested on Samuel. He offered no words of praise, but the harsh judgment had faded from his eyes, replaced by a complex understanding. They had survived. Cutter was dead. The immediate threat was over. But the reckoning was not yet complete. The cave still waited, its entrance partially blocked, its contents the cursed gold, perhaps other secrets still hidden within. And the blood moon, though faded now in the full light of day, seemed to have left its stain on the land, on their spirits. The path forward remained uncertain, but the bond between the three survivors on the ledge forged in fear and sealed by sacrifice, felt unbreakable now. The unspoken promise had been kept, and in its wake, something new, fragile but resilient, had taken root. Chapter 24. Footprints, fading in sand. The silence that descended upon the hidden canyon after Cutter's final, choked gasp was profound, broken only by the ragged sound of Samuel's breathing and the mournful sigh of the wind whispering over the rim high above. On the ledge, the three survivors remained frozen for a long moment, the adrenaline slowly receding, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and the stark reality of what had transpired. Cutter was dead. Cole was dead. The wild man from the cave lay unconscious or worse near the smoldering campfire. They had survived, but the cost felt etched into the very air they breathed, heavy with the scent of gunpowder, fear, and spilled blood. Niall knelt beside Samuel, her hand resting lightly on his back, feeling the tremors that still racked his weakened body. His reckless bravery, leaping from the ledge to draw Cutter's fire, had been the act that saved them, the fulfillment of his unspoken promise. It was an act of profound sacrifice, erasing the last vestiges of Neil's lingering mistrust, replacing it with a complex mixture of awe, gratitude, and aching tenderness. He had faced his own reckoning and chosen courage over self-preservation. Tehestian moved from the shadows, his face grim, but the earlier hostility towards Samuel completely gone, replaced by a quiet, stoic acceptance. He knelt briefly beside Cutter's body, confirming his death with a clinical detachment, then retrieved his arrows, wiping them clean with a handful of dry grass before returning them to his quiver. His gaze lingered for a moment on Samuel, a flicker of grudging respect in his dark eyes, before he turned his attention to the practicalities of their situation. "We cannot stay here," Tehestian stated, his voice low but firm, pulling Neil and Samuel back from the precipice of shock and exhaustion. "Others may come, drawn by the gunfire, or perhaps the prospector spoke of what they saw." He scanned the canyon below, his eyes assessing the scene. "We must see to the cave, then leave this place." Getting down from the ledge was nearly as perilous as the climb up, especially with Samuel still so weak. Tehestian descended first, finding the safest path, then guided Neil and Samuel with quiet instructions and a steadying hand when needed. Samuel moved slowly, leaning heavily on Neil, but determination burned in his eyes. He refused to be a complete burden now, pushing himself through the pain and weakness. Reaching the canyon floor felt like returning to solid ground after navigating a treacherous abyss. The air was thick with the smell of the campfire, gunpowder, and the metallic tang of blood. The bodies of Cutter and Cole lay sprawled in the dust, stark reminders of the violence that had erupted. Neol averted her gaze, a wave of nausea washing over her. Tehestian, however, approached them calmly, following Dine tradition regarding contact with the dead, especially those who died violently. He avoided touching the bodies directly, but observed them carefully. He then turned his attention to the wild man who had burst from the cave. The man lay still, his breathing shallow but discernible. He was terribly gaunt, his eyes sunken, his skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones, suggesting prolonged starvation or confinement. A heavy rusted chain lay near him, one end broken, the other attached to a cruel iron collar around his neck. "He lived," Tehestian murmured, examining the man from a slight distance. "Trapped in the cave, perhaps. Chained like an animal." He looked towards the cave entrance, then back at the man. "Perhaps Cutter imprisoned him there, or found him already captive?" Samuel, leaning against the canyon wall for support, stared at the chained man, a look of dawning horror on his face. Finn, he never mentioned anyone else, he whispered. Just Cutter hiding the gold. Could Cutter have captured one of his own double-crossed men, imprisoning him here to guard the stash, or perhaps torturing him for information? Or was this man connected to the gold in some other way? Another victim of its curse? To Hastian offered the man no aid. To interfere directly with someone so clearly touched by violence and potential madness, especially an outsider, carried spiritual risks according to Dine belief. His fate is not ours to decide. Tu Hastian stated quietly, he is free of his chains now. The spirits of this place will judge him. It was a harsh verdict, born of ancient wisdom and the pragmatism of survival, acknowledging the limits of their responsibility in this already tangled affair. Leaving the grim scene near the campfire, Tu Hastian led them towards the cave entrance, stopping before the dark, narrow opening partially blocked by the recent rockfall. He examined the fallen rocks carefully. This is new, he confirmed. Some fell when you created the diversion, daughter, but some seem deliberately placed, perhaps to narrow the entrance, make it more defensible, or harder to enter. He peered into the darkness beyond the rockfall. The air that drifted out felt cold, stagnant. The gold, he said, looking at Samuel. You believe it is inside? Samuel nodded weakly. That's what Finn believed, hidden deep inside. Tehastian considered the entrance, his hand resting thoughtfully on the handle of the knife at his belt. Entering carried risks. The cave might be unstable, spiritually compromised, or Cutter might have left unseen traps. Yet, the potential desecration of the gold's presence, especially if this was indeed a sacred or powerful site, demanded action. We must look, he said finally, but carefully. Neol, stay with him. He nodded towards Samuel. Give me the lantern cold dropped. Neil retrieved the lantern from near the dead man's body, her hand trembling slightly as she handed it to her father. Tehastian lit the wick, its steady glow pushing back against the cave's oppressive darkness. He murmured a brief prayer for protection, then, squeezing through the narrow gap in the rockfall, disappeared into the cave's depths, leaving Neil and Samuel waiting in tense silence outside. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Neil strained her ears, listening for any sound from within, her imagination conjuring unseen dangers. Samuel sat slumped against the rock, his eyes closed, his face etched with anxiety. Finally, the lantern's glow reappeared in the opening, and Tehastian emerged, his face grim, dusted with fine cave dirt. He carried nothing in his hands. Is it there? Samuel asked immediately, his voice tight. Tehastian nodded slowly. It is there, deep inside, in a small side chamber hidden behind loose rocks. He paused, his expression troubled. Army chests, heavy, filled with coin and bars, just as you said. He looked at Samuel, then at Neil, his gaze heavy. And the place, it feels old, very old. There are paintings on the walls further back, Anasazi, perhaps older. This cave is a place of power. It should not have been disturbed. The confirmation settled heavily upon them. The gold, the source of so much bloodshed and misery, lay within, defiling a place potentially sacred to the ancient ones, ancestors to all peoples of this land. What do we do? Neol asked, her voice barely a whisper. Tehastian looked towards the Sleeping Bear Bluff, visible now through the canyon entrance as the sun climbed higher. The gold cannot stay. Its poison will continue to spread. Men like Cutter, like the prospector Jed, like Finn, they will always seek it. It draws Hoxo, Can we destroy it? Samuel asked weakly. Melt it? Bury it somewhere else? Tu Hastien shook his head. Melting requires great heat, tools we do not possess. Burying it elsewhere merely moves the poison, does not remove it, and carrying it out, those chests are heavy. Moving them would be slow, dangerous. It would invite pursuit, risk bringing the curse upon ourselves, upon our people. He looked back at the cave entrance. There is only one way to contain its influence, to restore balance here. He explained his plan, rooted in practicality and Dine principles. They would reseal the cave entrance, thoroughly, permanently, using the fallen rocks and bringing down more debris from the slope above. They would entomb the gold, along with the lingering spirits of violence associated with it, Cutter, Cole, the wild man if he didn't recover, and leave within the mountain itself. They would erase the signs of the cave's entrance as much as possible, letting the natural processes of wind and time obscure it completely. The gold would remain, yes, but inaccessible, contained, its corrupting influence hopefully neutralized within the earth, its location eventually forgotten, returning the site to the spirits and the silence it deserved. It was a daunting task, requiring immense physical effort, especially given Samuel's condition. But it felt right. It was an act not of claiming or destroying, but of containment, of restoring a semblance of harmony. Samuel readily agreed, relief evident on his face. The thought of the gold being sealed away forever seemed to lift a visible weight from his shoulders. This offered him the best chance of truly escaping its curse. Working together, the three of them began the arduous task. Tu Hastien, with his strength and knowledge of leverage, dislodged larger rocks from the slope above the entrance, sending them crashing down to further block the opening. Neil and Samuel, working more slowly, gathered smaller rocks and debris, painstakingly filling the remaining gaps. Samuel, despite his weakness, insisted on helping, moving rocks, scraping sand and gravel, driven by a need to actively participate in burying his past, in sealing away the source of so much misery. They worked through the hottest part of the day, sweat pouring down their faces, muscles aching, fueled by grim determination and the dwindling supply of brackish water from the seep near the now sealed entrance. They spoke little, united by the shared purpose, the rhythmic sounds of scraping rock and heavy breathing echoing in the canyon. As they worked, Neol felt a subtle shift within herself. The internal battle of loyalties seemed to resolve, not into a choice between worlds, but into an integration. She was Dine, honoring her father's wisdom, protecting sacred ground according to ancient principles. But she was also Niall, the individual who had chosen compassion, who had forged a bond with the outsider, who had found her own strength in navigating the treacherous space between cultures, between dangers, helping Samuel, containing the gold, restoring balance. These actions felt true to all parts of who she was. By late afternoon, the cave entrance was completely sealed, buried beneath tons of rock and debris, looking like nothing more than a natural rockfall at the base of the cliff. Tu Hastien scattered dust and loose gravel over their tracks, using branches to brush away the most obvious signs of their labor. Within a season, perhaps even sooner, the wind and weather would make the site indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. The mountain would keep its secret. Exhausted, filthy, but filled with a profound sense of weary accomplishment, they stood back and surveyed their work. The bodies of Cutter and Cole remained where they lay, destined to return to the earth, their violent passage ending here. The wild man was gone. Sometime during their labor, he had apparently recovered enough to stumble away, disappearing back into the wilderness, his fate unknown, another ghost haunting this land. It is done. Tu Hastian said quietly, his voice resonating with finality. He looked at Samuel, then at Neil. Now we leave this place. We do not speak of it again. Let the silence reclaim it. They retrieved the bay horse, which had rested and grazed in the shade. Mounting Samuel was still an effort, but he seemed to carry himself with a new lightness, the physical weakness still present, but the crushing weight of the gold secret finally lifted. Tu Hastian took the lead again, guiding them out of the hidden canyon, not back towards the valley of the sleeping bear, but on a different path, a more direct route leading gradually back towards the south and east, towards the familiar territory closer to home. They traveled through the late afternoon and into the twilight, moving steadily, leaving the hidden canyon, the sealed cave, the entombed gold, and the ghosts of the reckoning trail behind them. As full darkness fell, they made a simple camp in a sheltered wash. Tehastian shared the last of his food. They drank sparingly from the waterskin Neil had refilled at the cave seep. The silence around the small fire was different now, not tense, but quiet, contemplative. Tu Hastian finally spoke, addressing Samuel directly, his voice neutral, but without its former hostility. You fought bravely, Bilagana. You risked your life for my daughter. It wasn't forgiveness, perhaps, but it was acknowledgement, respect, earned in the face of death. Samuel met his gaze squarely. She saved my life more than once, he replied simply. And you showed me a different path. Gratitude, deep and sincere, resonated in his voice. Later, as Tu Hastian checked on the horse and Samuel rested near the fire, Neil found herself standing apart, looking up at the vast sweep of stars, clear and bright now after the dust storm, no longer obscured by a blood moon. She felt weary beyond measure, yet strangely peaceful. The journey had been brutal, terrifying, transformative. She had faced death, prejudice, betrayal, and impossible choices. She had crossed divides, both physical and spiritual. She carried secrets, the pendant, the map fragment, the silver ingot, the memory of the sealed cave burdens she would likely bear for the rest of her life. But she had also found strength she didn't know she possessed. She had navigated between worlds, holding on to her core values while adapting to harsh realities. She had acted with compassion, courage, and conviction. She looked toward Samuel, seeing not just the troubled stranger, but the man who had faced his own darkness and chosen a different path, however late, however costly. An unspoken promise had been kept, trust tentatively rebuilt, a bond forged in shared adversity that transcended the barriers of race and history. Her footprints, alongside Samuel's and her father's, were already fading in the sand behind them, erased by the wind, absorbed back into the vast indifference of the desert. The reckoning trail was ending. What lay ahead remained uncertain. Samuel's future was unwritten. Would he find a way to truly escape his past, build a new life? Her own future felt altered, imbued with a deeper understanding of herself, her world, and the complex space between light and shadow. The loom waited at home, the storm pattern unfinished. Perhaps now she could finally complete it, weaving in the threads of her experience, creating a new pattern, one that reflected the resilience learned, the balance hard won, the quiet strength found in the heart of the storm. The ashes of the old life were settling, and a new dawn, uncertain but holding the potential for healing, was beginning to break. Epilogue: Where the River Meets the Sky. The journey back from the hidden canyon was shrouded in a haze far thicker than the dust left by the storm. It was a haze of exhaustion, trauma, and unspoken thoughts, settling over the three travelers as they moved slowly eastward, leaving the Sleeping Bear Bluff and its entombed secrets receding into the rugged wilderness behind them. Tuhastian led the way, his silence profound, his tracking skills now employed not in pursuit, but in finding the safest, least conspicuous path home. Neil walked beside the weary bay horse, her hand often resting on Samuel's knee, offering silent support as he swayed in the saddle, conserving his fragile, returning strength. Samuel himself seemed adrift, caught between the physical reality of his survival and the psychological weight of his past, now irrevocably altered. Cutter was dead, the immediate threat eliminated. The gold, the curse he had carried consciously or unconsciously for months, was sealed away, its power contained. Yet freedom felt less like release and more like a vast, terrifying emptiness. His old life, built on evasion and haunted by Finn's legacy, was gone. What lay ahead was a blank, daunting map. He watched Neil constantly, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of gratitude, awe, and a deep, poignant sorrow, as if recognizing the unbridgeable distance that still separated their worlds, despite the profound intimacy forged in shared peril. They spoke little. Words felt inadequate, intrusive in the face of the raw experiences they had shared, the violence witnessed, the choices made. Tuhastian's quiet acceptance of Samuel's presence was a tangible thing, communicated not through words, but through shared rations, through the skilled dressing of Samuel's wounds with fresh herbs found along the way, through the occasional, brief glance that acknowledged Samuel's endurance without dwelling on the reasons for it. The unspoken promise Samuel had fulfilled on the high ledge had earned him a measure of respect, a temporary pass across the deeply ingrained divide of distrust. As they neared the familiar territory surrounding Neil's home, the tension subtly shifted. The immediate fear of pursuit lessened, replaced by the quieter anxieties of return, of facing the consequences and questions that awaited. How would Asda react? What would be Samuel's fate now? Where would he go? They stopped on a low rise overlooking the cluster of hogans, visible now in the distance, smoke curling peacefully from the central fire pit, sheep grazing contentedly nearby, a scene of idyllic domesticity that felt worlds away from the blood-soaked canyon they had left behind. It was time to part ways. Tuhastian turned to Samuel, his expression stoic but his eyes holding a clear message. "The path south lies that way," he said, gesturing towards the track that would eventually lead towards settlements like Garcia's. "Travel carefully. Trouble has long shadows." It was advice, perhaps even a veiled warning, but no longer an explicit threat. He acknowledged Samuel's journey, but made it clear it diverged from theirs now. Samuel slid stiffly from the horse's back, leaning heavily against the animal for support, but standing on his own feet. He met Tuhastian's gaze. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough but steady, "for your guidance, for everything." He offered no excuses, no further explanations, only simple, heartfelt gratitude. Tuhastian merely inclined his head in acknowledgement, a silent acceptance of the debt repaid, the temporary alliance concluded. Then Samuel turned to Neil. The air crackled with unspoken emotions, the weight of their shared ordeal, the impossible choices, the fragile connection forged between them. He reached out, taking her hand, his grip surprisingly strong. His pale eyes, clearer now, free from the worst of the fever, searched hers intensely. Neil, he began, his voice thick with feeling. I have no words. He swallowed hard. You saved me. Not just my life but something more. You showed me, ho perhaps, beauty, strength, kindness in the face of, in the face of me. A faint, self-deprecating smile touched his lips. I'll never forget that. Or you. Neil felt tears prick her eyes, blurring his image. The connection between them felt profound, elemental, yet shadowed by the impossibility of their separate worlds truly merging. He was Bilagana, carrying the ghosts of a violent past, seeking a future she couldn't share. She was dying, bound to her land, her people, her traditions, forever changed by her journey into his world, but ultimately rooted in her own. Walk in beauty, Samuel, she whispered, echoing the Blessing Way prayer, her voice choked with emotion. It was both a farewell and a blessing, a wish for a peace she wasn't sure he could ever truly find. He held her gaze for another long moment, a universe of unspoken promises and regrets passing between them. Then gently, he released her hand. He retrieved the small pouch containing the pinon salve she'd given him, tucked it carefully inside his shirt. Without looking back, he turned and began walking slowly, deliberately, southwards, towards the track leading away from Dineta, towards whatever uncertain future awaited him. He didn't look back. Neil watched him go, a solitary figure, limping into the vast indifference of the landscape, until he was just a small speck, swallowed by the distance and the shimmering heat haze. A part of her felt like it was walking away with him, a shared chapter closing, leaving an ache of loss mingled with the profound relief of survival. Tehastien placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Come, daughter, he said softly. It is time to go home. The reunion at the Hogan was quiet, profound. Asdza rushed out, her face alight with fierce joy and relief, tears streaming down her cheeks as she embraced Neil tightly, murmuring prayers of gratitude. Hosteen clung to his sister, his earlier fear replaced by wide-eyed admiration. The unspoken questions about where she had been, what had happened, hung in the air, but were gently deferred. Her safe return was all that mattered in that moment. Later, sitting beside her mother, near the hearth fire inside the familiar comforting walls of the Hogan, Neil felt the tightly wound knot of tension within her slowly begin to unwind. Asdza asked few direct questions, her wisdom allowing Neil the space to process, to heal. But her perceptive eyes saw the changes in her daughter, the new maturity, the shadow of trauma in her eyes, but also a deeper strength, a quiet resilience that hadn't been there before. That evening, Neil retrieved the silver dragonfly pendant from her pouch. She held it out to her mother. Astaza gasped softly, taking the delicate piece with trembling fingers, tears welling anew as she recognized her long-lost treasure. Neil explained briefly, omitting the violent details, but conveying the essence, how it had come into Samuel's possession through the dying words of a troubled man, how Samuel had carried it, intending to return it. Asdza listened, her expression shifting from joyous recognition to sorrow, then to a deep, compassionate understanding. She held the pendant tightly, a tangible link to a painful memory, now unexpectedly returned, imbued with a new, complex history. The paths of sorrow sometimes lead back to unexpected blessings, she murmured, looking at Neil with love and pride. You have walked a difficult trail, Shiyazi, but you have returned. Later still, Neil sat with her father outside, beneath the familiar canopy of stars, the silence comfortable between them now. Tehastien had taken the prospector's horse, intending to release it near one of the trading posts, allowing it to find its own fate without connecting it directly back to them or the dead man. He had listened quietly as Neil shared a more complete, though still carefully edited, version of their ordeal, focusing on Cutter's pursuit, the fight at the cabin, the decision to seal the gold away. He accepted the story without judgment, understanding the impossible choices she had faced. You acted with courage, daughter, he said finally, his voice filled with quiet pride that meant more to Neil than any effusive praise, and with wisdom. You protected yourself, protected the stranger when it was right to do so, and protected the balance of this place. He paused, looking towards the distant west. The Bilagana's world brings much trouble, but sometimes even across the divide understanding can be found. He placed a hand briefly on her shoulder, a rare gesture of overt affection. You have your mother's heart and your own strength. You walk in beauty. In the days that followed, Neol slowly resumed the familiar rhythms of her life. She helped her mother with chores, watched Holstein with the sheep, felt the solid earth beneath her feet, the comforting presence of her family surrounding her. She returned to her loom, the storm pattern waiting, unfinished. She sat before it for a long time, contemplating the vibrant threads, the jagged lightning, the dark, swirling clouds. The pattern felt different now, imbued with the echoes of her journey. With steady hands, she began to weave again, her movement sure and fluid. She finished the storm clouds, the lightning flashes, the earthy red background. But then near the edge, almost hidden within the complex design, she added something new. A single, slender thread of silver, shimmering faintly against the deep indigo, like starlight glimpsed through a break in the clouds, or the resilience of a dragonfly's wing. A subtle acknowledgement of the path she had walked, the secrets she carried, the fragile hope found amidst the darkness. Life settled back into its familiar cadence, yet Neil knew she was irrevocably changed. The restlessness she had sometimes felt before was gone, replaced by a deeper appreciation for the beauty and harmony of her own world, but also by a wider understanding of the complexities, the sorrows, and the occasional, unexpected connections to be found in the world beyond. The memory of Samuel, his haunted eyes, his reckless courage, his final lonely walk south, remained with her, a bittersweet ache, a reminder of the cost of survival, the price of compassion, the intricate ways lives could intersect and diverge across the vast distances of the land and the heart. She carried the secrets, the sealed cave, the entombed gold, the prospector's map folded tightly with the horn button, and the silver ingot locked safely within her memory, unspoken burdens that were hers alone to bear. Sometimes when the wind whispered through the canyons, carrying scents from far away, she would pause, listening, wondering where Samuel's path had led him, hoping he had found some measure of peace. The future remained unwritten, a tapestry yet to be woven. But Neil faced it with a quiet confidence, her spirit tempered by the fire, her heart balanced between worlds. She understood now that Hosho wasn't about avoiding storms. but about finding the strength, the wisdom, and the grace to walk through them, emerging onto the path where the river of life meets the endless turquoise sky, forever changed, forever resilient. Her footprints, though fading in the sand of the past, had left an indelible mark on her own soul,